So hello and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition. Yesterday we brought you coverage from the Royal Showdown and the heads up in the 555 Euro tournament taken down by the Dane. And today we're going to be getting on with the 5K.
Yeah, it's rather exciting, this 5K. People weren't sure, is it going to be the same as last time, or are we going to have two tables? Well, you don't have to worry about that, folks. There's nearly 50 entries already in this bad boy. Late registration will be open for another 2 hours or so, I believe, if not a little bit more. So
last I heard it was 37, so that's quite favorable. And there has been a lot of high-stakes activity around the Tallinn scene recently, so glad to see that coming over to the Kings of Tallinn as well, crossing over a bit.
And our defending champion, Juha Helpi, who we saw on the stream yesterday, he's alive and well. He's in action. Every table has a Finn, except for the table you're about to see, because we have 6 different nationalities at this table, George.
Looking forward to that one, yeah. Some strong players across the live and online realm, including Renan Blushi. Is that how you pronounce it?
I believe so, and I met him for the first time playing in the stud event. I did unfortunately eliminate him, but until that happened, we were getting on. He seemed like a nice guy, but I wasn't expecting the same guy I'm sitting next to playing a 200 euro stud is going to be the guy that we're commentating on today in this 5K. And I know he's quite a popular internet character as well. Yeah, I'm expecting to see some wild play based on him. Ignas Jasinovičius is also at the table, a very strong Lithuanian player. Yeah, let's see. I mean, maybe it'll be boring, but how is it going to be boring? We have 6 of the top players playing 6 max hold'em.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic.
Can't wait. Let's jump into the action and see what's going on, shall we?
Welcome back to Kings of Tallinn 10-year anniversary edition. We're just getting started with the TV table for the Highrollers 5K, and I'm joined by Ignas, who's going to be on this TV table.
Hi.
And you've been playing with these guys now a couple of hours, moving to the TV table.
Yeah.
What's the feeling of the table so far?
It's pretty active table, like some good players that I recognized, like didn't play a lot before, but yeah, they come to here to play, you know, it's Highroller. It's not like, I mean, we're not like waiting for good cards, like for sure we can do some moves, so
absolutely.
Yeah, it's
for
funny
the TV
to play.
audience as well then.
yeah, maybe it's gonna bring another dynamics now, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and we're celebrating 10 years here now with Kings of Tallinn. Do you have any special memories or anything you can think back of during these years?
For myself, I don't, but for sure I was voting here for my friends a few times, so like it's a good stop for us, I would say, Lithuanians. It's a very short trip, so yeah, we're enjoying here.
You have friends winning then that you're rooting for?
Yeah.
So is it your time now then?
I hope so.
Yeah, they can root for you then later on.
Thank you.
In the Highroller. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go, George. Look at these chip counts. We also have Tarmo now as the chip leader at this table.
Wow.
The man, the myth, the legend, the one that has the most cashes at this casino. He's been, though, grinding quite a lot lately on the live poker scene. We've seen him just about everywhere.
So he comes from a music background, if I remember correctly, right?
We were actually just playing some of his music, getting in the mood right before the stream.
Really?
Wise Guy pulled it up, and we were. I was bouncing around the room a little bit in private. Thankfully, no camera running, I don't think. We may see that clip during the next break of action, but I really hope not.
And what's the genre that he's doing? Is it some sort of like techno, house music, that kind of thing?
It had like a bit of a 90s vibe, but it may have been just the song that we listened to, but it was decent.
Nice.
It got me in the mood.
So a man of many talents, because as you say, he's been putting in the hours on the live felt here at the Olympic Casino. So the most amount of cashes at this venue, right?
At this venue, he has the most amount of cashes. Maybe in all of Estonia, I believe he has the most amount of cashes in an Estonian venue.
And there he is, in the black hoodie with the reverse cap. Already looking like he's going to be getting in the thick of things here. So Piotr Sedenkiel, Polish player. I don't believe there's a small blind right now, so that's why he's raising so wide on the button. Oh no, there is a small blind. He's just completely out of line with the 10-6.
We heard that it was a very splashy table.
Yeah, this is quite a wide open, right, with the 10-6 off, but it may be a sign of things to come for you guys tuning in at home. Full coverage here of the 5K Highroller
We could be looking at a pretty big pot here with Peter having middle pair, Tarmo having that open ender. But Tarmo just calling, so that's good for the pot control.
Yeah. I think at this stack depth, I wouldn't mind just raising and trying to fold out some of the bet folds. Our opponent can have lots of hands that just can't really continue, like King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9, Ace Highs, that would probably bet this flop a little too often. So I think 8-5, the guy had 25k behind that just piled it in. But now we've got the opportunity to do the same thing again. The sizing 4k into 12.8 does appear extremely weak. Not really setting up a natural shoving SPR on the river.
Let's see if Tarmo takes a stab at it, but what is he really repping if he does?
Yeah, only a backdoor flush, really. And he's got a lot of hands like, 4-5, 9-8, 10-8, 10-9. So it's going to be a pretty tough sell on this run out, but he could have won the pot at some point, I think. 10-6 taking it down.
Have you seen Peter before? Because that's the one player at the table that I've never seen before this festival.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you see the Polish name and the young-looking kind of guy, you just assume live online reg. Sorry, but well, let's see. It's a pretty spicy open with the 10-6 there, and he doesn't have much of a stack, unfortunately. He's just come back to about 60% starting. So keep an eye on him.
And the old school legend, Paul Newey.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the table as well. He's now been coming to Tallinn for a few festivals. The first time he came, he just really liked the vibe. Really just liked to be, sitting at the tables doing his thing and nobody making, a big deal about him being here and having a good time and playing some good poker. He loves the structures and staff. I can't speak about this festival, but I'm assuming that's the case too. But I did have a nice chat with him at the last festival.
Yeah, and I think we're just so stripped of good live poker options in the UK that many players, especially those that want to play bigger buy-ins than that, above the 1K level, have to look elsewhere. And to be honest, Tallinn does really come top of the list in terms of ease of access and standard of play, standard of service, standard of the casino staff, so no surprise to see him here. So Ignas Yasinovicius. Any close on that one? Or?
That was pretty good, actually. That was really close. And I can definitely tell we have an interesting table. We have a 3-bet with the ace-3 and a callback with the king-10. So there's definitely some history between these two.
Yeah, and he's going to be all in by the river here with the ace-3. It's just one of those boards where you're going to see a lot of firing. It's a little bit awkward at 2 SPR because we do want to sort of size up for a 3-street game most of the time. So 5.5 to start. Piotr here, obviously not going anywhere with the open ender. I think jamming is a little bit sloppy, so it only feels like you really have one option. I'm not sure what raising achieves. He is going to raise. It's one of those situations where I think he's just kind of running his equity here. He's like, well, I've flopped a pair and an open ender. But unfortunately, he doesn't allow his opponent to blast it off, which is obviously going to be uncomfortable with just third pair going down the streets. But, raising there is not exactly too efficient, I would say. So some early signs of potentially a lack of experience from the Polish player there. Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about him, but I don't think he's one of these internet, let's say, super grinders. But maybe also he's trying to mix it up quite a lot, you know, knowing maybe he doesn't have the same patterns as somebody else. I really can't make sense of what he is doing until I think we see a few more hands with him playing.
We don't get the best sample size so far. Don't want to be too quick to make assumptions. That's something that has definitely hurt me in the past as a player, when you're too quick to label someone as either a really good player or, you know, a bit of a creative and kind of splashy player.
And they did play quite many hours already together as well. And very often that can dictate how you're going to play. But this is a bit too wide off, let's say, making adjustments for players, I feel. The 10-6 being the best example.
Yeah, that was pretty spicy.
So a 3-bet here by Tarmo.
Yeah, I like the hand selection, the 7-6 suited.
And we could see Bruschi having 70% equity, and we just did see a 3-bet called with this very same hand, the hand before, but not by Bruschi.
Yeah,
I really don't like these kind of calls with, you know, a weaker king. It's like, I mean, I know you probably do, and it's 6 max, and I understand that as well. I'm not playing that much.
The thing is, it's under 3x, right? So it's, he opens 2.5, 7.2, but it's under the gun versus button, right? So you've already got the 2.5 big blinds.
But look at the sick flop. Tarmo flopping the nuts.
Yeah.
Has 56% equity, and this is no limit hold'em. So a flush draw here by Bruschi. And he's not going to go anywhere, but is it going to be stacks in at some point, this hand?
Yeah, flush draw, backdoor, straight draw. He may just play it fast right now.
That does look like a raise.
Yeah.
Maybe to 15? To 15,000.
This is quite nice because it keeps another street in play. I think a lot of players just kind of jam here and kind of panic. And the benefit of this is that you might get called by a hand like ace queen of spades, ace jack of spades, ace 10 of spades, ace 7, ace 6, that you will get to fold on the turn. So it's kind of like bluff value, as it were. And yeah. Vegas and the Mirage for Tarmo here in a 3-bet pot with the nuts straight. He's thinking this is just absolute gin as he turns the flush draw as well.
But now a backdoor straight draw also for Bruschi, so it's like, once again, an action card for both players.
Yeah, all of a sudden the jack could rear its ugly head, but
if it's a jack of spades, it's it's so dirty.
Tarmo's got that one covered, so it's just... Yeah, so an all-in now. And a snap call.
Tarmo looking like he was in pain when he was putting those chips in.
I think he's just like, what the hell has this guy got, right? Is it diamonds? And yeah, most of the time it is. Maybe sets quite a lot of the time. Oh!
Wow.
Oh, that's a grueler.
The Brazilian visitor, Renan Bruschi, getting there, but I don't think, as George said, he played any spot of that wrong. Sometimes the cards dictate how it's going to happen, and Tarmo, that was an awful, awful beat.
Yeah, gets a pretty good price pre. Nice small check raise on the flop to set up quite a natural turn SPR, and shoves it into, obviously, the flop nut straight that turns a flush draw, and there you go. Gets there twice, not just the jack, but the diamond as well. That's how you do it.
And Tarmo's still doing okay with that 115, but I'm sure he'd like to go on to dinner break with that 5x opening stack he could have easily have had.
Yeah, wow. That's a tough beat, and I know that this must be... I mean, it's going to be towards the top of his buy-in range as well, right? So these ones hurt a little bit more, I think. You even say to yourself, oh, it's just another tournament, blah, blah, blah.
No, it's not.
We're humans. It doesn't quite work like that, you know.
It's nearly 5 bullets in the main event, to put it into perspective.
Yeah, exactly. I'm all for the woo-woo stuff, but, you know, you've got to give yourself a bit of slack sometimes. It's okay to feel pretty hard done by in this kind of situation. we've got a little bit of politics over the exact chip counts. Chips are all over the place. It's not the most efficient of what's going on. They're all in fives. It's
like an impressionist art of work, you know, with the chips just in scattered random piles.
I've never seen anything like it. There's 5 piles of 5, so that's a 25 stack. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. It looks pretty, though.
It does, yeah. She like trying to draw some sort of
smiley
artwork.
face.
Yeah.
Those 2 dangling black chips is like a little spit coming out of the mouth. maybe a cigarette, like our friend. What was his name? That guy. The dealer that won the event in Banco. With the cigarette hanging out of his mouth the whole time. You have to remember who I'm talking about.
No, I can't quite recall it.
Well, Sami Farha, the
Sami
same thing,
Farha,
but that's not who I was thinking of.
One.
But the Sami Farha was just on the table.
Yeah, the old school Sami Farha. Bring me more Patricks.
I still watch those streams.
I love those streams. I think that was, you know, the peak of poker broadcasting in many ways. So pure and just so fun to watch. You felt like you really got an insight into people's minds as well, just from the amount of sort of chatting and how relaxed everyone was. But obviously with the game becoming a little bit more mathematical, technical, you do have to forego some of these things as it is, and has been crowned last year a competitive mind sport now. So, you know, that's just the way it goes, the progression of poker as a journey.
Okay, so we see the first hand that Paul knew he's getting involved with, and it's an easy open from the button with that ace.
Certainly is.
Freiberg, not with a bad hand to peel from the small blind, an easy call by Renan as well.
Absolutely. Freiberg was the WSOP main event final tableist in 2008, I believe we heard. 2006.
I've seen him around from time to time, but Andreas was saying that he's basically not the same grinder that he used to be. He was one of these guys that can do these marathon sessions online, and then wake up and do the same thing the next day, you know, on a few hours sleep.
19 years is a long time, I guess, isn't it? Was that after the Moneymaker?
It was after Moneymaker.
After.
Moneymaker was, I think, 04 or 05.
Yep.
Maybe 03 even, actually.
We
have Andreas on the scene looking up the exact information, but I think it was 03. And here's a look at the chip counts. Rain and now making everything pretty close together. And it's confirmed that it was 03. But we're in the early stages, folks, so we're going to be talking a bit about the hands, but we're also going to talk about some of the other stuff that's happening throughout the day. Now, the main event is on day 1B, George, and it's looking like it's getting big. You know, it's already close to 400 entries between the 2 opening fights. That 1 million guarantee, I think, is just going to be a placeholder, which is amazing to see.
I was a bit skeptical. Krista was coming in here yesterday being all bashful about the main event guarantee, and I said, come on, man, you've got 200 satellite winners, you've got 70 already in level 1 of day 1A. Give it a rest.
Yeah, if you put that into perspective, there were 7 trophy winners yesterday, and day 1A, the main event.
Exactly. You know, people's pockets are being filled, and they're jumping in the main left, right, and center. So Krista was, I think, as someone that's put his heart and soul into this event over the years, you know, you don't ever want to count your chickens, right? Just in case, you know, there's an earthquake or something like that. Who knows, right?
I think in cases of natural disaster, people would understand maybe if the guarantee was put aside.
I think they'd still get 5 tables running, though.
Yes.
That's just the way it's running here. Everything is ticking along beautifully. Ooh, look at this from Renan, showing his class, finding a bit of thin value here with the 3rd pair. And a big sizing as well. So when you were talking before the stream about these kind of like mergy larger sizings, Renan,
I mean, I'm getting really into that, actually.
And this is why, because Eric thinks, well, he's repping a queen or better, right? So my deuce is beating all of the bluffs. And actually, no, if he's got ace-6 for value, all of a sudden we're in a bit of a pickle.
And if you get called with something better, you can use that for later. Then they know that you could do that with that, and it makes them think much harder about when you want them to be thinking.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not just A or B. It's all the colors of gray mixed in.
Yeah, and then the level above that is that people think, wow, this guy's betting big, way too thin, so I'm just going to start shoving or raising large because he's just got so many mediocre hands in this range. So it is a good strategy versus players that are slightly less capable of doing anything about it. If you've got a guy that is only going to call or fold, it's a great strategy. If you're playing against a lunatic or a really, really strong aggressive player, I think it pales a little bit in inefficiency. So Renan here, wow, what a run he's on. Yeah. Just over a starting stack, less than an orbit ago, and now really finding some form here. Ignas Yasinovicius is thinking about it with the 9-deuce suited, big blind ante. Yeah, it's marginal, but we are suited, I think, just about okay. Maybe he folds like a 6-deuce suited or a 7-deuce, not sure.
And although Renan does see that ace, those 3 clubs don't hurt him just with a big blind call.
Yeah.
His 10s are probably ahead, and his flush draw is probably ahead.
Yeah, he should be able to get 1 or 2 streets of value from this type of holding. And I think betting the flop makes sense. You get called by some inferior draws, some pairs. You got good equity versus an ace.
And then Ignis is probably 3-betting most of his aces, or at least around half of them.
A decent amount, yeah. So it's going to be fairly stripped of the stronger ace-X. And also that means that a lot of his weaker ones are less likely to check raise, right? If he's got ace-5 off, he's not going to start trying to play for stacks. It's just going to check call, and we realize our equity quite nicely there with the 10s, with the flush draw, the backdoor straight draw. Lots of good things can happen.
Not as good as the 10s, but another pretty hand to open up from the cutoff.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a... These king 8s are always quite sneaky.
Certainly are. This Piotr guy is quite an interesting player already. We've only seen, what, like less than 20 hands, and it really feels like this guy's here to mix it up.
It's such a light 3-bet over a 2.5x open, actually.
Yeah. Calling suited kings is pretty standard here, button versus cutoff. Yeah, and 3-betting some of the smaller ones seems okay, but just the sizing doesn't really achieve much, you know?
Because he could get a lot of weaker kings off, better kings off if he's 3-betting normal.
Exactly. I don't think Renan's going to fold like king 9 off to this size 3-bet, you know? And that's kind of the hand that we really want to get to fold. So Piotr is quite short stack, so he's going to have other ideas, and maybe he wants to keep the SPR fairly high in position where he's going to have advantage going down the streets. And this is already quite an interesting hand, both players having backdoor draws. Renan does come along for the ride. And it's going to be a case of who wants it more, and I think it's going to be quite tough for Piotr to find a barrel here with no kind of intuitive equity.
He is reaching for the chips.
Yeah, this guy's really spicy. Look at this.
Nerves of steel.
All sizing on the flop. Just
And
again, another
snap
stab.
fold. Did you see the stare down he gave over?
Yeah, I think he was realizing that he's going to be getting bluffed a lot there, but bluffed by a better hand for the most part, I think, as well. So no harm done.
Or maybe he noticed that Renan had to go to the toilet. So if he, if they didn't go checking all the way down, he was going to get some. Yes. It's like when you're sticking around near the end, you can tell which players aren't really going to play the final hand, that they may not even look at their cards,
Or the ones that kind of want to, but also really need to take the break, so you just start randomly tanking for 30 seconds to get the fold. Just to make sure it doesn't start trickling down their leg.
I'm not shy to take breaks when I need them, so like a scheduled break is sort of an optional thing.
Yeah, for sure. Like we were mentioning yesterday, it's really important if you're playing a game as intense as poker can be at times to, you're not losing that much EV by missing a couple of hands if you feel really overwhelmed or a little bit kind of shook up. So Nui here with the 8-5. Yeah, getting a pretty good price, closing the action. He is versus a pretty splashy opponent in Piotr and is unfortunately dominated.
Interesting. Check.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it actually, but in a way, I'm surprised by it is the only thing. And now it could get interesting.
Yeah, with the hand, it makes sense. With our range, I think we do want to bet this board quite often. So he's checked back the flop, and he's just absolutely blasting the turn for a huge size.
And Nui is probably thinking, what does he have that he could be betting the flop, betting the turn? Because he hasn't given up on his 8-5. He's going to maybe turn it into a bluff. I mean, it is basically no showdown value on this.
Well, Nui's looking at the board thinking, well, Queen-Jack likely bets the flop, 10x bets the flop, 10-8, might check back, and now I have two pair, I blocked that.
Oh, my.
6-7, whoa, look at that. 5 on the river, and he's got the 8 of diamonds as well. Shouldn't be too concerned. Yeah.
I don't mind the check, because Piotr is betting quite a lot.
Yeah,
in this case, we see he was betting so that he got a check back on the river.
He was, yeah, but you can also just do that for 25 or 30% pot, right? It's not like Paul Nui is the kind of guy that's just going to start relentlessly check raising you if you use the smaller size. He does end up sort of backdooring into quite a nice scenario where Paul calls the large size with the worse 8, but yeah, interesting hand. Also, does Paul get to lead the river? It's obviously out of flow, and it's not
against any other player. I would say he can.
Yeah, but your opponent has checked back the flop. We've seen how splashy and bet happy he is. Is he really going to check back a flush draw on the flop? I don't think so. Like, yeah.
But you're hoping your opponent is just going to jam there, I feel like, because it just seems like Peter's ready just to get his chips in.
Yeah, lead and then lead and call it off, basically. His range looks like a whole load of hot air by this like check back flop large bet turn. He's basically repping 7-6, and why would you not bet 7-6 on the flop? It's crazy. So a fair fight between two decent holdings here. Eric defending the big blind with the ace-jack. Right now with the quick check with the king-queen.
With the flush draw now.
Yeah.
Eric thought about betting, it looked like, but had realized that it's better probably just to check call here. And maybe it's going to get checked back again.
Yeah, don't think there's much point in betting. 8 on the river, probably just going to go check again. It's going to be a bit thin for Eric here to target king high. He does go for it. That's 5K. Wow.
And Renan may be thinking that his king is good. Like, why would you be betting 5K with an ace, right?
Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever.
It's a complete mindfuck of a bet here.
Yeah. I know it's very few combinations of hands, but it kind of looks like pocket 3s or 2s, or that now get counterfeit or something like that, some kind of panic bluff. I mean, what's he really representing? How much ATEX is he? Yeah,
wow, look at
this.
that. He got him thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and he's having a little chuckle to himself because he's like...
And Eric being stoic.
I think Renan was thinking the worst hand... Oh, sorry, the worst value that his opponent's going to have is like a 7 there. So getting shown ace-jack, no heart is just pretty disrespectful, right?
It goes back to the merge ranges once again, though. Now, you're going to get credit for not being A or B. Like, if you're playing some other tournaments against a lot of other players, you're either going to put them on the 8 or you're going to put them on something else that we just described that is not going to win if it goes check-check.
Do you think Eric was trying to bluff him off the chop?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
I think he was targeting exactly this hand because if you think about it, he was in the big blind. He just called.
Yeah,
So he has a very disguised ace-jack there.
Yeah, but a very small part of the under-the-gun opening range is going to be like king, queen, king, jack. And then hands that are lower than that, like queen, jack, jack 10, they're likely to bet the flop,
it's
I think.
It's 6x, though, so under the gun is the low jack.
Yeah.
I think it's... And we've seen them play a lot wider than that, too. But maybe not Renan.
He's not going to open 10-9 off, though, is he? So it's going to be like still...
No, but he's going to open 10-9 suited.
Yeah, but he's always going to bet the flop with that kind of hand, I think, because it just achieves much more. You get jack high, queen high, king high to fold. Whereas like king queen is kind of that middling hand where he had a heart. He doesn't really want to get check raised, but he doesn't really achieve much by betting. He gets called by ace high, he gets called by any better hand, he folds out hands that are worse. So it's kind of king queen is always in the middle there.
So live cards for Brucey, and this is a better flop for him to overcards the 10 for the straight. The ace and a vicious still ahead with his ace king, but he can't be too happy with this flop with no clubs and no Broadway cards.
It's not ideal, is it?
Hoping for a fold here. This isn't for value, even though it sort of is.
It's kind of mergy. He's gone for the big bet as well. It is kind of a big bet board, I guess, because you've got the deuce there. It's not going to interact much. The big blind doesn't have many 2 pairs. We've got a huge advantage in over pairs. We've got a huge advantage in strong hands here. And look at this from Renan. He's going to take this one upstairs, is he?
It's a decent board to do it with.
Yeah.
Obviously, if Ignis has those kings and aces, which he's maybe trying to represent, but because I think when you're betting this board, you're saying I have an overpair rather than an ace-king.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're not repping ace-king. Ace-king is just something that he's putting into the large bet.
But he hasn't snap folded, so let's see. I just don't see it doesn't. He would have to think he can. That he's. Yeah, it's just too much of a story that you need to tell at this stage. Even if you think you're good.
Well, the thing is that what Ignas is thinking is that this range that he's representing for value is extremely thin, right? Would he just start raising an 8 versus a large bet on this board when I can have all of the overpairs, right? So it does look like a lot of draws. It looks like a lot of bluffs. The value ranges 8 7s, deuces, 8 7, maybe 8 deuce and 7 deuce suited, but like there's just not many hands of value there, and just so many straight draws, flush draws, backdoor flush draws.
But that's the reason why you would also be raising it with those hands that you described, so it all goes full circle anyway.
Exactly. You can really get yourself into an endless mind loop there, can't you?
Because it seems like they're just watching them in an endless mind loop, so it seems like they're constantly trying to change their images on the table.
Yeah. And you saw Ignas there. He took a good 25-30 seconds to fold, even though ace-king was kind of in the... he was going to say that he's just going to range bet big on that board. He was aware of the fact that, it's going to be quite sticky versus that check raise, I guess.
It looks like blinds have gone up, so it's 1K, 1.5K, 4K in the pot every hand before the cards are dealt. And we have 2 fantastic holdings here in the blinds. The 10-4 offsuit and the Queen-4 suited is a little prettier.
The battle of the premiums.
And Renan getting it done. Small pot with the limp affair.
Yeah, interesting there, Piotr. I think he's got a little bit too much to fold there with the queen 4 suited versus the small blind limp. I think we want to be seeing a turn for short just versus the 1BB. But it's interesting, these kind of players that are really splashy, they find 3-bets, they find barrels, and then in small pots like that with wide ranges, they just snap folding a hand that has firstly got decent showdown value, and secondly, decent backdoor equity as well. So if you're watching and thinking like which spots are people under defending, that is one of them right there. It's very tough to deal with someone blind versus blind that's just putting you in the absolute coffin every time, because you've just got so many bad hands in every spot, in every configuration. And you just watch people, the cream rise to the top in those types of situations. They really just get a lot of red line activity going. So here we go. 40 big blinds, small blind versus button. Gonna go for the 3-bet.
And because of the way he's playing, he's not going to necessarily, this is where it all comes into play.
Yeah.
But he gets the respect only because Renan has king 4 off. But if he has something like king 4 suited, it's probably getting played.
Yeah. If he got clicked back, I think he's probably just going to rifle it in. Seems like that kind of guy.
Ah, nice. We have that little counter in the corner. I don't know if it was there the entire time, and I'm just noticing it, but we are up to 43 entries with 27 players still in their seats, but some of those players were once in a seat that became empty because late registration is still open for this event for not only the next 55 minutes that you see before the break time, but also during the dinner break as well. So
you got sharp eyes there. I had to stand up and see that. That was good.
Now, before I was having trouble too, so I think it just depends on the angle. But we have Paul Newey now with a premium. And Piotr, this is suited connectors, even though he probably puts Paul on a pretty tight range, being that Paul wasn't very active.
Yeah, it's such a nice hand to play in position, and now things are getting interesting for Tarmo versus under the gun, versus Paul Newey under the gun here. I'm never squeezing the nines here. I'm just going to be calling. 3-bet folding seems like a disaster, especially if we just allow ace-king or the odd bluff to get us off of our equity. We can overcall here.
Sick flop, though. This hits everybody in some different way. It hits Paul with the flush draw. Tarmo has the overpair. And Peter, 7 to the straight, the 9 and 8 in theory would be live if Tarmo didn't have those pocket nines.
Yeah. It's a bit of a lazy bet from Newey, I think, here with the 6-6-5 texture. It's not really one that we want to be betting multi-way that often versus especially the button, who's pretty wide, and the big blind, who's particularly active as well, and he's just going to have a lot of 6x and a lot of the stronger hands.
Holy crap, what just happened here? Piotr raising. He may actually do Newey's job for him because he may force Tarmo to fold.
This is really, really good, I think. If we're going to find some bluffs, it's because like this hand can raise and then just fold to a jam and doesn't really mind too much. But if Newey is just like betting ace-jack here, no diamonds, or like ace-jack 1 diamond, or just random hands like king queen, ace-10 too much, then this is just so saucy. If you hear anything from the big blind, you know that they're going to have a 6. Yeah, that's great.
Tarmo looked in pain and then folding because he knows Paul Newey's still to act. Otherwise, he's getting it in, I'm pretty sure.
You're like, what is Paul betting here multi-way? You don't know that he's going to be maybe overdoing it. So he's probably thinking, well, Paul's still got all of the overpairs. Piotr's representing a 6 or 5's full, right? So Paul does call.
Just calling. I thought it would be a raise or a fold.
Yeah.
Because now Paul's equity has gone down a lot, and he could be facing a jam because it's less than 1 SPR in the pot. I mean, and
that would
Peter's
take
hand.
some serious balls with the 9-8.
We've seen him play.
Checks it back.
Yep, does check it back. Oh no, this could be trouble for Peter.
That's an interesting river. Flush for Nui and
Paul checking again. It was checked on the turn.
Yeah, good check. Good check. There's really there's
Peter.
no hand that you can get value from here with the 9-8.
Paul could have bet his flush after it was checked back on the turn. He was hoping that Peter was going to bet. I assume.
The thing is, if Piotr had a flush draw himself that had given up turn, he's going to bet it. He's going to bet or call anyway, right? So I think actually kind of a small size from Nui would have been quite nice there, just to target some of those like 5x and pocket 7s type holdings that were kind of going for the merge you raise on the flop. And leaving the door open to some potential bluffs as well.
I'm going to check what is going on at the outer tables because Frank Visser is reporting this event. The feature table is here on the center stage, but there's 4 more tables playing out some action. So let's see if there's any spicy tomatoes in that bad boy. We could at least see some of the other players in action.
Yeah, a couple of guys I'm rooting for.
Tommy Lankinen with over 100,000.
Is Juho Sutari in there?
I haven't seen Juho all week, actually.
Oh, I've seen him, yeah. I saw him the other night.
And Marcos Ledev is over 100,000.
Ah, the Estonian, yeah, the local guy.
Matis over 100 has 142.
Is who's the other high stakes Estonian? It's the former
Steven
chess.
Toole?
No, the former
Adamar Lapa, but
yeah.
he's not in. We may see him later. He may come after dinner break. He might be over at Jeju though. There's massive games.
That's
he plays
exactly
super high.
where he's going to be. Yeah.
And Juha Helpy, our defending champion, we'll probably see him on a feature table later, but the name that you may not realize is in the 5K is Harry Lodge.
Oh, okay.
So Harry's stepping it up. I know during the WSOP he plays, his 5 and 10Ks, but I don't think he's playing 5Ks regularly outside of an APT here and there.
Yeah, Harry's done very well for himself over the years. He's an extremely sharp action buyer. So, one of those guys that finds value in some of the tournament packages that people are selling, and I think he's got a couple of horses as well. So
Martin Cabral is in, Alexei Nasky, both Igors, Igor Pahela Sr. and Jr., with vastly different playing styles.
Yeah, one's a lunatic and one's a bit on the tighter end.
You said it and not me. Actually, Igor Sr., at least as of half an hour ago, had more than 100,000, but that might mean he's on another bullet now.
Could be, yeah. I mean, he's got bullets.
He's not afraid to go with his instinct.
No, exactly. He's got bullets in reserve, put it that way.
Irmo Velvet's in, Lucas Serenin.
Yeah, I like Lucas Serenin's game. I think he's one to watch. It's been coming up through this kind of live local scene as well, but plays online at sort of... I think about 150 ABI, 200, that kind of thing, that kind of range.
That probably equates to something like this.
Yeah,
maybe more than
level.
3K than the 5K, but same.
Similar kind of level, yeah.
And WSOP bracelet winner Vladis Tamasakis is in as well. So
Nice.
A lot of big names in here.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed final table later on. Going to probably have quite a long night tonight then, if late reg is still open for an hour, and then we're likely to be up over 50 entries.
Yeah, I'll try to join as a guest next time later on today too, because I know it's going to be long for you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I will not be trying to win a second trophy this evening. We'll save that for Friday when there's no stream, or Saturday.
Yeah, the Friday day is a good one to get some volume in. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be around, but
we can call a friend during like the final table of the Kings of Tallinn, because it doesn't seem like the final table of the main event. That's like by George Sanford, you know. There people are used to hearing your nice deep voice and your analysis.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It is a shame in my head that you won't be here for that, but I know family comes first.
Yeah, I got some family and friend commitments as well, so that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So we'll get some guests.
Yeah.
And maybe one of those guests can be call a friend and George. I don't know if
Yeah,
we can do a remote.
Get me on a
George
Skype call or something. Yeah, like a floating hologram.
I'm pretty sure our tech crew would not approve of any of that, so don't worry.
No.
We're joking around.
Yep.
We got the whole tech crew worried that we're going to try to call you, George.
Yeah. On WhatsApp, loudspeaker. Just be a dreamy sound audio.
So Nui back in action. Queen Jack on the button. It's fairly standard in Brushi's defend, although it could hurt him based on if a Jack came as standard as well.
Yeah.
Facing a single open from the button. And easy peasy there. Getting value from his middle pair, I suppose. You're going to bet that flop if it was ace 10 something anyway, so you might as well bet it when it includes the queen. I like watching Paul like in these massive open events because he just kind of blends into his chair. I remember one event he was in table 1, seat 1 the entire day, and one of the guys was, he was there the entire day, and one of the guys I'm working with, is that Paul Nui? I'm like, yeah, he's been there all day.
Yeah.
And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, but it's very easy because, he's not, he's not
an
going out of his
imposing
way
presence
to make himself known. He's a very friendly guy, actually.
Yeah. And he's done extremely well for himself in the finance world as well.
6-7, raise 3.5. 6-9, pass. 1, pass. 6-3, pass.
And nobody's going to believe you, Peter. You may wind up in a flip situation if Tarma was a little bit stronger, but you are just giving it a light 3-bet again, it looks like. No, not that light. That's actually pretty standard.
As far as a
little bit big.
Yeah, as far as guys go to fire in a 4-bet jam here, I think this Piotr is a good candidate. However, King 10 off is
that's the problem.
Way too wide. Yeah, just have like King Queen or something, or King Jack suited, sure. But if we're firing in this, then it's situationally dependent. You don't want to use, even in high-level poker, you don't want to use too much GTO this, GTO that. It's really situation and player dependent. He decides that the hand is too weak, and I think I agree in this. But if he had a strong sense or sizing read that Piotr was goofing around a bit too much, sure, why not?
So on the dinner break, they roll out the red carpet for these guys. They have the Able Butcher, the really tasty steakhouse here at the Hilton. They have it reserved for every high roller player.
And the staff, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. Why not? Not everybody goes, so you may get a call. George, why don't you come on up?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to eat a steak with my tooth problem, I guess. Be a little bit too risky.
And I feel also it should be like, I did go once, like about 10 years ago when I was just here covering the main event as a reporter, and I was invited. And yeah, it's nice, but it should be, about the players
Should be
anyway.
about the players, yeah, and it gives them a chance to talk hands, and that's what you see at the top level as well. When a lot of people go on break in the 200, they're outside having a fag, just like on their phone or whatever. If you go on a break in a 5K, everyone's sat in groups discussing hands, strategies, going for a little walk around the block.
I may take a peek in there just to see if they're separated by nationality. And
I
really
think there
doing
will
that.
be, for sure. It'll be the Lithuanian gang I don't know which other gangs we've got here. Obviously, the
who's
Estonians.
Paul Newey going to sit with? Are there any of the British people?
He's kind of a lone ranger a lot of the time. He comes here on his own. He just enjoys himself. Yeah, I've got a friend that knows him quite well, and he just kind of does his own thing.
And there is a Brazilian crew here, so Renan is covered as well.
Oh, who's he with?
I don't know who the other people are, but he's with the... I remember during the Raz, he had a couple of guys he was chatting with as he was leaving.
A couple of the many sort of faceless online regs that you see these days.
Exactly. I didn't recognize Renan, to be fair. You know, I know the name from online poker. He plays under real name on the same network that OlyBet does, I believe. Or
and Internet 930 on Stars, right?
Yeah, so I recognize that from reporting during pandemic times when the only thing we could report was online poker.
Yeah.
Because he was playing some of those bigger scoops and
the WSOP stuff as well, yeah. I think I had a run in there that you were covering as well. Those were the good days of online. It's definitely toughened up, and the rake's got a lot higher ever since, but
it's good that I play 11 to 55. That's still beatable.
You're unaffected by a lot of that kind of stuff. Cash games, really, it's a tough battlefield these days. Both high rake and tough competition. However, live poker is certainly booming, and as you can see, we are on the ticker in the top right. It says 47, but I believe we have more entries than that.
We're also 30 minutes behind, so
that's true.
I can cheat and look, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, do you want to take an under-over on total entries? Maybe if I can get my tenner back from yesterday, that'd be kind of nice.
Did I bet you a 10?
Yeah, 10 ball yesterday.
What did I win? I don't even remember.
10.
But what did we bet on?
I got 3-1 on.
Oh, that's right.
On the the lunatic being all in the last 3 hands.
I think a fair line is 55.
55. Okay, so we've got...
You can choose the over-under, and 55 is a push. No, then it's 56. The line of 56 is a push.
56.
And 55 or under is one bet, and 57 and over is another bet. So I think it's going to be exactly 56. Because I can see the future. And
you can see the future. I mean, you're on a hot streak this week, so you're a tough man to argue with.
No, there was somebody that wanted to bet me a lot of money that they couldn't find that they could find another Jason by Friday.
In the casino?
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that, right?
I took that bet, but I told him that he doesn't have to pay me, and I lowered the stakes to €10. I said, just bring me another Jason so I could say hi to him, and you have €10.
Yeah. And you're not expecting to see him for the rest of the week, I guess.
No, he's a Poker Bros friend, so he's a nice kid. I wouldn't want to take advantage of him.
Oh, what's going on here? Nui popping it up with the 7 deuce, going for a huge sizing as well. And
very nice, Paul.
Look at that, mixing it up. He's watched a couple of Run It Once videos.
He may have heard us saying that, you know, he's being the tightest player at the table, and there's nothing wrong with that. If everybody else is playing loose, you kind of actually gain a big advantage playing tight, but you don't want to have also that image of being too tight that you can't, you know, that you're only playing top 10% of your range.
I think intuitively he understands as well that if people perceive him as being quite tight, then when they limp blind versus blind, they're going to be attacking his blind quite a lot, right? So the limping range all of a sudden just looks like a load of hogwash, because why wouldn't you raise your value there as well as the steals? So I think he's figured that out quite nicely. So I've got over 56, right? Or under 56.
Yeah.
And 56 is a push.
Correct, yeah.
It has stalled over the last 20 minutes or so.
Keep in mind they can enter on dinner break.
Yeah, I'm going to go over. I'm going to back the resurgence of live poker and the popularity of the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary. I think there's a couple of guys waiting in the wings The field is good. I think it's going to be quite advantageous for last-minute regs jumping in and also selling like big pieces or like messaging their groups being like, hey, this field looks pretty good. Can I go? You know, people buying and selling. So yeah, I'm going to go over.
Okay, and I hope you're right, actually, because that would be a great thing for the festival. I mean, it's already a success considering the first version of this in October. What did it get? 18 or something very close to that. So it's almost tripled that already.
Absolutely.
So Tarmo getting away with one. The power of position once again.
Certainly is. Quite like the way that Tarmo goes about business. I wouldn't say he's like loose, but I wouldn't say he's particularly tight either. He's got quite of a solid style.
He's very capable of bluffing at any time.
Exactly.
Now, I've seen him make the most ridiculous bluffs and getting people to lay down stuff, you know, just selling the story so well.
Yeah.
I remember he did once against Benislavas last year, and he showed the bluff, and I happened to be at the table watching, and Benislavas just had to get up from the table, you know.
He was just that tilted.
Yeah, it wasn't like tilt, it was more like out of
just
respect,
wow.
you know, but just like, how did he do that?
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those hands where you showed like your good fold with confidence. And Tarmo's playing a lot with the big boys lately, so he's happy to still play with the community, but he's moved up in stakes quite a lot. He's playing a lot of EPT type of events lately.
Yep. It's a good schedule to be on because, you know, the jump up in stakes is big, but the skill level in some of these tournaments is of course high on the final table, but there's plenty of value around, you know. It's not just robot reg battling as you might expect it to be in an online 5K, that's for sure.
Although to be fair, some of those early online 5Ks that were running on the GG network just looked like
they were
a
bonkers.
$10 rebuy.
Yeah, they were bonkers. Yeah, when they got, I mean, they were operating in so many grey markets, right? That there's just people with cash from God knows where firing.
It was fun to watch and report. A lot of that happened during like 2020-ish and maybe a little bit earlier, actually.
Yeah, was that when it was guys like Foxen and that were jumping in as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got absolutely smashed. But yeah, a lot of good games in that realm.
So Paul with the ace-jack this time.
Yeah, Renan with the king-jack. I would just default to calling here.
And I would just default to folding, actually.
Really?
I don't like to get myself in trouble from the small blind. I'd rather take a small loss, maybe let the equity, because I know I'm not going to make the right decisions post-flop with this kind of hand out of position from the small blind, knowing that if I'm just calling, the big blind's coming in too.
Interesting.
But it depends on the player. I'm just using Paul as an example on here. You know,
Yeah.
I know that if Paul has a king, he's going to have a better king, and if he has a jack, it's going to be ace-jack more than queen-jack.
I just quite like the option of playing multi-way with this Piotr character, who's definitely capable of some wild stuff. I also think that Nui's range is going to be a little bit tighter than usual, so the 3-bet is going to be less efficient. And I think folding, you know, you're getting a decent price with the big blind and the big blind ante behind. Wow. Nui folds ace-jack to a 3-bet. That is insane.
Yeah, because to me that's either a 3-bet or a fold based on the reasons I gave personally, but I'm also not playing it in a 5K.
Wow. Ace-jack just hitting the mark. That's, I mean, Renan must have an... I don't think Renan's thinking that he's folding ace-jack there. I think Renan's trying to clear out hands like, you know, ace-9 off, ace-8 off. Maybe ace-10, but ace-jack hitting the mark.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one there.
Yeah, it's such a nice hand to peel in position there versus a very capable player that's going to have a lot of ace-x bluffs, maybe some queen-jack off type hands. I thought king-jack was just kind of a nice in-the-middle one versus knew his cutoff, which is probably more of a hijack range. So Renan opening it up.
And now it's Peter's turn with the King Jack
and small. It's so many different ways to go. Yeah, calling, 3-betting.
In this case, I like the call. I mean, the 3-bet would be fine too. A fold would be bad, but it's a different opponent, different position.
Yeah.
Plus, Pietr's range from the small blind call is going to be much wider than Renan's. But here we go. Getting rewarded right away.
Yeah, decent flop for Piotr, of course. Ignas in there with a pretty sneaky little gut shot. And the 10s as well. It's not the worst flop for these 10s. 3 ways, though. Do we want to face a check raise here with this particular holding? I guess he would definitely check a hand like queens. It doesn't seem to achieve much, but like 10s, 9s, 8s, they do get some overcards out of the reckoning, and yeah, just going out for the small size here.
You can potentially even get one street of value from a player like Ignas with the 5 or a 7. It looks like something else is happening here, though. It looks like maybe Ignas raised. No, he called.
Piotr calls, and then now Ignas with this bottom end of the gut shot.
I don't think Ignas can do anything but fold, yeah.
Yeah, backdoor flush draw, sure. Maybe even we could check raise if we had 6-3 of hearts, but...
Oh boy, look what he would have turned, though.
Oh, it's a sickener. It's annoying on those close spots, because it's not exactly like a snap fold, but obviously the call is a bit loose when you're going 3 ways.
It was only 6% for him to hit that straight, and that was what happened. And now it would have become a 6-card straight.
Yeah, he would have hit it twice.
Collected the progressive bonus that doesn't exist in this tournament.
And Piotr here missing a river bet. I think that the 4 is not a card that Renan is going to check back with hands like King, Queen, and Ace, King. It's just a complete brick. So I think King Jack here is the effective nuts, and even Renan versus the check is thinking that his 10s are the effective nuts, looking to get called by Ace 7, 7 8, 7 6, Queen 5 suited type hands. So yeah.
But George, it looks like I'm going to be abandoning you for a little while, but I probably will come back at some point. But you're going to be joined by somebody even bigger, even better, and Mr. Wise Guy. He's ready to get into the action, into the booth. But it's been my pleasure to join you. And yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm going to be watching this myself actually while I'm not in the booth, because it's quite exciting to watch.
It is a good
and I'm also going to be reading the reports at the same time too, to see what's happening on the side tables. It's not every day that we see a 5K event here at Olympic Park Casino, and so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good, and maybe even there's going to be a 10K on the roster next time. You never know with these kind of numbers. So thanks very much, Jason Glatzer, for joining. Guys, check out poker.pro and you'll see some of the work that Jason and his team are beavering away at throughout the week.
Hello, George.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Wise Guy stepping in, introduced by Jason as even bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's talking about me putting on a little bit of weight, but I'll take it.
You guys have been spending a bit too much time together, I think that's it.
Will you not share room?
Yeah.
So, update me, George, and the newcome viewers. How's it been the first hour or so of this Highroller table?
Yeah, we've got a really spicy table of a mix of high stakes pros and guys that have got their own ideas about the game. So it's been fascinating to watch. We haven't really had many boring hands. There's been a lot of fighting for small pots. There's been a lot of 3-betting. There's been a lot of loosey-goosey activity, really.
Yeah, so really cooler for Tarmo Tamil in the beginning as well.
Yeah,
flopping the nuts, getting nothing.
Yeah, that was rough. turned the flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Got it in sort of 70-30 on the turn and just can't find the hold, and those ones sting. But he's actually done a good job of staying level, staying present, and he's been quite active in picking up small pots. Haven't really seen him get to Showdown. He's been doing a nice little job of maneuvering this field so far, aware that there are a couple of maybe players that are a bit technically better than him, but it doesn't matter. Just in the mix.
Yeah.
So opening it up to 4K here. We've just gone up to the new blind level of 1K, 2K, which means that starting stack is now 25 big blinds. So after this level is going to be a 1 hour break, and going to be coming back for, I guess, 1K, 2.5K. So that's going to be a 20 big blind max late reg, which is quite a healthy amount of chips for a max late reg.
Yeah, and right now up to 47 runners already. So nice field in this one. 27 left.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a high roller when 20 people already gone out for the first few levels, right?
Yeah, exactly. Lots of guys, flying chips around and really battling hard.
And Brushi, the one who got in favor of the pot against Tamil, right? And doubled up.
Yeah,
and
got a bit lucky there, but also played his hand pretty well. And Piotr is giving him a bit of a headache, actually. It's interesting to see someone that is very well known online as multiple winner of Scoop titles and just a highly decorated player is kind of coming a little bit unstuck here versus maybe an aggressive player with slightly less of a resume. So it's interesting. It shows how difficult it is, even for these top players, to deal with someone that they're constantly out of position to, just kind of chipping away at them like a woodpecker.
Yeah, he's missing his HUD as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have all of the details. He doesn't have the RTA up on the side. Obviously,
hopefully he doesn't.
That's a joke. Guys, before you get the fucking pitchforks out.
And Ignas opening with the 8s now, then just about 2 starting stacks.
Yeah, a nice little start from him. Nui in the small blind with 4-3 suited.
Has he been active on the table, or?
Not particularly. He's had a couple of moves.
Yeah.
He's kind of one of those guys that understands his image quite nicely. Does make the peel with the 4-3 suited, which I think is sort of theory approved, actually. You are supposed to call quite low. I'm not sure if it's 5-4 or 4-3, but definitely you are allowed to get involved with these kind of holdings.
Yeah, might spell some trouble for him now then, finding the 4. And Ignas probably coming at it again now with the 8s, of course.
Yeah, I just think it's a pretty nice safe board, isn't it? Versus the small blind, it's not going to have loads of 9x. 5s and 4s are a concern, but just happy to clear out some equity and get called by worse here, as the bottom pair is going to come along for a call. Ace on the turn gives Nui a gut shot as well. Not the ideal card for Ignas. Definitely could conceivably see Nui have some hands like Ace-Jack here with one club that are just kind of coming along for the ride. So whilst you feel cutoff versus small blind that we're going to hit this card a little bit more than our opponent, our hand doesn't really like it all that much. Right, is Nui going to be able to turn his bottom pair into a bluff here to try and maneuver off hands like this? Hands like 8s, 7s, 6s, maybe even 10s that check back to turn. The answer to that is not right now. Goes to 4-3 and loses to the pocket pair. So another decent sized pot there picked up by Ignas. That's what you see with these Lithuanian guys, these sharp online guys. They just don't really put a toe out of line.
No.
Just nice and solid, good poker.
Exactly.
Felt like you could only get one street there.
Yeah, spoke to Ignas before. You saw the interview as well when asking him if he had any special memories of this 10 years. He's been coming here a lot, and he said he's mostly been railing his friends winning. So
yeah, like Aramas and those guys.
Exactly. So hopefully it was He was aiming to be on the other side today, to have his friends rail him instead, but long way to go still. But
be a great one to win the 5K. It's a really prestigious title, right? This is the peak of Northern European poker.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of big names in the field as well. We have notables like Joa Helpi, Martin Cabrel, and a lot of home heroes as well, of course. Both the Pihilas, junior and senior, are in the field, and many more. So yeah, it will be a nice evening to follow all this action down to the final table and see who takes it down late this night, I guess. I hope you stocked up with your Oli boosts and
Oli boosts and whatever
coffee.
Your choice is of vice.
And now action for Piotr on the board there, so small pot for him. You can see already in the background here, Prizepool, 214,000 euros. Nice one.
Really tasty.
And late reg still open, so expecting a few more. At least we're gonna cross the 50 number, right?
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? I think there's, with the 20 big blind late reg, my synopsis, because this happens a lot online, is that people will be waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Guys that have busted once, instead of, you know, potentially firing a second bullet and busting before late reg, they get to realize more of the EV of the re-entry by waiting until the last possible second, basically, because other people are busting, so the chips go up in value, essentially. So I think there's probably going to be 10 or 15 people buying in on the lunch hour break.
We haven't lost anyone from this table during the stream, right?
No. No, we have not. It's been rather stubborn so far.
Top pair for Brushi in the Battle of the Blinds here now.
Bet 3.5.
Not sticking with the gut shot.
No, fair enough, really.
Yeah.
Maybe with the heart, something like that. It's just so many combinations of these Jack X or 10X hands.
Yeah, I've been walking around the premises before coming in here, and there's a lot of people playing right now. We have a 200 euro tournament going on as well, and I think we crossed the 400 entrants in that one. And of course, the day 1B of the main event with well over 100 runners.
I mean, it's just ridiculous,
yeah.
isn't it?
What's happening? Don't you guys have jobs to go to?
No, what's it? Every day it's just jam-packed.
Yeah, love it.
Love it, absolutely. Yeah.
Live poker sure ain't dead.
No, especially not in this part of the world.
No, yeah, crazy. It's rather booming instead. Now then, Nui getting into the action with the ace-5 off. Ignas sticking with him. Gets no help though from the board, and likely the continuation. No, not to be. Ignas maybe smelling a bit of weakness now since the check back from Yui.
It's always a bit sus when people miss a range bet, really. Hijack versus big blind here, king, queen, 8. I mean, it's just a board that gets just bet every single time.
Yeah.
So it usually means something. It usually means that either his opponent, Nui, is
really strong, or
yeah, exactly, or just has ace high, basically.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. It's going to be kings, queens, 8s, and I think he bets 8s every time. So
yeah,
kings, queens, maybe a king, queen check back. Or just ace high, and Paul goes for the delayed bet, clears out a bit of equity there, 2 overcards in his opponent's range, and takes it down.
Seems like we're balancing tables and removing Tarmo Tamil, putting him on one of the outside tables instead.
He's put up a pretty decent fight of things so far. I'm impressed with his game. Really nice, solid style, picking up a lot of pots uncontested, going after these small pots that some people often don't bother with.
Yeah. Nice also that he can readjust then after losing that really big pot, you know, like getting cooler like that. And
climbing back up again,
refocus and build.
Yeah, for sure. He's done a good job of that. Seems like kind of a level-headed guy with a pretty strong mental game for sure.
Yeah, and fellow Swede, Erik Freiberg, rather quiet at the table so far.
Not done too much. Couple of weird moves earlier on, but sort of has been sat back in the chair. Nui here with the ace-3 versus the button. This guy's particularly out of line. But 3-betting is kind of a bit weird. It's kind of not really for value. It's not really as it's kind of too strong to bluff as well. So getting 4-bet with this kind of hand is not ideal.
Yeah, yet again he gets the bottom pair and 2 pairs on the turn as well, and then no flush draw for
double gutter for Stinkgill. Stinkgill? Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah,
that's good enough, surely. It's a nice check from Nui. Definitely recognizing that it's a card that his opponent's going to hit quite frequently, or at least represent. Yep, snap raise.
Yeah, of course, protecting against the flush draws and other, and bad news for Piotr.
Yeah. He's just going to let it go. Only 13% equity there versus the raise.
Here we go with the current chip count on this feature table. Brushi with the biggest stack, 56 bigs, but Piotr on the other side still 39 bigs, so
yeah, not
deep stack table.
Yeah, kind of level stack table as well, right? It's anyone's ball game. Gonna have what, a couple of hands before the break now. See if we can see anyone take the bull by the horns here. It's Renan trying to do his utmost.
Yeah, they're often pretty early dinner break, enjoying the nice Able Butcher upstairs restaurant.
Have you been there this week?
I haven't, actually.
No, I went for a lovely steak with Max the other night. That was good. Yeah. Really good. Not actually that outrageously pricey either, I would say. I think it's well within the reason.
Sure. Well then, Freiberg defending the big blind with the ace-6, finding nothing. Brushi, of course, continuing with the open-ended, and Freiberg has to let it go.
Okay, just to let you know, in 14 minutes, when we hit 0 on the clock, we're going to do the 3 last re-entry hands.
Okay, so we're actually going to have probably 20 to 23 minutes left, I would say.
Yeah,
hands are pretty quick at this table. We're short-handed.
We just take the elevator to 2.
I really like this extra 3 re-entry hands rule, but when there's a 1 hour dinner break, I don't think it makes that much sense personally, because people are just going to rebuy anyway, right? It's not going to incentivize more rebuys, which is kind of the what it achieves in some of the smaller buy-in larger fields.
No, I think maybe you want to have like one hand just to avoid any stalling if you're short and stuff like that. But I mean, 3 re-entry hands maybe not needed, as you said, when you have this long break. But
yeah, just in a €5,000 tournament, you know, it's kind of it looks a bit sneaky. I don't know.
Squeeze that.
Come on, one more buy-in. Yeah. Yes, Novicius with a good combo selection there, the Queen-9. It's going to be quite highly favored in the 3-bet. Just achieves so much, getting lots of hands that dominate you to fold. King-Queen off. You know, can't really do much in that spot. Queen Jack suited, even out of position versus what would appear to be a tight 3-betting range. So using hands like Queen 9, sometimes Queen 8 in the later positions, King 9, Ace 8. These hands all achieve an awful lot. 8th for Ignas once again. Had 8s a couple of times. He won a decent sized pot versus Nui in the last orbit, if you recall.
Yep.
And here we go. It's going to be fireworks between the two players once again.
Yeah, surely expecting the 3-bet, and it's coming from Nui.
Yeah, we do see the 11.5 sizing. Slightly under 3x.
Yeah.
Don't think we have any avenue but call at this stack depth. At a slightly shorter stack depth, I might actually hero fold the 8s versus Nui in particular, especially deeper into the tournament. But I think here we're still playing for chips, pretty much. The implied odds are really good. Where if we hit an 8 here, I think we're going to get Pool's stack a decent amount of the time.
Yeah.
These are the boards which are slightly uncomfortable, but hey, we're going to still see a turn card and go from there. Oh no, he actually checks back again. It's a board that you expect him to bet every single time. And now Ignas is probably not a huge fan of this king of clubs. Interesting table presence there. He kind of looked as though he was about to bet and then checked. Yeah. And I think he's doing that on purpose because he wants to dissuade Nui from finding a bet.
Just check this one.
Yeah, exactly.
This is good news for Ignas, of course. Another
great
king.
News. Yeah, great news. No bet from Nui. I think he's going to bet all of his ace king there. And maybe he does bluff some king, queen, king, jack from time to time pre-flop. So Nui's range looking a whole lot like ace high. So
yeah.
Let's bet.
Target that one now and then get some value out of this.
Let's bet 6k and get called by ace high.
Yeah.
Is what I would do.
We saw an ace high versus king high earlier, right? With Freiberg, I think.
Yeah, we did.
Getting called by king high, and yeah, Yui is gonna look him up. Or he's actually going for the raise here now.
Yeah, that was a gray, which is a 25k chip, right?
Yeah.
This is really spicy. I didn't see this coming.
No, me neither. I mean, what do we put Nui on here now? Was he checking the turn with a king?
Yeah, ace king with no club. That's kind of what he's representing. You know? Playing it slow. I mean,
Ignas will think that he checked the flop as well. I mean, normally you would. If you have ace king, you would bet the flop as well.
Kind of a value bet on the flop, you know. Most people just range bet the flop 20% with ace king and aces, kings, queens. So he's repping quads. He's repping ace king, no club maybe, and he's also repping. That's it, right? I don't think he's going to raise aces like this, or.
Oh, actually.
Wow!
So I thought he was going to call this one, sniff it up, but no.
He looked suspicious because the value range is thin, but also the 3-betting range is quite narrow. Well played from Mr. Nui there, understanding that his opponent was value betting a bit too wide, taking the piss against him.
Yeah.
In some senses of the word, and he just found a way to win the pot. Really creative. I wouldn't have found that line. That's the thing. I don't check back the flop there, but if you are one of these players that is, perceived to be on the more conservative side, and you find moves like that, then all of a sudden you flip the.
Maybe he gets away because he is who he is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to call him an old man, but
no,
but conservative.
Yeah,
and maybe there you still would check the ace king on the flop and maybe check back on the turn as well.
It's possible, yeah.
But normally, I mean, the players Ignas normally plays against does not play that way.
No, exactly, yeah. So it's kind of a one that you've got to think about for a while and just work out like what on earth could he be bluffing here? Queen jack on ace queen or ace jack, and like.
Now then, Mr. George's all-time favorite hand, the deuces.
The ducks. You gotta be very stubborn and a believer with the Ducks because you're not going to flop that many sets and you're going to see 3 overcards a lot, but just got to keep on holding on.
Yep, keep the faith.
This is, it's a great board for the deuces to go a bit crazy here, to be honest. It's like, it's a decent board, button versus big blind, just looking to clear out some hands like this, 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, hitting the muck. Great work.
We have no rubber ducks in the studio today either, though.
I was so fraught with dental pain that I forgot about the King Duck again. I will bring her in for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Need some TV time.
Yeah, it's the PLO 1K tomorrow. That's like my main event.
Yeah, the Ducks likes the PLO, the 4 cards.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they feel at home.
Up to 49 now, as you can see. So let's hit that 50. At least, we got the dinner break as well, so surely.
I took the over 56 with Jason.
56?
I took over,
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to
I think that there's
jump in then.
Well, no.
Do you have a 5K bet?
I think I've got about 50 euros left after the cash session the other night. Getting kicked out the hotel. Can't pay the minibar off. But no, it's. I think that there's going to be some sharp Lithuanians and Finns kind of lurking in
They're still lurking in the lobby.
Yeah, lurking in the lobby and seeing who's left in.
Sneaking in for the free dinner. Oh, they have to buy in to get the dinner.
Buy in. So they're going to buy in literally in like 3 minutes' time and then jump into the dinner and be like, what's your stack? 50K.
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, here's my receipt. I bought in 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And just keep topping up that wine glass right there.
Yeah, got to find that EV.
Oh, yeah. Tough to get rake back in live poker, to be fair. So if you get a free dinner, it's
I know. I remember John Kite posting last year when he this is the best 5K dinner I ever had because he already busted, but he went up for the dinner.
Okay, so, of course. Bet he had 2 plates.
Yeah.
Although he's on a bit of a health and fitness kick. I messaged him the other day. I said, "Mate, you're looking really good." He's kind of got his new girlfriend, and they're out and hitting the gym and getting up.
Oh
early.
yeah.
So upswing for John, Big John.
Yeah.
Coming maybe next year, Medium John. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And currently 2 buy-ins deep in another event. I know.
Oh, in the 15K?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
there's
now
a lot of players in that, isn't there? It's like everyone's there. It's insane. And we're still getting over 50 runners here in the 5K in Estonia. It's just, it's the net is spread and cast nice and wide these days. There's action everywhere.
Definitely. Freiburg has to give it up with the nice 6-4 suited.
Yeah, but not so nice on King, King, King.
It's always nice. I love those.
You could almost just...
If you have the Ducks, I have a 6-4 suited.
Yeah?
That's
okay. I think I fancy your chances, to be fair. Blasting me off post-flop.
Nah, yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those boards where you could literally just muck out of position, really. You know the bet's coming.
Definitely.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, I do that a lot actually. Muck, like open muck, and people are always like surprised. I know the bet is coming. I have absolutely nothing.
I've played the game before.
Yeah, and it's level 2. I'm not gonna do any bluffers.
Not gonna check crazy with 5 high on Ace King 3. Yeah.
But people act like he didn't fold. Like I think I won the hand or something, but no. Now then, Freiburg still in the mix in the next hand. Blind versus blind. Limping.
Yeah.
Brucey taking his time.
Well, internet 9-3 off. Is he going to find live 10-3 off? That's the question. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Apply some pressure to Eric here, who's been a bit snug and not really that snug. He's not had too much to work with, but just a bit of a passenger, let's say, in the game.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say that Jason mentioned that he's not playing as actively as he was once before in the days where he was final tabling the main event and really in the thick of things in the 2000s, maybe taking a back seat from poker these days.
Yeah.
And it's certainly a different battleground.
Yeah, it was really the Victor Blom of early days of Swedish online poker. You know, like you said earlier, like he was playing non-stop.
Really? Yeah.
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 Wouldn't be surprised if there's a 48-hour session to be found, or many.
Wow, really?
Nosebleed has
just on the coffees, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I assume nothing else. You know, he's a Swede. We don't do
snooze
anything.
and coffee, right?
Yeah, snooze. Yeah, that must be it. Yeah.
Yeah, that
I think so.
Yeah, it's a kind of a long session hack. The snooze. I'm a big fan.
You're not, or you are?
I am. Yeah.
You are.
I am,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. But do you do the strong Swedish ones then,
No,
or do you do these white?
The white ones.
I'm not going to say girly ones. But
they are a bit camp, aren't they? But yeah. No, I'm not putting a tea bag in my mouth.
Well, you should even do this. You know, the strong Swedish ones without the bag. Even you need.
What you just?
God. Yourself. Yeah.
What do their teeth look like? Just black.
Well, yeah. I don't think they're the favorites of the dentists.
No, absolutely.
Or maybe
not.
they are, because
more
they
business.
pay the mortgages for the dentists.
Yeah.
Probably. Now then, runner flush for Newey. But Bruce, you got absolutely nothing, so it's not gonna get any more out of him. But at least a small pot to put him up to almost 3 starting stacks, Newey.
Yeah, been a nice little resurgence.
Like this, playing in the branded hoodie from Cyprus as well.
Yeah, he's just a bit of a poker tourist. He plays everywhere.
Yeah.
He likes to play the big events, big cash games. He plays his style. He doesn't really give a shit what anyone says about him. I don't think he's the sort of guy that tunes into these streams and watches himself back. He just enjoys the game.
But if you are, hi Paul.
Yeah, hi Paul. Yeah.
So just a little bit in a minute to the break, but also, as we heard Teresa said, 3 more extra hands when the clock ticks down to just finish the re-entries. But of course, if you're in the building, you want to play this one, you still have an hour to register within the dinner break as well. So
Yeah.
to help George get over those 56.
Oof.
Ducks again.
I might have to buy a couple of pieces of a couple of guys jumping in.
Yeah.
That might help. Hey, I'll get 10% of you, 10% of you.
Exactly.
Where am I going to get the other 90%? I don't know. Ask someone.
Just do it.
Just do it. Ignace in the big blind here,
Most
so we're going to
likely
have...
defending.
Yeah, for sure. Versus the Ducks. Newey going for the limp.
Oh, he
He's
just
gone for
limped.
the
Okay.
limp. Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
sorry.
that caught me out as well. It kind of...
And an open-ender for Ignace. Not too bad.
Yeah, still not going to be a board that we want to lead on, though, even versus under the gun limp. You've got to give credit for Newey for having some strong hands in there occasionally. It's going to be a lot of hands like this, low pairs, maybe some hands like...
Yeah, but I mean, don't you
jack.
play your cards open a bit when you limp in the 5-handed game? It's like, it's ducks or threes. It's like nothing else.
Yeah. Low pair, ace high.
And
Ignace does go for the check
Oh,
raise
he
and
did, yeah.
gets it through there. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Versus the one big blind.
now
So
we reach
3
those
more hands.
3 more hands, yeah.
We're gonna I were in this area with 5 tables.
Discussing something with the floor. Maybe you want to see the wine list.
Yeah, exactly. Am I actually going to rebuy into this thing or not?
Do you have any Bordeaux from 82, or do I just have to?
God, Shiraz, is that it?
It's a change from the hot dogs. The hot dogs are good, but not for every single day. Yeah.
Talking about hot dogs now.
Yeah, there's the €5 hot dogs on the OlyBet stands.
Is it inflation?
Yeah,
5K just gets you a hot dog nowadays.
yeah, hot dog and an ice cream.
Last year we got steaks. Yeah, but guys, come on.
Man, it's
Have
time
you
to
seen the
tap.
inflation
Yeah.
numbers? Maybe in the 10K you get a...
Yeah, maybe.
Steak or
I think
two.
there's going to be I think they might try a 10K next year. If
Yeah.
you're getting these numbers for a
Yeah,
5,
for sure, yeah.
why not? 5% rake. The biggest buy-in in Northern Europe.
And Bruschi getting on the better hand of another flop. You said this guy is an online
Bruschi, yeah.
legend as well.
Yeah, mixed games. He plays everything. I think he's pretty strong in Hold'em, like very good, but not like elite, but is just so good at like all of the different games. Good friends with Senkel. I think they're in the same team this week. It's called Senkel's Angels or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that team competition just through the roof, right? Well over 100 teams. And everyone's talking about it. Wherever you go, it's like, yeah, have you seen And also the top 20 team getting in that draw on Saturday, also getting people even more excited about it, because still if you're not in the top, you still want to make those top 20 to be eligible for the draw and go to Firenze, watch some VIP football.
Oh, yeah.
Which we got to send Johan Karlsson yesterday from the Royal Showdown.
He might be awake by now.
Or maybe not gone to sleep yet.
Yeah. He was
celebratory
really,
yesterday, for
he
sure.
was really hitting it. And, the drunk run good very much was instilled within him, I think. And, yeah. Again, just the timing was so good, because another couple of apple juices and he would have been just getting taken out of here on a stretcher, I think.
Maybe Helpy should have just stalled him in the heads up,
And just start tanking every hand, because he's going to
buying
get bored,
some extra rounds.
Have another sip. Yeah. Hey, let's do a shot.
Can we up the temperature a bit as well? Get this guy drinking.
Sweating buckets.
Newey calling with the sixes, and you see Freiberg has one as well, so here we say it's Piotr's game. Nope, no 7. So still overcards for Newey, of course, and he's checking. There it is. I knew 7 was coming.
Oh, it was coming, yeah.
Open-ended though for the other guys.
Freiberg's going to come for a pretty outlandish stab at it here. He's got a 6 blocker, so he's got an open-ender. Block 6-5, 10-6. It's not absolutely
it's going to work for him, because I doubt Newey's going to stick with it, or is he going to peel one with the open-ended? Looking at the stack size of Freiberg, he has 48 behind.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to fold here. Could be wrong. Quite cool to like call here and then donk jam a Heart River.
Yeah.
I think that's quite creative, but he does just let it go. King 6 getting it through there. Just whoever wanted it the most, and the worst of the 3 hands gets the job done.
Yeah, nice for Freiberg to get some chips before the break.
It is. Comes in on the after the break now with a nice little bit of a juice up.
Yeah, so is it one more hand, right?
I think so, yes. And then we're going to start that 60-minute break. So waiting for... So cards in the air for the last time of the late registration period. See if we are zoning in on that 50 mark. I imagine we will be. And it's a nice hand for Ignas. That's Novicius. Putting it up here with the ace-queen.
Freiberg off to the dinner break, as is probably Bruschi with the 6-3. Gives it up. So time to get some food for these guys, and they'll be back playing in about an hour or so. And 49 runners right now. And
50 just ticked up there on the screen.
Oh, it did,
so
behind.
We did hit that.
Behind. You still think we're going to make 56 though?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say 53 then. I'll put the line on 53.5.
I'll take an over with you as well. Come on.
Yeah, come on. All right, guys. We're not going to be away for a full hour, because we're going to take a short break now for like 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with Poker Bros. Scott Kenyon is coming in here to talk a little bit about the mixed games. And so you two mixed game lovers are going to chat away a bit, I think, about that one.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then we're going to break, and then then we'll be back before we start the next level with some more information and probably a guest or two as well. But short break now, and then we'll be back with Poker Bros.
See you then.
See you soon.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love, and we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me. Mattias Siljander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Mattias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Mattias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
Have you adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh,
the ace-9. He's seen one.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here. And heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Carlson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so
yeah, it does say 47%, but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah,
going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy. No,
will
the
he
5.
Find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
When that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helpy. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Carlson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing. Even though I started playing like Yeah, it's close to 20 years ago. Like Juha Helppi was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you. Yeah. Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on OlyBetEvents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Welcome back to the studio, guys, and we're just on the break in the Highroller, and I thought we'd bump in from the studio with a little bit of interview or a chat with our good friend Scott Kenyon, also known as Poker Bros.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Pretty good. The poker could be better. I've only had one min cash so far, so unfortunately the series not so good for me, but we're just halfway through.
Yeah.
Long way to go, still 5 full days of action, so I'm hoping to turn it around.
And talking about the series, last series, you had the team, you were really hunting those points. So you're still in the mix for that one as well?
We're in the mix this time. Last time we got third in the team competition, so that was good for like 1,700 euros each. This time around, there's a lot of teams, actually. It's almost 100 teams. I mean, I've never seen the numbers booming so much as they are in the 10th edition of the Kings of Tallinn. But we're 15th at the moment. We're in contention. Considering we've not had so many runs, so many final tables at the moment, we're in striking distance.
Yeah, it's the competition that's been quite interesting for me, considering that last time it felt like if you had 4 good players, you're just automatically going to be in the reckoning, whereas now that's not really enough. You've got to have 4 good players that are going to put in the volume, that are going to get results as well. It's just so competitive, and I think it's a good testament to the Kings of Tallinn and kind of the growth that we've seen over the years. When I first started coming here, like the team tournament was just a bit of a joke, and now it's like one of the hot topics of the week.
I mean, I think last time when I played it in October, there were maybe 30 or 35 teams, so to see that go to 100 is just incredible, actually.
Yeah,
and obviously 4 people per team.
You're actually a part of that because you promoted it well last time, and I think spreading it and how much fun you had, and it was shown on the social as well that you really you put in the hours to get those team points, and
it's something that you don't get with online, right? Because in online, it's not, you can't ever be a team sport. It's just individual. You play, obviously for you stream, so you get a bit of interaction there, kind of satisfies that kind of need for talking, but in online it can be such a brutal game. So when people look and think, oh, Tallinn, the team tournament, I could win 5,000, like just for playing a week of cards, it just sells itself.
And I think actually for this time, so because we have the 1 million main event, it's 2% for every prize pool, but the numbers, the fields have been booming. Every single field, even the mixed games fields. Yesterday we had a 350 euro Chinese event. How many players do you think we would get for that? 350 euro Chinese.
Usually?
50 usually.
Yeah. I mean, I think
106 runners.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a 350.
And that's
Chinese.
a game that had kind of peaked about 5 to 10 years ago in terms of popularity. You had some sites that were literally just running open face Chinese, and then it kind of died, like short deck.
It did a bit because I think it got a little bit solved, and obviously a lot of the apps died. A lot of the sites don't do it anymore as well. It used to be that like 2 or 3 of the major sites had it. I don't think they have open face Chinese anymore.
Yeah.
So,
but with that many runners, did you feel that everyone that was in there really knew what they were doing?
No, there was still
Really,
there was,
yeah.
there was
value.
So I know of a very good Finnish guy who you're familiar with. I know he's been on your team previously. Juho Sutari was actually asking for the rules at the table, and then said, "Well, it's fine if I bust this. I'll just go and play the Raz," which I don't think he knew how to play as well. But he got third in the Raz, so fair play to him.
Just the opposite of stud, and just try and look for low cards.
Exactly. How hard
Whereas
can it be?
in OFC, it's a little bit more difficult to pick it up as a complete beginner.
Yeah, a little bit more technical.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fields are just insane for all of the events. I've been blown away. Even for the pot limit Raz yesterday, 62 players. Horse and 8 game both got close to 100 runners in that as well.
So what do you think sets the Kings of Tallinn apart from other festivals that are trying to integrate mixed games, that are trying to, fly the flag? There is the mixed game movement, right? With some of the Stars ambassadors. I'm sure we can talk about that. But, what is it that is the real selling point for you?
I think it's the fact that you have generally 2 or 3 mixed games events every day. I think some events, they try and integrate mixed games, but they're not really fully behind it. They'll maybe put one event here, 1 8 game, 1 horse, but they're
Bad
not
structure, high rake.
It can be a bit of a rake trap sometimes with those. I have to say the structures have been fantastic with these as well. Most of these, the Chinese event, for example, yesterday started at 1 p.m. I think it was still running until 3 in the morning, so the structure was excellent. But I think also because you got so many extra players, it just means there's a lot of chips in play. So yeah, definitely very good run tournaments, good structures. I've been really pleased with all of the offerings. And then you get some unusual games like, I've never played Sukko, this Finnish stud, 5-card stud, they're playing it as Sokkolo. I've never played that before, so I'm going to have to learn the rules for that one.
You will be the one asking by the table then.
Oh, I will,
The Finns will be,
The Finns will be rubbing their hands at this English fish.
That's 10 euros of EV right
there.
Yeah. And we got 2 different Sokko ones, right?
So I think this time they only have Sokko Low, but they've previously done Sokko High Low. This time they had a dealer's choice event for the first time as well. I've never seen that before. So that was Hold'em, PLO 456, Sveten, and Stud, all as a sort of blinds pot limit structure. That was very interesting. Franco was doing very well in that.
I'm not surprised.
Franco got 4th in that.
He's good at all the games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well.
If he wants to be.
He is a World Series ring winner in 8 games.
True.
So we have to respect
that away from him.
Yeah, we have to respect.
No one can hear the end of it either.
Yeah. Albeit I believe he's lost the ring.
No, he found it again next.
Oh, he found
or maybe
it again.
He lost it again.
No, he lost it again. Yeah. He lost it
know.
again.
Yeah, but getting you into this booth, I was searching for you, and you found you downstairs in the lobby teaching another game to a few of your friends, right?
So I've got a couple of friends over. One of them's a fellow streamer, one of my teammates. He's never played Deuce 7 triple draw, so I thought we'll try and encourage him, see if he wants to learn the game, maybe play it himself. So I'm actually streaming that at the moment, a little Deuce 7 tutorial. One of the guys I think is going to play it, an Estonian local called Siim, who's pretty good at Chinese as well. He's probably going to play the Deuce 7. Connor, I think, is going to wait for the PLO mix that they have tomorrow with the progressive bounties.
Yep.
Yeah, he felt like he was understanding the game, but didn't really want to fire the Deuce 7. But Siim is confident and is going to jump in. So
why not, right?
Yeah.
You only live once, so
exactly.
Give it a shot. And what's the worst that can happen? Whatever I found when I was playing mixed games is that they're a lot less intimidating than other formats.
Very much so. And you notice the difference the second you walk into a mixed games room. Everyone's chatting. The atmosphere is super friendly.
They're often quite happy to help you.
They are.
You will get a couple of sniggers and been like, "Oh, this guy's never played the game before." Well, hey,
there you go again with this.
Yeah.
I'll help you, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I think that you can tell when the help is genuine and when the help is actually through gritted teeth, like it could be in Hold'em, where like someone's forgetting to put their big blind ante in, or someone doesn't know.
In Hold'em, it can be that people get a bit snickery and snide or whatever. You never get that in the mixed games arenas. Very warm, very friendly. Like I can't encourage enough if you've never played mixed games tournaments. The whole atmosphere is just different compared to Hold'em, where obviously a bit more serious, bit more stuffy headphones, sunglasses, but you never mixed games. They're just there chatting at the table, friendly. You can hear laughter constantly in the room.
Yeah,
people are having fun. People are there having fun.
So the average age is always a bit higher as well.
Yes.
So what do you think that you could do to combat that? If you were to think from an organizational standpoint, now we're getting some big numbers. How do we How do we get the young stars joining in?
That's a great question. I mean, again, the chaps that I'm teaching in the lobby, they're quite young. They're sort of 20s, 30s. Maybe it just needs some of the older guys to sort of show the youngsters about the games.
Yeah.
Because both of them that I'm teaching now, they're like, oh, this looks really interesting. It looks really fun. I think just,
So
teach them the games.
Maybe
each
we
series would start with a Poker Bros 101 on
That's
the mix.
what I'm saying. We do like a group masterclass,
Yeah.
and we give a raffle for a free ticket to whatever.
Absolutely. I mean, I would be happy. Let's say we run these events every day. I could happily do it where like you come at the start of the day, we do like a basic tutorial.
Yeah.
I talk you through the game. Come and join.
And if you pass the test, then you get the rake free or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the driving test, the theory. Yeah.
Come 6 hours later, he's busting them from the same tournament he taught them the rules for. So
he started a 5-5 cash game with them. Yeah. Just sat there with mountains downstairs.
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to for the rest of the week?
So there's a PLO 456 tomorrow with progressive bounties, 350. That should be pretty nice.
Really nice.
I'm looking forward to trying this Succo because I've never played it before. I've heard sort of roughly how it works. So that should be it's always fun to try a new game. I'm trying to think what else is still to come.
Are you playing anything Hold'em this week?
I played the Royal Challenge that they had yesterday, but no good in that, unfortunately. But yeah, I try to stay away from Hold'em as much as possible. I mean, if you have a main event ticket, I'll happily play that, I'll max late reg it, though. Day 2, 10 big blinds.
Actually, you might need him in the Highroller to get above your line. George has betted that we get more than 56, right, in the Highroller.
I'm like the prop betting whale right now. I've got the wrong side of the line every single time. But
I have to say, impressive field for a 5K.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Over 50
in terms
players.
Of numbers.
Over 50 players is very impressive.
It's got a great pull as well. It's not just a load of boring nits from online. It's a great field.
Yeah.
We've really seen some world-class action so far, and it's entertaining.
Nice.
Yeah, you should say that taking 56 and over it was probably not from the start of the tournament, right? You would have picked another number if we asked you yesterday.
I'd have said 33.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
maybe less. Yeah,
already 50 is fantastic.
Yeah, so that's credit. Are you going to fire a satellite to the main, one bullet, just for...
Potentially.
Because the problem is with mixed games, right? Don't get me wrong. So it's nice, but the top prize is
there's only so much you can win.
3 to 5K, right?
Well,
you've got to pay expenses.
You say that,
you've got to pay travel.
All of these ones have been 8 to 9K.
Wow. Okay.
Like I say, the field numbers have just been exceptional. So the Chinese yesterday, 9K for the winner and a 350.
Yeah.
350 horse, 358 game. I think both of those were 8K for the winner. It's been exceptional. Unfortunately, I've just not been running very well this week so far. But I say so far. I will be back.
I guess the PLO tomorrow will be a 5-figure first place as well, right?
Oh, yeah. 350, PLO 456, that will be massive.
Yeah.
All of the other PLOs have had over 200 players.
They go crazy for the bounty formats as well.
Yes.
I think that's kind of a local taste preference, I would say.
Yeah, no, that will be very nice. Yeah.
And so do you want to clear the air on some of the ACR stuff as well? Well, what's your take on it?
My take on it is we need a better marketing team. A better socials. Like, if there's anyone out there who works in social media who would like to do the ACR socials,
straight in the door, no interview. Yeah.
It's annoying as well, because from my point of view, I try and do everything very business-like, very proper. So to see this stuff, it obviously just makes everyone look a bit silly.
It does. It kind of tars the brush over you as well in some senses. People are going to come into your stream saying, what the hell's all this about? Are you a cheater as well? And you're like, look, man, I'm just...
I mean, the good thing is I mostly play Hold'em and I'm terrible at Hold'em, so... Look me up on GTO Wizard all day long. You'll realize I'm not RTA.
I'm not in that.
I'm definitely not in that.
But speaking of your stream, then you say you're live streaming a bit from here.
Yeah.
Where
So
do people find you?
I actually have to say to the lovely people of Kings of Tallinn who've organised Teresa and Krista, they actually let me stream the open face Chinese events.
That's really cool.
And then I went to Teresa after I busted the 350 Chinese yesterday. I was like, is there any chance I could stream the Raz with my sad puppy eyes? And she let me do the Raz as well.
Nice.
So I think it's getting to the point where, again, I've said to her, I'm not interested in streaming Hold'em. The atmosphere at the table is just different, so it's not going to make for good content. But like, if I could do the mixed games all the time,
So how does it work then? You've got a setup. So
I now have a big tripod that's off the table, so that way there's nothing on the table because they don't allow phones even on the rail here.
Yeah.
No phones at the table. So I have a big tripod stand behind the table, and that way the angle's better as well. So it's just showing the cards up action, no whole cards. But that's why for Chinese it works so great. Like all of the cards are face up anyway, so there is no
there's no
cheating issue. Like it's always face up information anyway.
Yeah, or card sharing or any kind of infringements possible. Yeah. What happens when you're in Fantasyland and you're trying to set your Fantasyland deck?
I did it away from the table and I did not have the tripod there because otherwise it means moving the tripod, disturbing other people.
You're on no delay, right?
Yeah, so I just left it at the table, went to set my fantasy, came back, did the fantasy.
Yeah,
and there was a really weird situation with one of the fantasies. So someone brought his fantasy back and I always put a chip on top of each board to protect my cards. It's always your responsibility to protect your cards. But the thing is, when they're still doing their hands, you risk then maybe getting your hands confused with the discards. Yeah. So someone got his top 2 cards mucked.
Oh wow.
Mistaken for discards.
Yeah.
But they came up with a really nice ruling, which was that the back and middle board would still stand, and just that the high card would play on the top, which I thought was very fair.
Yeah,
I thought was very fair.
That's fairly reasonable.
It's all you
rather
can do.
Rather than the whole hand getting
exactly.
mucked.
Yeah. It's all you can do at that point.
It's a huge point swing, right?
Yeah. It's all you can do at that point because once the cards have touched the muck, they can't come out of the muck. But it's good that the other 2 hands still stood.
So what do you think's the future for mixed games then? Because
I hope it's bright because
there's been a resurgence, right? Because as a PLO player myself, right? Call me a little bit ignorant, but I'm not really seeing where the next progression is. Although, however, people were saying that about PLO 5 and PLO 6 are their fads or short deck. Short deck did kind of die, but PLO 5 and PLO 6 are bigger and better than ever.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what's the natural progression? Maybe it is to pick up some of these other games.
I think so, because particularly when you touch on this point with RTA and with GTO Wizard and things, I do think, by the way, they really need to add a delay on GTO Wizard.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's such a simple thing on their end that they can do to ensure the integrity of the game. I think they are responsible to do that for the best of the game. It should not be that you can just live search spots during hands and have no delay. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All you need to do is
also you just need to have one more machine or someone operating it in
all
real
you need
time.
is to put like a little 2-3 minute delay. It's a small inconvenience, but ultimately if people are really looking at their hands after the hands, so what if they have to wait 2-3 extra minutes? Exactly. It makes no difference.
Doesn't
but like,
make a difference,
if you truly care about the integrity of the game, that's what you need to do. You need to add a delay to all these programs, and then there's no issue. It's such a simple thing as well.
And so which are the most unsolved mixed games in your opinion? Is it something like Stud High-Low or Raz?
I think Raz is quite simple when you break it down, actually.
What's the most complex game I can think of?
I would have thought PLO 6, particularly because equities run so close pre-flop.
Or Sviton,
I think people overplay aces in 5-card and 6-card PLO. They overestimated their aces when equities just run insanely close. So I think PLO 4 is more solvable, but 5-6 with so many combinations. I think that should be less solvable,
Are you doing the Sviton as well then?
Yes, absolutely. The 5-5-5. So I'm not really much of a Sviton expert to say, but I actually enjoyed it. I've played it a few times. I think this would be like my 4th or 5th Sviton tournament. It's really nice that they're running it as a more sort of prestige event, the 5-5-5 championship event, right? 2-day event. I think that will get really good numbers. So it's standardly pot limit game. I think you just have blinds. I don't think there's generally ante, as far as I recall.
The only thing I think, I'm come from an Omaha background, right? So when I play Sviton, I'm usually one of the more aggressive players at the table, and you've got all these guys that kind of focus on Sviton and don't play much Omaha that are like, well, what are you doing, young buck? And I'm like, well, I've got 2 chances to win. Either you fold pre-flop or I take it down on the flop before the draw. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, that's the way I look at the game. Like, I don't need a hand.
But the draw element is so important because so you'll get some people that only play really for the Omaha element of it. The problem with that is then you're getting free rolled almost every time.
Yeah.
You have to have some kind of, even just aces, kings or aces. I've seen so many times where just one pair wins at Showdown with that 5-card draw element.
Yeah.
So like having aces, it's very hard to lose both ends. If you have a decent pair plus aces generally on the board is going to be good a lot of the time. It's a good hand. It's a good starting hand. But crazy, like I was playing, which game was it the other day? Deuce to 7 triple draw.
Right.
And they kept dealing me like straights and flushes. And I even got a dealt house. And I was like, where was this in Sveten the other day when I was playing the dealer's choice? I kept getting rubbish, you know?
It's just the human condition of the mind. You're
typical.
Thinking, well, that would
You're
be
playing
handy in
Raz,
that
you
game.
get rolled up aces. Marvelous. Like,
What did I do with this?
But a 5-5-5 Sweden, where do you put
That's
the number?
cool.
Over and under, what do you put the number of
I
enters?
think it'll hit 100.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it'll hit
Wow, that would
100
be
with
lovely,
with how
wouldn't it?
all the other events have been.
A 50K
And I know
prize
heaps
pool,
of Swedes are coming
wow.
in.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think 100 players. Yeah. And I heard a little whisper, a little birdie told me that if this one goes well, maybe come the summer a little World Series circuit thing. Maybe
a World Series Sveten
maybe
ring.
a Sveten ring event.
I knew a few guys who won't miss that event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr.
Love it.
Laterra.
So I believe if this one goes well, it's like a little tester, and if it goes well, which I think it will, maybe a World
Well,
Series
you heard
ring
it
event
here
in the summer.
first, guys. Get yourself into the Sveten and could potentially be seeing some mixed game ring events
Yeah.
coming to your screens and also your local casinos soon.
Yeah.
So thanks very much for joining us, Scott. It's been a pleasure to hear your insight into what's going on. Unfortunately, the run's not been good, but remember what happened to Max last time? He was
I remember.
bricking bullets left, right, and center, and came through at the end.
Yeah.
So it's a long week, and
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Precisely.
Says all the one who's stuck. This.
I can't get it back. I'm in the booth now.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break then, and we're going to cut the delay a little bit for the high roller as well. So I'm not sure entirely how long of a break we have until we're back. All right, I'm getting in my ear that it's about 20-minute break, so we'll leave you with that. And thank you again, Scott. And you're welcome back, of course, in the booth, in case you're not in the mix in anything, and have you on the commentator as well.
Pleasure as always. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has one round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be yeah. So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So let's say 70 to 100 years ago, sökö was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing sökö back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing sökö back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open face Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open face Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're gonna have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. Mm-hmm. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. Mm-hmm. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. Okay. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. More rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very strong.
What I need.
So all you're going to need, you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a 3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well. Very nice.
And I still need to use
and just put anything up top, yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why not?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is.
I made it to fantasy land.
Fantasy land is. That was so amazing.
So this is the fantasy land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights, actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice, because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
you got the
down.
Straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me with
It's probably only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You will get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could make flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question. During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it, just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But I said there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be Franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
and
to do.
Usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush
I
draw,
have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. The same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then
And
the
the
river.
river.
And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
Eights, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No, I-
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands. which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to? And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like one round with 4 cards and then 5, or?
Yeah, one round of each. So we're
okay.
8-handed. So first we have one round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if you
have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5, and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay overpairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you have that lucky
I'm
charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just double up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10 6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah, and
so that would be a nice.
And an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Welcome, guys, back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love. And we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me, Matias Siljander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno. He won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since. So yeah, he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
Have you adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
That's pretty good. If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
It's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say 47%,
double up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helppi? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing. Even though I started playing like Yeah, it's close to 20 years ago. Like UHLP was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on OlyBetEvents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the continuance of the 5K High Roller here, and we have good news. Firstly, Scott is going to be continuing to join us in the booth here, and secondly, we are up to 58 entries.
I heard someone's won his side bet.
Yeah, it's clawed back some money that I dusted off yesterday.
Excellent.
Basically, but no, things are looking good, and really looking forward to seeing the action here. We've got a who's who of Northern European poker, as well as some strong players from as far as Brazil. So let's have a look and see what's going on, shall we, as we come back from the break. Vamos indeed. Oh, we do not have the pictures yet. We've just been clawing back the break a little bit. So
you say there's a bit of a mix of the best players from Northern Europe. Can you give us a rundown of what we're working with here?
Yeah, so you've got the local guys. So you've got the guys like Markus Ladev. You've got Ottomar Ladvar, who I don't think is here for this one.
Yeah, chess grandmaster.
Yeah, this is the kind of pool of players that we're talking about here.
Luca Sarainen, I believe, is in there.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the high stakes online Finnish guys. There could be a pool of up to, I think, 10 of those guys that might potentially join in.
Yeah, Rupatami, Stephen Toole as well, who's a local Estonian guy. He plays high-stakes PLO cash games. He sometimes jumps in when he feels like there's a good value Hold'em tournament as well. Yeah.
So yeah, Juha Helpi as well, who I interviewed yesterday, and he was absolutely just couldn't wait to defend his 5K title, basically.
Oh, he's the reigning champion, is he? I didn't know that.
So he won last time around, and yeah, things are looking pretty good. And as for some of the newer names as well, you got the Renan Brushi, the Internet 930. So he's in the mix, coming from all
good
the way
mixed
from
games
Brazil.
player as well, right? Renan?
I think so. Yeah,
I believe
that's
so.
what he's known for.
Because I know he's also on Blaz's team, Blaz Zajav.
Yeah.
So he's formed a bit of a mixed games team. Tobias Leknes is in with him as well.
I think he's called them Senkel's Angels. Right?
Yes. So they've got an interesting, a strong team, but particularly with him, like you say, more mixed games player, but will flick in these 5K high rollers as well.
In terms of the mixed game, in terms of the team competition, I'm not sure if playing these types of events is as good, right? You want to be in the bigger fields.
It's all about unique entries, so I don't think this is going to score huge. And I think that's fair. It shouldn't be overweighted to the huge buy-ins. It makes it fair for everyone that it's more about field size.
Yeah.
The bigger the field, the bigger the points. I think that's really fair.
Some of the guys that I was expecting to see in this lineup didn't actually play, maybe because of that. But anyway, let's go and see the action, shall we?
Looking forward to it. Let's get down and dirty to the tables. So tell us about our feature table, George.
So we've got a new table here. We've got that Blaz Zajav you mentioned.
Oh, Blaz is there.
Yeah,
let's
there
go, Blaz. And Juha Helpi. Ooh.
Juha Helpi. Let's see. It's a new table for me as well.
Spicy table.
So 30 remaining out of 58. So we've got about half the field left. Average stack of 100,000. And we're going to be starting with 1K, 2.5K, 2.5K. So still an average stack of 40 big blinds.
Plenty deep. And I believe we
Plenty
play down
of
to a winner today.
Yeah.
Could be a long day in the booth for Mr. George Sanford.
It could very well be, and I'm here for it. So
you've got your Ollie boost lined up and ready.
I've got more than one ready. Yeah. Absolutely. So we're just catching up with the delay a little bit here. 20 seconds until the cards are in the air. As you can see, the average stack there just under 100,000, and here are the chip counts. So
it looks like Blaz has just entered for a late entry.
Yeah.
50k starting stack, 20 big blinds.
As to be expected. I mean, it's a good time to reg. Half the field left. Going to be paying around about 15%. So a couple of 1 or 2 doubles, and you're in the money.
Yeah.
You know?
And are you familiar with any of the other players at the table besides Blaz and Juha? You know much about the chip?
Not particularly.
Yeah.
Not playing too much. Oh, Vladas Tamasauskas, of course.
Yeah.
Real name on one of the main sites, and just a fixture of high stakes online.
Lithuanian crusher.
Yeah, absolutely.
As quite a lot of the serious Lithuanians are.
One of the gang, right? That's very much an up-and-coming Baltic region in many ways.
Yeah, and it seems like I got a very big stack with Selmin's Mattis here from Austria, I believe. Oh, no, I know who this is. No, this is Mattis. This is Latvia. This is Latvia, and this is Mattis coaching. Yep. So he's got a very workable stack there.
Certainly
Almost
does.
4 starting stacks for Mattis. Let's go, Mattis.
King Deuce off, not fancying the defend versus the hijack, though. Little bit shaky, maybe. A King 5 off, a King 4 potentially, but King Deuce, I think we can just muck it and see another one.
Yeah. No, big good looks at Mattis. This is one of the lovely Latvians that drove me from Rosvedov to the airport.
Really?
Yeah.
What a guy, because it's quite tough in Rosvedov to find a connection sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a pain.
And stranded in the middle of nowhere.
And it tends to be that the hotel connection is very expensive as well. So
yeah, they put a bit of a markup on it, that's for sure.
Yes.
And no problem with that, I should say, in Tallinn, because you're 5 minutes away in a Bolt, it costs less than a $5.
Yeah.
So it's just wages upon wages.
Juha helping with the pocket 8s. Going to be opening off his 25 big blind stack.
Yeah, he's made a little bit of an inroad on the starting stack of 50k.
And he's definitely going to be getting action from Mattis in the small blind with ace 10 off.
Yeah.
Does Mattis go for a 3-bet or a call, do you believe?
3-bet could call. I think it's one of those kind of fringe candidates.
I smell a 3-bet.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the table demeanor of a 3-bet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go. No, he fools us. Flicks in the call, and Blaz with the 9-5 off, going to hit the muck there. Wants to be a little bit more connected, coming in 3 ways. Going to be wary of Juha's quite strong hijack opening range there, so 9-5 off, not going to cut the mustard.
Suited, I assume he would defend.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Shame that he couldn't defend with that 9-5-9 high flop, but a very pleasing flop for Juha.
Yeah, I would have flopped the best of it. Juha has a fairly easy continuation bet here, and I think Mattis will come along versus the 5k sizing.
Should float once, yeah.
Yeah. Some backdoor straight draws.
Does indeed float.
And there is the ace. Barry Greenstein on the turn. Good card for Mattis, but of course, not going to be leading this card. Still going to hit Juha, help his range from time to time.
Juha should smell that the ace could be helpful for Mattis. Maybe finds the check behind. Equally, maybe just a small bet, another sort of quarter size. He's going to have a lot of ace-x in his raising range.
Yeah, it's quite weird at this kind of 2 SBR. Do we want to overcommit with a hand like 8s, or do we want to just simply check it back and try to get to showdown versus like a hand like King 7 suited, which now would improve to 2 pair. But yeah, Mattis here, I think he's got the green light.
Certainly should be going for some leading value on the end, maybe a third pot.
The king is quite nice because now Juha could definitely arrive here with some hands like King 10 and King Jack, King Queen that would look him up. So just a question of sizing. I think our hand is worth a big bet at this stage, especially with the 10 of clubs as well. Juha might have checked back a hand like Queen 10 of clubs on the turn, so we block that. That doesn't want to get check raised off of its equity.
I think he went for a smaller sizing, 10.5.
Yeah, so he's gone for this 40%. I guess he's just targeting the King X region.
But I assume for the King X we could target it bigger, like you say. Maybe go closer to full pot and
we've got
make it very difficult for the King X.
Very natural bluffs like a Jack 10 For example,
10-8, 8-6,
yeah,
5-4.
Queen 10 with the back door.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you say, 5-4 suited, 5-6, maybe finding its way into a check raise, check call, but tough spot here instantly for the Finn with just under 10 million in live earnings, and some of those cashes dating back to the early 2000s. So
finds a very good fold there.
Been his way around the block, and yeah, sniffs out the potential strong hand there, and reads the situation quite nicely. So good start for Mattis.
Yeah.
Quite a chatty guy trying to work out what's going on with the card reader and what he should be doing. Nevertheless, nice pot for him to get things underway on the continuation of play here in the 5K. 58 entries, which is, I believe, the record for the 5K in Tallinn, and it's just records being set throughout the week. As you mentioned in our break skit that we were talking about some of the mixed game fields, over 100 in the Pineapple yesterday. We've got the 555 Svitin coming up, and you believe that that could hit the three figures as well?
I think it'll break 100, yeah. I know there's a lot of Swedes that are coming in specifically to play the Svitin. Yep. Even the Dealer's Choice event that was a 350, Svitin was being selected a heck of a lot more than I thought it would be.
Yeah, when I looked at the schedule, I was thinking those 350s were slightly better value just because the structure's a little bit better as well, sometimes on the 150s. As you can imagine here, we've got so many tournaments in play. Some of the lower buy-ins are a little bit turbo-y, but you know, it's all in the name of good faith for the team competition, and people are just going to be firing in entries left, right, and center. So
I think the structures have been excellent overall, and it's nice that you have like a bit of a combination of, at the start of the day, you have some deeper structures tournaments, you have some things that are going to last longer as the day progresses. It should be normal that you're going to have some slightly faster things coming along as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zdenek Ziska, not sure which is the first name or the last name, but double Z. It's quite a rare name, isn't it?
I think Ziska's the first name, because Mattis, I'm pretty sure, is... Oh, no, actually, Mattis might be his surname. Salmins looks like a first name. We should look at how, like, Juha Helpi is, because we know.
Yeah,
we know with Juha Helpi.
was definitely in the right order, as well as
okay.
Vladas Tamasovskis.
So then I assume it's first name, last name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool to have the ZZ combo. That must be a quite rare combination of name.
The man from the Czech Republic with the double Z. I don't think I've ever seen someone with the Z first and last name. So one of a kind, and sporting the bright orange jumper as well. Got a bit of swagger to boot.
It's looking more like a Dutchman with the orange there.
Yeah, one of the Orangi.
Yeah, Oranje boom. I can actually speak Dutch as well. I lived in Amsterdam for 8 years.
Yeah.
So my Dutch is 95% fluent.
What are your thoughts on the poker circuit in Amsterdam?
It's very sad. I mean, I was forced to move basically because I knew the regulations that were coming in. Yeah. I knew it was going to be very bad for online poker, but I couldn't have imagined how bad it is. It's actually illegal to be a gambling ambassador in the Netherlands,
tough, isn't it? Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But I realized a lot of the sites were going to be unavailable. For me as a Twitch streamer, I need all the sites. So moved to Gibraltar, and very happy there. I've been there for 4 years.
It's even more stringent than the UK regulations, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
I know some high-stakes players from the UK that are struggling to get $500 on the main site.
It's crazy.
So it's, and they're playing 10Ks live. So
yeah.
And I think if you are a Dutch flag, you're just completely in the dark for online poker. Yeah,
they're very restricted. I mean, they can still play on GG. GG have their own Netherlands skin. But most of the other sites, I know they have the Holland Casino one as well for the local casino, but aside from that, I think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very, very restricted.
Juha choosing to fold the King 10 suited there. I'd have been really tempted to rip that one in. I think hijack limp, cut off ISO, King 10 for 20 big blinds there. I think that's going to be a pretty nice candidate to rifle one through.
Yeah, seemed pretty attractive proposition there.
Depends on what he thinks of this hijack limping range. It's not exactly something that you see all that often. And each player will have their own kind of strategy behind it. It's by no means a kind of standardized play, and he does have the low pair, which of course, you know, it's kind of looking to set a price already with the limp, looking to keep the pot small, and then keep obviously the stack to pot ratio attractive for the implied odds of hitting that 6.
It's a tricky board for him to negotiate as well, because you would think it's a pretty pleasing flop for 6s, not really too much to worry about.
Yeah.
But if the board continues to run out low, he could find himself in some trouble here.
Yeah, we're going to get ISO'd by some 10x hands, some king 10, ace 10, queen 10 suited type holdings.
He also has the back doors with the 6 of clubs, as well as the straight draws. So there's a lot of turns that he could potentially find himself in a bit of bother with.
I mean, if his range is looking like a lot of low pairs, then even taking this one upstairs is quite an attractive option here.
Yeah, he has some sets here for sure.
Got some 7s, got some 4s. We could have some ace 10, king 10 in there as well.
He's going to come along for the ride.
Call.
Club could be very interesting here. Ooh, and the 3.
Little cheeky gut shot there for Zdenek.
Yep, keeps him interested. One assumes Zdenek is going to continue checking, and Mattis is going to continue just juicing the pot up a little bit. Doesn't need to go too crazy, but something like 15k, 20k to try and sort of geometrically maybe get it in on certain rivers.
Yeah, geometric would be a bit bigger than that. I think you'd have to go sort of 2/3, 2/3.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tricky with this pocket 8s here.
He does still want to keep the flush draws and the straight draws in there, so we can't price it too high where we're going to force them out on the check. Equally, just checking the turn and then going for the value on certain rivers. Now that's bad news for Mattis, because you just don't think he's going to have much 6x aside from pocket 6s.
Yeah, exactly. And like 8s is going to be kind of a decent combo to potentially find some heroes here. Your opponent is going to have hands like, I would imagine, hands like some king jack, queen jack, maybe jack 9 suited.
And there's a lot of missed draws here. We do block some of those draws with the 8s, of course.
Yeah.
But the clubs miss, the overcards miss. It's a tough spot for Mattis here, potentially, depending on what sizing Zdenek is going to go for. I assume this just goes bet call a lot of the time.
Yeah, not any instantaneous action from Mattis. Looking to try and figure out the situation. As you can see from the table demeanor, certainly isn't going to be raising. He's kind of broken his kind of presence in some ways, so you know that he's thinking of calling or folding at this stage.
Yeah, definitely never thinking of raising here, but it's very hard to get away from this. Does 10x ever do this?
Yeah, he's kind of repping a 6.
Maybe some 2-pair combos.
Yeah, he could potentially have a hand like pocket 3s with a club, pocket 5s with a club.
Yeah.
As well as 6s, so 3s, 5s, 6s. Maybe he check calls some hands like 7s with a club on the flop sometimes as well. So a lot of value there.
But the fact that he has the 8s could save him a little bit, because he blocks what should be some of the bluffs. He blocks a lot of those straight draw combos that miss.
And unblocks all the missed broadways with one club or some kind of... king 9 of diamonds that might have check called the small bet.
Wow, great fold from Mattis.
Good fold.
Great fold from Mattis.
Nice solid play there. Yeah. Sniffing out a lot of value in the range, and the bluffs were somewhat counterintuitive.
Yeah. Betting when he was ahead, fine in the fold when he was behind.
Yeah,
very, very well played. Impressive. I thought that could be tricky on the end. Yeah, nasty river.
Was, wasn't it? But a bit of a juicer for us in the booth to try and figure out what these high-level guys are up to. And as you can see, kind of a clear theme of the players here that are, of course, playing a lot online and very solid, just really doing a good job of maneuvering post-flop. So Zdenek with the 9-8 suited now from the under the gun seat, certainly going to be a decent candidate for an open.
I think he might have just limped, though.
He's limped again.
Yeah.
Interesting. So continuing with this limping strategy.
I guess his theory might be like with hands that he wants to see a flop with, maybe he's not wanting to raise, get 3-bet off the action. He's just trying to sort of limp call and see board, see flops, but while controlling the pot at the same
Whilst
time.
also having the odd strong hand in there as well for just to kind of balance it up a little bit, which is quite important, I think. So Blaz Zerjav here with the Queen 10-0 from the cutoff, seeing an under-the-gun limp, a hijack over limp. How's our hand really faring against these two ranges? It's not great, is it? And he does look to just get out the way. It's going to be dominated quite a lot by at least one of the range.
I can give you information, by the way, that Blaz actually won a tournament yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
He is the pot limit Raz champion.
Wow, really?
Blaz is a very competent mixed games player, as well as a very good hold'em player.
Yeah, so we've seen him actually start to come to the festivals as well.
Yeah.
And even playing some of the smaller events. And Hugh-Ha Helpy having none of these limps with his 7s from the small blind.
It's going to pick up very nicely as well. Dead money, dead money. Obviously, the plan with limping 9-8 is not calling 20 pigs.
Yeah,
not limp calling 20 pigs.
Don't think we need all the theatrics. We are half field left. You know, it's not out of the region of...
Unless he just fancies a gamble and wants to be able to tell all his mates that he knocked out Hugh-Ha Helpy. I mean, there is always that possibility.
Had the stone read on the low pair and fancied a spin. Yeah, no, but...
just wanted to take Helpy out, you know.
Just wanting to, I think, set some kind of psychological intention that, you know, his limping range isn't just full of limp folds to this kind of action, that he might have some strong hands in there.
Yeah.
Kind of an unspoken thing I think he's going for there. Setting the tone a little bit, per se, on this new feature table. So a fairly slow start so far, but a couple of interesting plays from Zdenek there. The Orangi checkman with the bucket hat.
Yeah. Coming
in for some limps. Beating to the sound of his own drum. It's not the kind of strategy we will see when we do commentary on the 200 euro, the 500 euro tournaments. All of a sudden in the 5Ks, starting to see guys with their own style.
Easy raise and take it here for Mattis. Mattis has been chipping up quite nicely last couple of levels. I think he started 180k when we came, so he's up to like 200 now. Pretty comfortable chip lead on the table. And like we said, very impressive fold with the 8s before. I think potentially could have lost 20 more K there. Did very well to find the fold on the river. Do we know what they're playing for the champion yet?
No, I don't think the payouts have been quite released as of yet.
We should have those quite soon for you, because I believe late registration has closed. Congratulations once again, by the way, on your line. Get in the line, get in the side bet.
Yeah, the reason for that was that I just know that when you're seeing a 20 big blind max late reg with half the field left, there are going to be a couple of players just waiting in the wings, basically. It's going to be quite an attractive part of the tournament to enter. You know, we are seeing a lot of late registering in things like the WSOP start to come in under fire a little bit for the, you know, maybe they're stealing a bit of EV, maybe they're kind of tanking their way in, you know, doubling up, and it's a little bit of a gray area. But you know, when you're playing for big money, if they feel like that they're going to be more profitable with that way of jumping in there.
What do you think about Helmuth's thoughts that he's not going to play it this year, apparently, because it's becoming too much of a marathon and too much of an advantage for the young guns?
Yeah, I mean, well, he's always got his own opinion on things, right? The way that the game has gone, you know, the edges are getting thinner for these guys. A lot of these guys around the table are playing for a living. They've got to find the way in which that they feel that they're going to be most profitable. So we've seen Zdenek, of course, with this open limp strategy. If he's studied that, if he's, you know, built ranges around that,
Yeah.
that could give him an advantage.
If it's in your comfort zone, and if it's also a play style that other people are just not familiar with, then sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
As the great English saying goes, there's many ways to skin a cat. But if it works for him, sure. Who cares what GTO Wizard says you're meant to do? He's found a way to implement these limps. Maybe it gets him to see more boards, more flops than other people would.
Yeah.
Could be an interesting spot here, though, with the ace-10. We haven't really seen much from Naski so far in position here. Does Naski sense a little bit of weakness? No, he's going to go for the check. But it is a club on the river for Naski. Makes his way into the flush. Shouldn't be that Ziska's getting himself into any real bother on the river. It's obviously not a great river card for him. Question is, what size does Naski go for? There are going to be some worse clubs out there. Certainly we could go for a little 7k, 8k bet on the river, try and extract a little bit of value. Don't think he can really go too much more. But it should be a fairly easy fold for Ziska, I assume, on the 4 club board. It's going to go for 11.5. There are certainly some floats that miss here. Alexei can just have overcards without a club. But I think more often than not, this should just be an easy fold. Haven't really seen Naski playing too many pots as well. If it's a very active player at the table that we feel is really taking every spot, then maybe it's a different scenario. But certainly since I've been in the booth, Naski hasn't really played a hand. I think we just have to give him credit. And indeed, does give him credit. Folds the 5s. And that's a nice chip up for Naski there. Mattis at the moment, nearly 200k in the chip lead. He's in comfortable second position on the table. So chip counts for you here. We've got Blazer Jav on 17 big blinds. Vladas Tamauskas on 20. Juha Helpi on 24. Jednak on 37, Alexei Naski on 67, and Selmans Mattis, the chip leader on the table, 75 bigs, 188k. And we should be getting the prize pool for you fairly soon. Late registration has closed. It is a record-breaking 58 players in this 5k high roller at the Kings of Tallinn. You still have plenty of time, boys and girls, to get yourselves into the main event. There are multiple day ones. It is a 1 million guaranteed record-breaking main event. I personally predict it'll probably hit 1.5 million. It will smash that guarantee. So if you would like to get yourself involved, get yourself into Tallinn. Plenty of day ones to get yourself involved in. Juha Helpi with the pocket rockets. Is he going to find a customer? It's only going to be Blaj in the big blinds. He will be defending with 7-8 suited. That is a guarantee. Definitely don't think he's going to consider just jamming for almost 14 bigs here. So we are going to go to a flop. Will Blaj find himself in some trouble against Juha? He certainly might. He's flop middle pair here with 7-8. Quite textured board with 2 diamonds. Straight draw. Juha going for a very small sizing. I would not be surprised if Blaj just jams this, to be honest. Because we can certainly have some Jack X, some 8X, some diamonds, some straight draws. And Juha should have a lot of bet folds here. So I wouldn't be stunned to see Blaj just jam here. But he is just going to go for the call. Diamond on the turn shouldn't really slow things down too much. And given the stack to pot ratio is quite low, Yuha could even have some checks on the turn here in order to just get it in on certain pleasing rivers. You join us back, Mr. George, in the middle of an interesting pot. We have open for Yuha with the aces, Blaj with the 7-8 defend from the big blind. It is a Jack 8-2 board that sees Blaj flopping middle pair, and Yuha is going for the jugular on the turn.
Ay. Not a great spot to be in with the 8-7. There are conceivably hands that you are ahead of here. Some 1 diamond hands, ace-10, ace-queen, king-queen, ace-king. From the hijack, maybe an ace-9 off as well. So by no means an easy spot. You got to think, is he really rifling all of these high card combos in? You know, what's he doing with queen-9 of hearts? Does that really just jam here? So probably going to be slightly weighted towards a Jack X or better, I would say, with the very obvious bluffs that are going to have sort of 30% equity as well. So all of a sudden this 8 is paling in significance versus such a strong-looking range here. I don't know if he tuned in yesterday, but Yuha was usually more on the conservative side, not going for many of these kind of outlandish moves. So likely to be just kind of lining up with exactly what he's repping, which
good
is
fold, Blaj. Good fold, Blaj.
Take it down.
Right, I have got to go and play the Deuce 7 triple draw, Mr.
luck.
George. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Let's turn the week around, shall we?
I'm going to try.
Yeah, maybe the commentator's reverse curse.
Yeah. Hopefully it will bring me some run good in order to...
a lot of flack in this booth, but maybe we could propel you onto bigger things.
I hope so. It's been a pleasure. I will try and drop in later in the week.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Scott Kenyon, a.k.a. the Poker Bras on the Twitch streets. He's going to be replaced by Callum Grant from Poker News.
How's it going, George?
How are we, sir?
Very well. Thank you for that lovely introduction there.
No problem. Tell us a little bit about yourself. So you're going to be reporting this week?
Yeah, so, well, my name's Callum. I'm one of the senior editors at Poker News. We're here covering the Kings of Tallinn. Not so much doing the live reporting and what you'll see Poker News usually do, but pretty much giving a feel for the festival. We want to speak to some qualifiers. I know OlyBet has sent over 200, so there's going to be some great stories there. And Kings of Tallinn, it's the 10th anniversary. You slap a 1 million guarantee, it's going to get eyes on.
Yeah,
and we want to be here, to bring those stories to people who can't make it to Estonia.
The kind of investigative journalism in some ways as well.
I think maybe a bit too much credit in that regard, but we try our best for sure.
And how's your poker background? Is that something that you've played a long time?
So I got into poker very late. I say I'm 28 now. I think I started playing around 20, 21. Was a case of out for a few beers with some mates watching the football one time. There was, as you know, there's in the UK there's a few sort of like the bar and pub leagues.
Yeah, the Red Tooth.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so there was these 2 tables set up, and while the football was on, looked at it. I said, "Oh, I've played this on Red Dead Redemption before. I'm really good at it." So I paid my £5, and I think I was instantly hooked from there on out.
Yeah, me too.
And yeah, so I was in university. I wanted to be a football writer, but as you can imagine, the competition for that is quite great. So I was like, "Oh, this poker thing. Let's see if there's an industry for that." And then fast forward 7 years, and here we are now.
Awesome, man. Awesome. That's exactly a similar kind of story to myself. Yeah, I was into writing at uni and kind of went down the sports betting angle. It was a very competitive, also a little bit of a shady kind of part of online blogging, because people were kind of setting up under referral codes and basically milking their followers out of as much money as they could. So I didn't want to go down that kind of cold-blooded route. Instead, moved into poker, and I got into it also from live local pub games, where I was like, wow, surely it's not like this everywhere, is it? And then you get to the high levels and you realize that the game is quite tough, but much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from that moment in time, going home, typing in poker on YouTube, seeing all the old high stakes game, finding out about the World Series of Poker or what that was. You know, it was something that was like, right, this is a bucket list item to go play a WSOP event. And thankfully, you know, with Poker News and sort of doing the work that I've done, I've managed to get, I think, more out of poker than I've given poker so far. I am playing the main event tomorrow, so I think it'll be my turn to give some chips back to the community. So
a charitable mission.
Absolutely,
I
absolutely.
think you're selling yourself short. What's the game plan going in? Is that going to be your first 1K?
First 1K. I think beforehand, biggest buy-in was the $600 Poker News Deep Stack Championship at the World Series, which is returning for the 2025 schedule.
So got some decent runners then.
Absolutely, and alongside that as well, we'll have the Poker News Deep Stack Championship, which is running for the second year. So what that is people know the WSOP run the daily deep stacks there.
Yeah.
We've been lucky enough that the WSOP allow us to sponsor that event. And what we do from there, everyone who plays the deep stacks, they win points. And each week there's a leaderboard, and the top 10 from each week, I think this year has been extended an extra week now to 5 weeks.
Okay.
So all the details aren't ironed out just yet, but it should be sending around 50 qualifiers who play the WSOP deep stacks to then go play a $600 bracelet event.
Beautiful.
So we did that for the first time last summer, getting to know the players who are getting involved in this was great. I think one of the first winners of the deep stacks last year was a Canadian lady called Simi Mock. She sort of only ever plays the $200 to $300 buy-in limit. She won an event, and with that, usually if you can win one of the deep stacks, you get your seat sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so with that, then she got to play her first bracelet event from that, and I think that the crux of the story was that sort of poker was a saving grace for her. She was a very active person, got involved in a car accident that left her, so she had to quit work and then
became immobilized basically.
Pretty much, and then poker became her outlet. So it was something really special to be a part of last year.
It's nice when you find these stories in poker because it can be quite a battleground, right? It can be quite bloody, it can be quite individual, it can be quite predatorial sometimes in the form of cash games, you know, like the recreational player leaves, everyone sits up, you know, that's kind of something that I've been battling with recently. But when you get these kind of feel-good stories and you realize that there is a wider, bigger picture to the game, it does make you feel like I belong here kind of thing.
It makes you fall in love with the game all over again, and that's sort of one thing that I've I don't know, I think I've been thankful for sort of over the last 7 years, sort of like that passion, that drive for the game hasn't sort of disappeared. It's only really got stronger. So yeah, really excited to get involved in the mix tomorrow for what it would be sort of like my WSOP main event for the year, so
absolutely.
to speak.
And what an event to do it in, 1 million. So there is the lofty ambition of a potential 6-figure score, but I'm sure getting in the money is obviously the first goal. Making the final table the next one, and then see what happens from there. You never know.
Yeah, I think a few friends have got some side bets back home about me being out before the dinner break. So
so they're anti-railing you. That's a very English thing to do, isn't it?
Unfortunately, George, I have to say, I'm from Cardiff.
Oh, you're from Cardiff? Oh, you got a very soft accent, my friend. I went to uni in Cardiff.
Oh, did you? Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, absolutely. So I went to uni there. I played a lot of poker in the Cardiff Uni Society. That's how I kind of made a few friends. Some of them have gone on to big things in the game as well, and it was a fun one to be around. Did you go to the UK Student Poker Championships?
Do you know what? It was when I was doing my masters. And I had no idea that Cardiff had a poker society. Like from sort of like 18 to that 2021 range, the game just wasn't on my radar at all.
Yeah.
Other than sort of like playing it on a Red Dead Redemption or a Zynga Facebook app.
Oh, so it was just slightly before that, kind of poker awakening, let's say.
Yeah. Did you also know Benjamin Sprague was a Cardiff University alumni?
Was he really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. No, he must have been slightly before my time then, I guess. I'm not sure how old. How old is Spraggy? In his early 30s?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was very, very much football and hockey in uni for me.
Yeah.
How about you? How did you find your time in Cardiff?
I loved it. Yeah, I didn't really go to lectures, to be honest. I was just snow sports, golf, and poker. Basically, were my 3 uses of my time. So that kept me quite busy, and doing a kind of sports betting blog on the side as well.
Yeah, it was one of the things that I often found was that I did a degree in hockey with a bit of uni in the mix there.
Exactly, yeah, sprinkle in a little bit of last minute cramming.
Yeah, thankfully my parents won't be watching this, so
you can be as honest as you like. So fairly standard stuff there. A little isolation raise from Alexei in position versus Juha's. Cheeky little limp there with the 10-4 suited, trying to get a free cheap flop, and not this time.
It's still great seeing Juha in the mix. Such an illustrious career over the years. And of course, Kings of Tallinn royalty, right? Was it 2018 he won?
Absolutely, 2018. So we can't quite see, but if we do see some coverage of the outer tables, they've got this excellent WSOP style kind of Hall of Fame mural with all of the pictures of the winners of the Kings and Queens of Tallinn's edition over the years. Yesterday, I don't know if you saw, we had the Royal Showdown,
yes,
which was the, of course, the invitational event, and that was actually fought pretty hard. Lots of tough players around that one. Juha got second in the end, but put up a spirited fight, and it was a nice kind of addition to the week. I've been commentating here for a while now, but this is the first of its kind in terms of record-breaking fields, the 10th anniversary. There's value added just about everywhere you look. Cash games, tournaments, no matter what you play, no one gets left out. So it's a real strong buzz around the place. How does it compare with some of your other jobs?
So I think the focus on mixed games is what makes this festival very unique in that regard.
Yeah.
So one of my first people that I worked with in the poker industry was Robbie Straczynski, of course, who founded the Mixed Game Poker Festival. So yeah, he really ignited that passion for mixed games inside me. And looking at yesterday at the OFC Pineapple Championship, I've never wanted to jump into the mix so much in my entire life into an event. But yeah, I think so what stands out for Kings of Tallinn, is that emphasis on the mixed games, the absolute. It was the 5-card stud low. I forget how it was pronounced in Estonian, but that was like an event that I've never seen before. And when you've done this now for a few years, you kind of think, right, been to one poker series or a few of them, you've seen it all. But no, the Kings of Tallinn, it's definitely something that I'd love to come back to next year as well. And obviously when you have the autumn series as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. So there's couple more editions, not just a yearly jaunt anymore, just due to the popularity and the fact that we do have the WSOP circuit here as well, which is usually in between the two editions. But yeah, just non-stop action here, and I think the thing that I really love about it is the professionalism and also the vibe in the room. Playing in the UK, sometimes it can get a little bit just a bit of a funeral type atmosphere sometimes in the lower stakes tournaments and stuff, and there's a lot of moaning, and it can leave a bit of a sour taste, and maybe it's a bit of a deterrent for new players coming through the game. I never really had that issue here.
No, I definitely think the Kings of Tallinn as well would be something perfect for new players to come and try out. The buy-ins I think are very accessible, ample opportunities to satellite into bigger events if people want to play buy-ins that have a comma in between the figures.
But also free buy satellites as well. So there's a couple of events that run throughout the week that even if you're just completely new to the game or don't quite have the bankroll to play a 300, a 400, a 500, you can get in for about 20 euros.
And I think it's great as well that this festival exists because it gives easy access for players in Northern Europe. Obviously, a lot of poker in Europe is sort of more catered to the Western side of it. So, to give the people of say Lithuania, Finland, Estonia, the chance where they don't have to spend too much to travel to and give them a chance to play in world-class facilities. And that's what makes poker great, right? And that's how you grow the game and how you keep the lifeblood of the economy moving.
Absolutely. So it could be seeing some action here between Alexei Naski and Selmins Mattis. Super deep here. So both over 3 starting stacks, and Ace-Queen versus Ace-King. Likely to be seeing some kind of 3-bet, 4-bet configuration, and then of course the onus will be on Mattis to make a tough decision.
Yeah, what do you think the best move for Naski here is? To flat with the suited or to make the 4-bet?
I would go with the 4-bet, yeah. I think we just in these positions, I think even ace-king off, you just want to be getting in. Don't think we want to be playing too snug. There is a little bit of, like, you know, in inverted commas, ICM, because it's 27 of the 58 field left. It's probably going to be somewhere around 10 in the money, I would imagine. Maybe 9. But I think this is just fist bump. You know, with the modern meta as well, there's a lot of kind of late position click wars going on, which is kind of a resurgence from the old 2008 when I just before I first started playing, there was all these, you know, you watch the WSOP and it's like just 6 bets going in with complete tosh, right? And you're like, what the hell is going on here? But now, especially in these spots, the big blind 3-bet has become a lot less strong than it used to be. There's a lot of people taking advantage of that and having a bit more of a slightly linear, you know, a couple more hands getting in there for value rather than literally just 3-betting aces.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite poker memes of all time is the bell curve, where you have like the newbie at the bottom, and you know it's like, oh, you know, any 2 cards, blah blah blah. He gets really excited, goes to the top. You have there then the GTO wizard player. And then at the bottom then of the bell curve, then you have, I don't know, say your chance cornuths and all them.
Yeah, any 2 cards.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, all in.
Yeah, so the money flies in here. It was just over 50 big blinds effective. It is a cooler in these positions, and it's bad news for Mattis.
But I suppose the great thing about poker is you can always suck out, right?
Exactly. Still going to have around about 30% or so. 28 we can see on the ticker. Looking for a lady, and now looking for a jack, so he improves to 4 outs at least, so it's not the end of the world. That's a pretty cold 3 of spades on the turn there for Mattis, and he's going to be left with 42k unless he can find a jack on the river. It is the deuce of hearts. A nice clean run there for Alexei Nasky, and he's going to be one of the chip leaders in this field. Almost 7 stacks to his name in a 58-player field, and yeah, taking a little stand up and kind of just allowing some of that, you know, excited energy to leave the body and then sit back down and get back in the battle. I think it's very natural.
Oh, just 110 big blinds in the middle. Nice life.
It's a great feeling, right? 3x average as well. Yeah. This is the sort of thing that when you're playing those pub games, like we said, that we come from, that you're kind of watching on TV and dreaming of, you know, just being the guy with the ace-king in that spot and having that clean run out. Big stack coming in as well, and we're going to be playing for, I think, somewhere in the region of about 50k up top here, so it's going to be an eye-watering finale coming later on in the night. We're going to be playing down to a winner, of course. And,
I heard you say earlier as well, record-breaking field?
Yeah, record-breaking field for the 5K. I think early estimations were around about 30 to 35 runners would have been decent. There has been some higher stakes activity in Tallinn outside of the Kings of Tallinn brand that has maybe pushed some high stakes players to come here and kind of we've got them on the back end of the other schedule, which is quite nice, which has definitely bolstered the fields.
This is one stacked feature table here. We've got, you know, Juha, obviously needs no introduction.
Yeah.
Vladis, high stakes crusher, and one of my favorite players that I've watched over the last year is Blaz Zurjab.
Yeah,
absolutely had a breakout year last year.
Really creative player. Yeah.
Just beasts everything. His mixed game record in Scoop and W Coop, as well as no limit hold'em. Yeah, he's going to be doing big things, I think, in 2025, and was so close to that first bracelet last year in the Bahamas.
And still young. Yeah. Big career ahead of him for sure. Vladas, also from the online realm, needs no introduction, and Juha, as you mentioned, just under 10 million in Hendon Mob earnings. It's eye-watering, isn't it?
Yeah, with I think it's like 7 or 8 EPT titles as well in that.
Wow.
And there we go. He's woken up with the ducks. A nice little open there.
Yeah. Chance our arm from the hijack. Are we going to see Mattis do anything with the Jack-9? He is quite short stack now, 13 bigs. I guess flatting isn't out of the realm of possibility, but again, a capable player, Blaz, with the short stack behind. Don't really want to get squeezed out of your Jack-9 there. Blaz is going to defend the queen 6 here, going to a low stack to pot ratio, just trying to flop something and go with it basically at this stage. 17.5 in there, 20.5 behind. Let's see if he can find something. He does. Zerjav forges his way to 84% equity here versus Juha, and you wouldn't be surprised to see exactly a small c-bet here from the deuces, just looking to fold out some hands like king 8, maybe some hands like ace 6, ace 7 that would defend as well.
Yeah, there's a very stoic look on Blaz's face, but as we see, he is more than happy to get it in there with top pair.
Yeah, looking to value jam some hands that are going to stack off king 9, king 10, ace king, ace 10. Looking to just get it in, and happy to get the fold as well. It's not the end of the world, right? Picking up a nice little stack, maneuvering his way to just south of starting now.
Is it 50,000 starting stack today?
That's right, yeah. So the max late reg gang had 20 big blinds, playing semi-short-handed on most of the tables at the moment. 4 tables of 6, I believe. 24 left.
Yeah, so I heard you and Scott, well, you and PokerBras just touch on that now about the whole debate that comes with a late registration. Now, where do you find yourself on that side of the argument?
Yeah, so I play mostly pot limit Omaha, so I don't feel like it's a game that it benefits the max late reg too much, because bigger stacks have a massive advantage when you head towards the ICM stages of the tournament. Just going to be able to rifle through opens, c-bets, and just pick up a lot of chips. So for me, I don't have a strong opinion about it. I do know in Hold'em that it can get a bit dicey because the incentive is to max late reg. So sometimes the fields get a little bit thin towards the start of a tournament, and it can be just 7 regs around one table. It's not great for the recreational to sit down, just getting 3-bet every hand. So the bigger picture does dictate that maybe it is somewhat predatorial. It does kind of influence the action. There's a lot of guys that max late reg, get one double and just try and tank their way into the money, and these kind of factors certainly make the registration less attractive for the fun player or for the recreational. Where do you stand on it?
I definitely agree with what you're saying, but I think it's one of those things where it's open to everyone. Everybody can use it. Oh, we've got a bit of a confrontation here. The flat with the aces, and then the queen 10 flops top pair.
Flat with the aces off of just over 25 big blinds. A couple of short stacks behind, I believe, hoping for a squeeze jam there. And Alexei is checking out of position with his queen 10, flopping top pair. Likely to be going for the check call route.
But going back to the late registration debate, I think in terms of the more prestigious tournaments, sort of like your 5K main events and obviously the WSOP main event, the purist inside me does like the idea of only having late registration, go maybe sort of
6 levels.
Yeah, 6 levels, 8 levels, or whatever it is through the day, to the dinner break, for example. I don't think it takes any shine off of these events, but if I had my choice, I think that would be something to go back towards.
Meet in the middle a little bit, where we don't have half the field left for the max late reg, which of course is a very attractive position to jump in. You've got half the field already eliminated. You kind of seize some expected value from those early bust outs. And if you have it at like level 6 or level 8 or something like that with a decent structure, it's only going to be 25% of the field out. So I think what people are you're starting to see online is some early bird chips for the players that are in from the start. Gives them a little bit more of an incentive to reg from the start.
Yeah, I definitely think like the ideas like bubble protection are definitely good for the game for people who want to register from the start.
Yeah, for sure. So we do go check on the turn, and the board just gets pretty dicey for these aces, no spade, but also Alexei there with the queen 10 is going to be concerned of hands like the odd trap, like aces, potentially kings you more see in the 3-bet line, but king queen, queen jack definitely could be out there. some hands as well, like pocket 7s, pocket 9s he beats, so I think he's going to have enough showdown value here. It's just a question of whether he wants to go for a very tiny size to kind of freeze his opponent's options. Something like 10% pot, 3.5k here, could get some value from some of those pairs, and can also dissuade his opponent to put more chips in with a hand like this.
I think if the cards go on their backs, I think Naskin is going to be very relieved and
super
what
happy.
could have been a much bigger pot than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So how about you, George? Have you hopped into any events while out here? Any cash gains?
I played the 200, the phase that was at the beginning of the week. Made day 2 of the decent stack. That went down in flames. Max late regged and was out in about 1 orbit, so that was not great. Played some 10-10 cash games. Had a really good start. Decent table as well. Nice action, but yeah, big losing session there, and having some comfort in the commentary booth. You can't lose money here, which is nice. So it does go check, and Zdenek maybe could have found some arguments for a value bet of sorts there on the river, but on the 4 spade run out, it's just so difficult to find it. The slim likelihood of being check raised is certainly enough to consider just checking back and often winning the pot.
Yeah, you just sort of like internally throw up if you put the thin value bet out there and see a raise over the top.
Yeah, and you know at this level that the capability is more than present for these kind of moves. Whether or not we would have seen Queen 10 being turned into a bluff versus a small size in position remains to be seen, but yeah, definitely some hands that limit showdown value versus the small block sizing on the river could find their way into a check raise.
So when did PLO become the game of choice for yourself?
Yeah, good question. So at university I was always playing online Hold'em MTTs, and I kind of had a bit of a strategy of just depositing on Monday, playing Monday to Friday, cashing out, and going for a good time on the weekend in Cardiff. So I never really took poker that seriously. It was just kind of a way to make a little bit of money on the side and have a good time. Let's just see Tamasauskas here jamming for about 18 bigs BVB. Big blind anti-structure. Juha was a little bit shorter as well. Just happy to take it down with the ace there. Very natural jam, these low aces, deuces, 3s, 4s. Just no real reason to limp. Just wanting to take down the 2 big blinds in there. So yeah, and then Omaha kind of came later. I'd started to do some commentary for the Cash Game Festival, and which later became the festival. And I just was playing some of the cash games there, the Hold'em ones. I didn't find them particularly interesting, to be honest. There's lots of tight play. People seem to have figured out pre-flop quite quickly in Hold'em. And then, looked at some 2-2 PLO games and thought, there's some big action going on here, and I don't know much about this game, but I feel like there's a lot of mistakes being made. So it was kind of a natural progression in that sense.
Well, if you're ever back in South Wales, you'll be pleased to know there's a lot of PLO action.
Is there?
Yeah.
Are they playing 6 card though?
Everything. So I think on a Tuesday, the only sort of card room left now in Cardiff is Le Croupier's over by the stadium. There's a lot of. I think there's a 4-5 mix game.
Nice.
And then cash games. You can play PLO 4-5-6, but it tends just to be PLO 6.
Yeah, that's the way it's gone in the UK, which is something that I'm not that enthused about. If I'm playing live, a 6 card can be somewhat of a rake trap sometimes in the live rake structures, where you're just going like 7 ways to every flop. Post-flop maneuverability is extremely tough. It requires definitely a certain type of focus. I've just always been a PLO purist. I love 4 card, and if people are wanting to play 5, then so be it. But 6 is where I usually draw the line, to be honest. So we see another limp here from Zdenek.
A bit of a decision here for Juha with the dead money in.
Yeah, with the King Jack, the issue is that the limp comes from under the gun. He is aware that this opponent is employing quite a heavy limping strategy, but he's going to fire it through. Feels like there's enough of a chance that he Gets the fold equities, looking for 13 big blinds here. 14, sorry. It's going to be bad news, I think. I don't think the ace-jack is going to be going anywhere. I think Tamasauskas' over-limping range on the button here is going to be pretty capped. I don't think he's ever going to have a hand that can overcall the re-jam.
No, he's... he might be able to get away with one with the Vladis. You know, if the flop had come down ace-high, then...
Yeah, it would have been a disaster, and we do see the limp jam here from the ace-jack, and a very favorable scenario for Zdeněk Žižka from the Czech Republic up against a legend of the game, Juha Helppi. Cards are on their backs, and we can see from the ticker that he's actually only got 22%. There must have been a jack folded. King, sorry. Can Juha find a way out of jail?
It's not looking great for him.
It's not, is it? And there is the Queen of Diamonds, not what Juha was looking for. Came in yesterday for the Royal Showdown in our sort of pre-invitational interview. He said that he really wanted to, you know, he was looking forward most to the 5K. He really wanted to defend his title, and unfortunately, as late registration is closed, that is going to be the end of Juha's run.
You going to take the over or the under that he hops into 1B or 1C right now?
Yeah, the knight is fairly young, isn't it? I think he's got a couple more hours of poker in him for sure. So I take the yes.
I think the day 1B field is quite qualifier rich as well today. I know OlyBet have sent over 200.
Oh wow, and they're all in 1B.
There was, I think 12 made it through yesterday from a good number, and I think today speaking to a few of the OlyBet guys, I think they're expecting a big attendance from the people who satellited in online.
Yeah.
I think they had their OlyBet had their big giveaway fortnight a few weeks back, but I think that awarded something like ridiculous, like over 75 seats or something like that.
Yeah, we had Krista, who's the managing director of OlyBet, the poker division of OlyBet Group, and he was saying that 200 total, as you mentioned, and he was a little bit concerned that they wouldn't hit the million guarantee, but I think the way it's looking, it could be even a 1.3, 1.4 at this stage.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that comes from a place of Krista being the boss, and, and you know,
not looking to overshoot his arm or count his chickens, let's say.
But even should the million not be hit, I don't think it would be too much, and I still think you've got to give these tour operators a round of applause for when they do go big with something like this.
Yeah.
You know, it's better to try and fail than not to try at all without getting too cliche.
Especially in a region that's in a kind of transitional period. You know, we're now seeing a big field in the 5K. We're now seeing the million guarantee in the 1K. When we came here in times gone by, it was more of a sort of 200 to 500 range buy-in. And like you said, it's just the perfect poker stop because it connects Northern Europe with some of the continental nations as well. It's easy for us to get over here. It's only a couple of hours on the flight.
Yeah, I was quite surprised how easy it was to get to Estonia, to be honest.
Absolutely. And also how easy it is to get to the casino from the airport, which is when you go to places like Cyprus and things like that, you know, it's like a 1 hour transfer. And
yes, going through the UN peacekeeping zones.
Yeah, exactly. You got the guys with the just all like kitted up with the big guns and stuff. But no, it's beautiful part of the world. For some cards, and we do have 22 remaining of the 58. We're going to be playing long into the night. Who's your favorite from the table so far? You said you had a soft spot for Blaz.
Yeah, soft spot for Blaz. I saw just before coming into the commentary room, I saw Renan Bruchy out there. He's someone that I've always enjoyed watching. I think I covered him. He had a deep run in an EPT Highroller. Just a really nice guy and just really good as well. Like,
yeah, I was a little starstruck when I saw that he was in the field. I was like, wow, okay. Top banana.
It was one of those ones that I did have to do a double take. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, poker's tough these days, right? You give the guys in the 1K a chance, you know.
Well, I think yesterday Blaz took down the 150 pot limit Raz, and
Just like, yeah.
I think there was a look on a few people's faces like, what are you doing in a 150 event?
Yeah.
Can't you give us a chance to win something, please?
Why is it not a 70-year-old Finnish guy winning?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it should be, it feels. But yeah, looking to chance his arm across multiple formats, and in some ways a good training ground for him, to get a bit of volume in on. You don't get even many 150s of that ilk online these days, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Playing for the team tournament as well with Senkel, and I think Renan Bruchy is also in his team, so they've got a really star-studded team there. Yeah, Senkel's Angels, they're called. Yeah.
That doesn't seem fair to everybody else.
It's just the competition of the team tournament, as we mentioned previously. 35, I think, entrants last time around, over 100 this time. So certainly growing in popularity with the added value.
It just makes for such a unique dynamic at one of these events, and poker is supposed to be fun, right? That's what it's supposed to be first and foremost. It's supposed to be fun. And yeah, big props to the guys running Kings of Tallinn for finding new ways to make these festivals more interesting than they usually are.
Oh, for sure. What do we think is the thought process here for Zdenek here with the 9-8? We've got 22 players. He's got over 3 starting stacks. We are, somewhat approaching the money, but what's the reason for tanking here with the 9-8? It's just clearly a snap fold, so
it's a pretty hand.
Yeah, it's like maybe he's a cash game player and you just can't find the fold.
Yeah, there's that temptation there. It looks pretty, and you shouldn't.
Yeah,
but I think that's what makes it more alluring, is knowing you shouldn't.
Yeah. So it looks like in the back of our screen we can see that it's going to be 7 paid here. So round about the kind of standard 12.5%.
It seems we've lost 2 players as well from the outer tables.
Yeah, that's right. And we are playing 5-handed. So it could be that he, looking to tank it down to 18, where they're going to remain with 6-handed play. But yeah, just one of those, like you said. Taking his time. No extra points for rushing any decision, I guess. So Tamasauskis, he did try and sneak one through with the King-8 from the cutoff, and that was met by a non-all-in 3-bet from Ace-4 off a couple of hands ago. Alex to fold this time, but Alexei with the 6-5 suited.
Another very fun hand from the cutoff.
Yeah, exactly. Just getting a feel for the stacks behind. The hand is very playable at sort of 30 big blinds and over effective, but if you're opening into a lot of 10 big blind stacks, then yeah, the allure of the hand certainly goes down somewhat, and as you can see, there are at least 1 short stack in the blind.
I think that might be a good piece of advice for me to follow tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be quite deep at that stage if people are sat with 10, 20 bigs, so that would be a nice thing, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, just thinking about the high card value at the lower stack depths, much better to raise a hand like King 10 off there than 6-5 suited, despite 6-5 suited having, more playability. Just wanting to interact a little bit more with the rejamming ranges behind. There's a jab out the way, so Zdenek sneaks one through with a cheeky little Queen-8 off open there. But again, a good characteristic there where he had the queen, so he blocks hands like Queen Jack suited, Ace Queen, Queens, King Queen, Queen 10 suited that might find their way into the middle.
Yeah, that was one thing I saw yesterday. I was doing a bit of solver work on a break yesterday, and I saw from like a 17 big blind depth that Queen 9 suited was an open under the gun, which blew my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas 7-8 suited was a fold, right? Yeah, there you go.
I'm still probably folding the Queen 9 and playing the 7-8 suited, though.
It looks better. It looks prettier. We can make more straight flushes. That's got to count for something. So Mattis getting a little short, 8 big blinds, Queen Deuce suited, not conventionally in the realm of a button jam here. I think, setting the line at sort of Queen 7, Queen 8 seems like a clear take. He does go for it. Wow. Does have Blaz short in the big blind. Nope. Maybe this is something to do with the bigger big blind ante, right? So they're playing 5-handed, so it's essentially a 20% ante. Whereas when you're playing 8-handed, of course, it goes down to the more standardized 12.5. So also the fact that he's going to be going through the blinds in only a couple of hands, 5-handed. So kind of a bit of a momentum shove, and definitely wider than I expected, but hey, these guys are playing at a high level, and you can always learn something from these uncharacteristic moves as we see it here in the booth.
Yeah, I think he might have looked at the blind stacks as well. They were quite short.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen 2 suited there for 8 bigs. Yeah, probably a little bit wide there on the button.
Yeah, but certainly within reason if he feels, just because of the live structure with that big blind ante. And now rewarded for his bravery with the king-queen suited. Is he going to go for the raise call or just the open jam? Looks like the latter. And Alexei here, king 8, not really too much of a decision. If he's got a hand like king 10, king jack off, it starts to get quite close. King jack probably favoring maybe a call.
There we go, and almost a double up from the 2 hands there without seeing any cards. A
go.
Dream spot there for the shorty.
Yeah, picking up 5 bigs. Happy days. Surging from 8 to 13. Very much in the thick of things here. But as you mentioned, it's a rather unbalanced stack distribution on this feature table. You've got Alexei there with, I think, 330k, and a lot of the other guys, except the Czech Republic man in the bright orange, double Z, let's call him. Just a great name. Are fighting it around on the short stacks, just trying to grapple with their position. So cut-off position here for Blaz Zerjav, 8-7 suited. So obviously opening and open shoving are a bit different, right? So you wouldn't want to open this hand off of like 15, but shoving is quite attractive, getting lots of higher card combos to fold, having good equity when called as well. Oh. Unless you run into the overpair. That's the only concern. If he runs into ace-king, he's still got a fighting chance against 10s, which even blocks some of his straight opportunities. It's looking a bit dicey for the Slovenian here.
Naski is just being rewarded with these dream spots time and time again, as we've seen over the last hour.
That's how you do it in tournaments, man. It's a lot about, you know, preparation and practice, plus a bit of luck. That's how you do it. And you can't win every tournament, obviously, but if you get this kind of card distribution, it's going to be tough not to.
And why would you just flat the 10s there that Naski did when you have the player in the big blind?
Maybe he hopes that the big blind could shove some hands like pocket 9s or pocket 8s that would snap fold if he rejammed. Maybe an ace-5 suited from time to time as well. So just keeping the options open. And yeah, Blaz almost out the door, needs a 7 and a 7 only to survive. And it's the 4 of clubs.
GG's Blaz.
Yeah, tough run for the Slovenian, not quite getting it done. Didn't really have much to work with there, was just kind of treading water for a while. Did pick up somewhat of a bottom of range shove and just runs into the blade. So it's just the way tournament poker goes sometimes. We're going to be down to 4-handed play momentarily, I believe. Should be 4 tables of 5 now with 20 left.
Let's hope Blaz jumps into 1B or 1C and bags, so I don't have to see him across the table tomorrow.
That would be ideal, wouldn't it? Swerve him on your left tomorrow. Are you going to be in from level 1?
I think so.
Yeah. Why not, right? Get the full experience.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm someone, I think it's just us as well. I hate being late for things.
Yeah.
Even if it's like to my advantage, I want to be there from the beginning, 300 big blinds deep. I like giving away half of my stack and then fighting it back. It all makes for a better comeback story.
Exactly. Back up against the wall, almost kind of giving away half the stack to make it harder on yourself, you know? It's more of a grind and more of a story. So Vladas Tamasauskas is not particularly enthused with this holding under the gun here. Going to have to pay about 25% of his stack in just the next hand. And you can see he's going for the tank because he's waiting for the tables to be rebalanced here. So this is a rather tactical, I was going to say sip, but it's actually more of a gulp of water that he's going for. Does respectfully fold, but it's really going to hurt his EV by being on a four-handed table with 20 left here. Should be seeing one more player join this table when the tournament director evens up the seat draws.
It's like when it comes to stalling, you know, we've all been in those situations where you're kind of forced to do it. You don't like doing it because you know it's maybe not the best thing to do in terms of etiquette.
Yeah, it was respectful. It was sort of 15 seconds. I think that's permittable. You know, a snap fold is quite bad for him, just in case that he gets someone sat in between.
Yeah, I can never moan about anyone stalling. I once did it in a $30 buying in Prague, and it was the best $50 that I'd ever won.
It tastes sweeter, doesn't it?
I did not make many friends that evening.
And there you go. That is why he gets the stall out, as now Harry Lodge is straight into the big blind, and Vladas Tamasauskas gets himself another hand to potentially find a chance to fire in those 8 bigs and pick up the extra 2.5 instead of paying it over the next 2 hands. So another little tidbit there for you guys watching at home. Just be positionally aware, not just of, you know, ranges, but also of how things can change in these smaller field tournaments.
There you go. You lose Blaz and pick up Harry Lodge. It's these 5Ks.
Tough.
You cannot mess around in these with these players about.
That is absolutely for sure. You've got to be crystal clear on your intentions if you're going to enter a tournament of this ilk. Certainly a lot of the creme de la creme of live and online poker sat down joining you. So Queen 6 suited for Harry. Going to defend his option, of course.
2 6s.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Be a quick cameo at the feature table for Harry. But instead, he kind of gets away scot-free from this dominating pre-flop scenario in favor of Alexei once again.
Can you ever float to a small bet here with the Queen 6 suited with the backdoors straight and flush draws?
I think it's more of a check raise or fold type candidate, and I quite like this one actually with the over, with the backdoor straight draw. Let's see what sizing we get here. Likely to be kind of smallish. Does just snap fold.
He puts in some miles, Harry.
Yeah, he's everywhere, isn't he?
Every event, whether in, well, all across Europe, all across the United States. And that's the thing, we're blessed at the moment to have so much live poker everywhere.
Yeah, you can really make a schedule of it. The only thing is, if you're Harry Lodge and you're playing the higher buy-ins, the expenses are very much justified. For someone that's looking to travel live and play the sort of 200 to 500 range, it does get quite thin, and a lot of your money is going to be coming out in expenses, and it's going to be quite difficult to sustain a decent living without getting a couple of decent scores at least per year. But that's the dream, isn't it? Traveling around, playing the 1 to 5Ks.
Hey,
getting the volume in.
Alan Kessler gets a lot of flack online, but I tell you what, I wouldn't mind his life.
Yeah.
Just with a bit more salt and pepper on my food, though.
He's very much the McDonald's coupons man, isn't he?
He posted a brilliant food pic on Twitter last night. It was just plain rice with boiled chicken side by side and asking people to rate his meal. He's fantastic.
What was the average rating? About -2 out of 10?
I don't think it would be appropriate to say on commentary. Oh, here we go. Have we seen many effective all-ins today with any body leaving chips behind at all yet?
Not yet. Not yet. But yeah, certainly a strategy that starts to come into play with a bit more of a ICM kind of inclination. Still 20 left, 7 paid. Oh, 19 left, I should say. 7 paid. We're going to get a table redraw shortly, or just even it out, I should say. So we're round about, what are we, sort of 35% of the field left or so, and we're going to be paying 12.5, so still a lot of work to be done for these guys. But definitely encroaching the money, and definitely some considerations to be made about the ranges, the rejams, the slightly less flatting going on now. You're just going to see quite aggressive pre-flop strategy for these guys.
There you go, 15 bigs on the button for Harry.
Yeah, King Jack. It's kind of an interesting one. Big blind ante, short-handed. I think I quite like a shove here. Let's see. He goes for the min raise. He does. Oh, I forgot that he's got Tamasauskas in the small blind here, so he can raise call the small, and then also raise fold versus small and big blind all in.
Yeah, just the 5 bigs here now for Tamasauskas.
Yeah. Got to be pretty happy with this spot.
I miss his vlogs. They were brilliant when he started doing them.
Oh, I didn't see them,
yeah,
really.
Really good, really good, yeah.
All in English, I imagine, as well.
Yeah. I think it was around the time, like, he...
like post-COVID, or...?
Yeah, post-COVID. I think it was when he was, like, beasted a load of Poker Go Tour events. I think it might have been around that time.
Oh, wow.
See, I think he won a few back-to-back.
Are they still on YouTube?
Oh, it's been a while since I've checked, but I remember. I think one of my colleagues, Connor Richards, he did a really good interview with him. I think maybe 2-3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go, trip jacks here,
and a safe river, which marks the elimination, unfortunately, of Vladas. Certainly had his fill, but it's not going to be today. So that's going to be a bust out, and I think he's going to be our 19th place finisher, which leaves us with 3 tables of 6. You could just see one of the up-and-coming Finns in the back of the camera screen there. Lucas Rainen. Looking forward to potentially seeing him join us on the feature table. Great young player.
It's quite the poker pedigree from people, from players from Finland. Obviously, you know, Antonius, one of the best of all time, one of the most entertaining players. But you've also, like I say, there's a lot of online beasts coming from sort of like those Baltic countries.
Absolutely, and Doug Polk famously had that theory where he said the colder the weather, the better the player. You know, because they've just got these longer winters, less sunlight, more time for running sims inside, I guess.
Yeah, I know Tero Luria. I might be butchering that
Yeah,
name
I know
there.
who you mean.
Yeah, but I know he's hopped into the. I think he bagged the main event on day 1A.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you know, he won Irish Open 2023.
Yep.
I think a year later, then goes and takes down an 888 main event.
Wow.
You know, not only are they beasting online, they're crushing the live scene as well.
Yeah, I think they've got back-to-back winners in the Masters Poker Classic in Amsterdam as well. I think one of them was Rupert Tami. The second name escapes me, but yeah, the Finns have definitely started to, as we've seen actually quite a lot these days, online has become so tough and it's just a battleground. Even at like $50 tournaments online now, you're going to see a really high standard of poker. So I think that a lot of players have kind of, you know, understood that and kind of treat online as a way to, you know, make a little bit of pocket money, but as a training ground for the bigger events live, where the games are, I think, particularly fruitful for players of that ability.
It's the cost of tuition there.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes you got to pay coaching in indirect forms.
And I'm still paying off my student loans massively.
Yeah. So interesting scenario developing here. Alexei going for the limp with the ace-7, and Zdenek ISOing one of these high-low combos. Got the Broadway card, which is going to block some of the potential traps in our opponent's range, but also a hand that plays so poorly post-flop that you do see it in the modern game being used aggressively. Are we going to see a limp 3-bet here from the ace-7?
I don't think you can forget about the bucket hat equity as well. That seems to follow these players. There's been a lot of
the Chinese guy on the final table of the Bahamas, right?
Yeah. A lot of innovation in headgear in poker. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of hats and caps.
Absolutely.
And being an avid Welsh football fan, the Welsh bucket hats. It's good. It's good to see on a big stage like today.
Absolutely.
And how can you forget Phil Ivey as well?
Yeah, and Liam Gallagher outside of poker as well. the true bastion of the bucket hat and the parka. Yeah, it gives you the chills watching back the early sort of WSOP from the early 2000s. Phil in the basketball jersey and the bucket hat, just getting it done. Ultimately meeting his fate in the form of the accountant from God knows where in America, who goes on to win it and was the instigator in this massive boom and a big reason of why we're seeing these fields like 58 players in a 5K.
It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? When would we be here if Moneymaker never sucked out that day?
Unbelievable, isn't it? It's such a big thing to think about. It just kind of paved the way. People started to realize, hey, if he can do it, then why can't I? And that's the beauty of the game. You do see some surprise winners, even in a field like this. Everyone buys in. Everyone takes their shot.
Yeah. For the first poker boom, you had Moneymaker, and then I suppose for the poker boom that we're going through now, I suppose a lot of thanks, rightly or wrongly, is got to go to COVID. I think post-COVID, live poker scene has been absolutely booming.
Yeah.
People were starving for entertainment. Obviously, all those home games became massive online.
App games, everything was just huge. Yeah, it really paved the way for sure. Lots of people in the UK with the furlough payments just burning a hole in their pocket in some ways, looking to play a bit of online.
Halcyon days.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so sixes are going to go in here. And Lankinen, an interested bystander here with the ace-queen, certainly going to, I think, call. I don't think he's going to think that Nasky is going to have an awful lot here with flatting the button, and that's mostly who he's focusing his attention on right now. Trying to get any kind of indicator as to the live presence of Nasky. Is he kind of over the hand? He's seen the jam. He's like, okay, that's me out. But that's what we're seeing from Tommy here, just kind of eyeing up his opponent. They will know each other quite well from similar background.
Yeah, what's he got there? About 72 bigs?
Yeah. So I think it's call or click. I think jam is just out of the question here when you've got your opponent covering us. He does go for the call. And it's going to be a classic flip for Salmons Mattis versus Tommy Lankinen. Another online finish reg.
Will the sixes hold this time around? Ace.
Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be the door for Mattis, and instead the six follows the ace in the window, and the double up is almost secured on the flop. Just a heart or a running ace board pair.
Is there a better feeling in poker than seeing the window card hit your opponent and then seeing your 12 to come in underneath?
Oh, it's so good. It's a real roller coaster of emotions in the space of 0.5 seconds, isn't it? You're like, oh. So 17 left. We're really rifling through the field here, Callum.
Yeah, a bit of carnage over the last 20 minutes or so. A lot of new arrivals to this feature table, taking out the short stacks. Obviously, Harry Lodge taking out Vladas, and then the confrontation we just saw right then.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden we were commentating merely a few orbits ago on such a sort of difficult stack distribution where we had one huge stack and loads of guys that had kind of max late reg and were hanging around on 10 bigs, and as you see now it's sort of starting to move towards the mean here. Average stack is 42.5 big blinds, and that's now slightly more represented on our feature table.
So is this better for Naski now then? So those short stacks are have disappeared now. So the short stack is 25 bigs. I think he can be opening a lot more liberally.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to get re-jammed on as liberally, right? So that means that his opens can be a little bit more aggressive. King 6 from the cutoff is probably going to make it in.
There's, again, like flopping that set when your opponent has the window, there is nothing more fun in poker than being a big stack on the bubble here.
Yeah, exactly. Just rifling through the field, getting a lot of respect, and leaning on those ICM principles that your opponents are likely to be following at this level. However, you do have to, of course, defend fairly wide from the big blind. The other guys are incentivized to fight another day, whereas Harry kind of forced to see a flop here with the Jack 8, and will be fairly happy about the spot. But look at this, Naski coming up trumps once again, top pair. Going to be a board that he's going to be betting the vast majority of the time, you feel, to broadways.
And with a weak top pair here, what sort of sizing do players now? What's the GTO size here?
I think 40% is fine, and I think you can go even smaller when you're already kind of encroaching on some ICM considerations. He's gone even smaller than that. He's gone for sort of just south of a third. And that does make sense, because I think for chips, 40 is good. It's kind of like that in between third and half pot realm where it's a good board for you, but also you're cut off, not under the gun, so you are going to miss it still a decent amount of the time. It's a bit more neutral. Obviously the nut advantage still remains with the opener, but so Alexei deciding to just size down there because the efficiency of the bet, I guess, is higher even when it's so small. And I think the response from Harry on that particular board is going to be fairly honest for the most part, so not particularly worried about too much check raise activity going on.
Oh, he didn't really have a decision there, did he?
No, exactly, yeah, just kind of out of it already.
There we go, a nice open here from Matisse with the ace-9 off.
Queen 6 for Lodge, hits the muck, and Bankman with the 10 deuce suited here, covering his opponent. Suited hand versus the min raise. Again, that big effective ante in play. Do want to be defending our suited hands here.
The ace-9 still ahead.
Yeah, the board is fairly disconnected. I think we might see a small sizing here from Mattis.
And again, it's so satisfying just to take these pots down when you're only sort of like that 25 bigs deep here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little pickup onto the next one. Just motoring ever so quietly towards that in the money berth.
Did you have any picks when you saw the lineup of who's still in? Anybody you think is going to be the favorite to take it down?
It's tough to say, isn't it? Because everywhere you look, it's a name that deserves a mention in the reckoning. So with 17 left here, I don't know. I'm a big fan of the Finns. Managed to spend a bit of time with those guys last time. One of my friends, Max, has done some coaching for those guys back in the day, and kind of the friendship groups sort of somewhat aligned in terms of we're quite friendly at the stops and things like that. So yeah, if it's not Harry, the fellow countryman, then maybe one of the Finns.
Nice, nice. Do we know if Cabral is still in the mix, or is he...
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, winning his third bracelet at Kings in the September last year. Absolutely bossed the final table, to be fair to him.
He's got a lot of pep in his step, and I think he is one of the masters of, with all of his antics, I think people can somewhat underestimate his game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that he is very much well aware of what he's doing, and he's a maverick in his own field, and that's, you know, we've seen some strategic differences in the stylistic kind of makeup of these players on the feature table in this 5K, but also with when you start to bring in the more confrontational psychological aspects that he brings to the game. He creates EV out of thin air with this kind of, people just get sick of it. People start getting frustrated. People play poorly against him because they've got this kind of like disdain towards the antics, and you know, he's the perfect villain in some ways.
Yeah, sort of as a media person, you know, involved in poker, like for us, it's great. It's great for us, but we can totally understand, you know, the player's perspective. It can be very gyrating. Although after his bracelet win, I think he did a couple of interviews and showed a more candid side of him. So if anybody's interested in finding out a bit more of Cabral, I think there's a few WSOP recaps there where you can find out his, you know, maybe see a lighter side, in maybe probably more human aspect that Cabral has that maybe some people didn't know that he did possess.
I think he's extremely smart, and I think he's an innovator in his own way. I mean, you've obviously got comparisons with the Timu Cabral, which would be obviously Will Kassouf. but yeah, he's excellent at what he does, and I'm all for it, to be honest. I think that if people can't deal with it, then that's more of a reflection of their own, I wouldn't say insecurities, but difficulties in dealing with it.
He's a very self-assured person from what I've seen, very self-confident.
And he's also a huge grinder. I've seen him in 200s, 500s, 5Ks, 10Ks, 25Ks. The guy's everywhere. Yeah, he just loves the game. And he's constantly practicing and constantly playing live.
He's, like I say, he's got his fingers in a lot of pies as well. Esports,
yeah. Absolutely.
I think a lot of trading as well. A very analytical mind.
Yeah, anywhere you can make a bit of an edge, he's got a bit of a foot stamp on it.
Alright, we've got Double Z here with a 10-7 off.
Double Z. It's just going to muck it. Chips are at a premium here, and these kind of... You're seeing a lot of suited defense for good reason. You can flop a flush, right? But with these kind of hands, like the 10-7s, the 9-7s, you're defending for chips. But now we're sort of slowly encroaching the money. These hands become a little bit more, drawn towards folding, just because you don't want to get dominated on certain boards. There's a big risk premium.
What a level Matisse has had as well. You know, that 8 big blind jam with the Queen Deuce suited. And now he's cruising at 30 bigs.
That was the catalyst for a bit of momentum for him, wasn't it? You know, the brave shove for the positional player there. Two short stacks to go through. Saw a suited queen, ripped it in. If he'd have folded that, he might have just bled through the blinds, and we might not have seen him. So yeah, interesting, the kind of butterfly effect there.
There you go, a nice one in the small blind for double Z. I think that's how it's gonna be for me right now.
Sticking with double Z for sure.
Uses off-suited Broadway just to limp in. Oh, and a nice one here for Matisse here. King Jack suited. Has double Z pipped. What will he do? Check or raise? There you go, bumps it up to a big size in here of 17k. Just a little over 3 bigs. Double Z with the decision now. And we're going to a flop.
I just had a random thought that I'd forgotten when I said I'd never heard someone with 2 Zs for a first name, Zinedine Zidane. How have I missed that? He's maybe the Zinedine Zidane of poker. Similar kind of style, got a lot of limping going on, a rather unorthodox style, and gets the job done.
Hopefully no headbutts, though.
Yeah, well, that would be a little bit out of line, wouldn't it? I'm not sure what the media team would do about that if he started to take that bucket hat off and...
they'd have a hit piece on their hands for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, was it in Cherokee last week, or the table flip?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I commentated on a stream once in Bratislava as a party poker event. I can say that now because they're basically defunct. And there was a fight breaking out at the final table between a guy on the rail who was pissed, who was like constantly heckling one of the guys on the final table, and the guy on the final table just had enough. He was a massive guy, so he just stood up and just started swinging, and we were on a technical break due to some difficulties. It was I've never seen anything like it.
To be honest, I'm quite surprised it doesn't happen more with how emotional the game can be.
Yeah, true.
It often just ends in words.
I think it's more of a cash game thing. There's in tournaments, I think it's a little less. People are really trying not to be as emotional, right? And in cash games, like people, it's just an absolute free for all, isn't it? Like everyone's got their, beer or whatever they're up to, and tensions are flying.
There we go. It's the hour of Matisse.
Certainly is.
5x in his stack.
Big comeback, definitely a focused, steely glare there from Matisse, who's I heard from Scott, well known for coaching. I didn't know that myself.
Yeah, Matisse is a crusher coach.
Yeah, that's the word on the street.
Like the Finns, the Austrians as well, a very, very strong poker roster coming out from the Central European country there.
Yeah, everywhere you look on one of the biggest sites, it's just Austria flag, which is, some kind of tax dodging and avoidance, but also representative of a strong poker nation for sure.
I think they prefer the term tax maneuvering.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm not German. I've been living in Vienna for 2 years. How dare you?
There we go. Naski opening wide here with 4-3 suited.
Yeah, continuing to put the pedal to the metal.
A 3-bet candidate here from Matisse, or is he just being a bit too active that he better just a flat?
Suited aces, yeah, they do make nice flats and also nice 3-bets. I think when we have these kind of ICM considerations, I wouldn't have minded a 3-bet fold, actually, just because of how wide this opening range is of Alexei, which means that there's going to be quite a wide raise fold gap. It's going to be difficult for him to defend all of these types of hands. If he's opening 4-3 suited, he's going to have, a 60-70% opening range. So what's he going to do with the sort of 30 to 70% region? It's mostly just going to fold, and, our ace deuce out of position. It lacks playability. The straight draws that emerge are going to be towards the bottom end, difficult to navigate. So I think I would have gone for a 3-bet or even just a fold, but I am not at this level, so it's always good to think about things laterally and objectively. And I guess he feels that because the open range is wide, that the risk of losing a big pot on an ace-high board lessens. So, but he could also be, somewhat under-repped.
Yeah, I've coded a fair few high rollers, super high rollers on my time on the circuit, and seeing some of the cards that turn over after the lines these players make, I don't even begin to try and wrap my head around it, because if I think I know the answer, the question's already changed straight away.
Exactly. It's one of my hobbies has become chess. A good friend of mine used to be a professional poker player, moved into chess, and went down a different route, and he's become a very strong player. And so when I watch his games, it's just like I have no idea what's going on. I'd love to know, but
no, I have a 16-year-old brother who's quite into his chess, and he is giving me a hiding every time we sit down
absolutely.
now. So because of that, I don't play anymore. not that I played anyway to begin with, but
yeah, but you've got to restore the brotherly rivalry there. You can't just let him have your pants down every time. It's no fun, is it?
I see. It's on FIFA now as well.
On FIFA as well.
I got to give it up.
So Harry is going to go for the ISO here, and we've seen Zdenek have a lot of those hands where we thought, is he just limping this sort of portion of his range? Well, no. He's got the kings here from the cutoff, so he's continuing to employ this strategy, and with clearly from some of the hand selections that we've seen, it is balanced, and he does show up with some of these hands. We saw the ace-jack, which was actually lulling in Juha Helppi out of the tournament. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Raise call for 15 bigs there from the king 10. Does he just... And this is the thing, like, maybe Harry's just thinking, oh, he's got a low pair here. He's going to have some kind of, like, ace-x suited. I'm in great shape, but that's very surprising. Wow. So, actually, 4% backdoor clubs. This would be a sickener, wouldn't it? Yeah, the all-in star should be over with the king 10. Oh, queen of clubs on the turn. But the 5 of hearts does not find any kind of escape from Harry Lodge.
Double Z's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
He certainly does. This limping strategy
pays off again.
Yeah, I thought that Harry might be able to find a way out there, but not in this occasion. King 10 hitting the rail. Double Z continuing to use that unorthodox style and put it to good use. It's now the second time he's got in a really favorable pre-flop scenario from this limping strategy.
Power of the bucket hat.
Fascinating stuff. So 14 left now. Half the field are going to be in the money. 7 are going to make the cash positions.
There you go. Another 20 minutes left at this level.
Absolutely.
A half hour blind high roller, quite nice, I think.
Decent enough, yeah. If you've got the incremental structure with it, which this one does. I have played half an hour sort of high rollers in places like Slovakia, Austria, where I didn't feel like we were getting great value out of the tournament. They were starting a little bit later in the day, sort of 4 or 5 o'clock. It would be 6 by the time it finished, but also it would be 20 big blind, 15, 20 big blind average,
where it turns into that show fest.
Yeah, exactly.
At the most important stage of the tournament.
It always left a sour taste with me. I've had a lot of big runs online, and always on this one site, which I'm sure you know, it just always turns into this shove fest, and it's like, you know what, like we're playing for serious money here. And maybe I'm just salty because it didn't quite work out a lot of times, but it does feel like, playing for the big bunny does merit potentially a slightly better structure. As we see here, we're still well over 40 big blind average. And these guys have got plenty of play behind. So Tommy coming out on top here with the Jack-9. He's going to check it over, and Alexei looks interested with the 10-6. Doesn't have a club in hand, but not sure what the 10 really achieves here, though he is going to go for a stab.
Let's see if Naski can put his big stack to use on the turn. I don't see Tommy going away anyway just yet.
Yeah, might be thinking of firing some through on, a card like a 9 or a queen, but again, might have isolated a couple of the hands pre-flop that he would be representing in that line, so quite interesting. Ankonen with the check call, wanting very much incentivized to keep the pot small out of position versus the big table chip leader here.
Who picks up the draw? The Broadway draw as well.
Yeah.
4 queens. Is this sort of more of a texture where we see more over betting on?
Yeah, blind versus blind, wide ranges. I'm not sure personally. I think that the issue is here is that you've checked back, so all of these 2 pairs like ace-jack, ace-king, they're just not in your range whatsoever, so you're only really repping queen 10 with the large size. and it's wide range. So I don't know. It'd be interesting if he does find it after you've said that, but I can't see much merit to that.
No, it looks around what's 30?
It's going sort of like 2/3.
Yeah. 38, 34.
Yeah, 38, as you mentioned, so pretty meaty bet, and already you can see the disdain from Tommy here with the Jack X. Very comfortable check call on the flop. We know that our opponent is somewhat stripped of Ace X and definitely stripped of a lot of the stronger sets and 2 pairs, but still, Queen 10 is there, Jack Deuce is there, King Deuce is there. Potentially a hand like Ace Deuce from time to time.
Can Tommy work this one out?
Does just muck it, and that's a big win for Nasky there with the 10-6. Rifling one through his countrymate. And a little bit of bragging rights there potentially, as we are encroaching quite a pivotal position in this tournament. 14 left, 58 entrants in the 5K, and looks like we're going to be going for the table redraw with 12 left now. So 2 flying out. And like we said, we kind of went through the late registration. We had all these short stacks. It was a little bit of a short stack kind of bonanza at one point, where even the big stackers couldn't really do much because they're going to get shoved on quite a lot. And now all of a sudden evening out, but they're still flying.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining. A really entertaining afternoon of poker so far, and we've got so much more to look forward to.
Can't wait for it. Absolutely. We have coming up tomorrow the PLO 1K, the 4 and 5 card tournament, and of course, as we move into the weekend, the main event. Hoping to see you in the thick of it on day 2, day 3.
Well, I say I've got a lot of work to do, so I think my bosses at Poker News will be hoping for maybe a day 2 exit, so we can focus on what's going on for the remainder of the event. But yeah, no, really looking forward to it. Super excited, like to say, to play my first 1K, and yeah, I've already spent the money in my head.
How are the nerves?
At the moment, is not really thinking about it. But I know come tomorrow, that sort of first hand, let's just maybe drag a few pots in.
Yeah.
We won't have the shakes so much. Yeah. And then, exactly. And hopefully a plain sailing.
Well, best of luck.
Yeah. I think maybe was it the Alacoque beer? Maybe one of them for
one of them, just a sweetener.
Yeah, absolutely. and then we stop, and then we wait for the beer level then for hopefully at the end of the night
when you're bagging up. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Are we going to be joining the table once again? Oh, we're going to be heading on the break. Sorry, I forgot about that. So we're going to be back after 20 minutes, guys, and we will be joining you with the final 12 remaining here in the 5K in Tallinn.
Everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud,
yeah.
But in Finland, it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has one round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be yeah. So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So like, let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Soccer was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing soccer back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing soccer back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're gonna have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. Mm-hmm. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. Mm-hmm. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players
have. It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
Probably I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. Okay. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very strong.
What I need.
So all you're going to need, you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a 3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well. Very nice.
And I
Very
still
nice.
need to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
these,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my fantasy land.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So, you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is.
I made it to fantasy
Your
land.
fantasy land is. That was so amazing.
So this is the fantasy land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights, actually. It's a shame that you're short of one diamond. One diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair of sixes.
Yeah, you can help me with that.
Probably only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You will get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The sixes is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing one diamond. If you had one diamond, you could make flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question. During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it, just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now we know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be frankie lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush
I
draw,
have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm going to change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you see, I got the straight.
Yeah.
And you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
Eights, yeah. No, you win half the pot and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
Now
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to? And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5, or?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're
Okay.
8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way, and that
you just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah. Pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have
four
a full
quad-
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, what do you say, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5, and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you
that-
have that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10 6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah, and
So that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Been waiting for
one of us tiptoeing over the line.
Hi guys, back in the studio, and we're just about to resume the game, the play for the 5K Highroller.
There certainly are 12 remaining here, and it's a battle of the titans. Some of the most well-known and feared players among Northern Europe and Continental Europe aside are battling it out for the top prize of 90,000 euros. We're going to join the action once again with Rupitami, very well-known local player, winner of the Masters Classics of Poker in Amsterdam recently. He's been just about everywhere on the live scene, crafting his trade.
Absolutely, and he took this down, was it 2 or 3 times in a row before losing out next?
Yeah.
3. I think he won it 3 times in a row, the Highroller here at the Kings Series, and yeah.
Got a hell of a resume.
Around. Absolutely. Few new names now then on this table, since we just did the redraw, down to 12 remaining and 7 spots paid. 12.6k I think was the 7th prize, and then up top 90k to the winner. And we'll have the prize pool on screen for you in a while as well, but yeah, that's what they're aiming for, that 90k up top. And 58 runners in the 5K. High roller record here for the Kings of Tallinn. And what else? The 10-year anniversary, and it seems like the main event is going to be a huge one as well. Oh, well over 400, almost approaching 500 runners already, and we have 2 more starting days tomorrow, and still, of course, today's 2 starting days are able to enter as well. Jonas Helin now, Finland, 169k.
One of the many customary Finnish regs in the field. Got himself a beautiful position here with the queens on the button, coming in from late position. Goes for the min raise. Mattis here, 6-5 suited. Certainly a hand that loses a bit of value in the later stages, and Rupitami with the 8-5 likely to surrender his big blind as well. Not looking to play too many of these weaker offsuit, gappy combinations at this pivotal stage of the tournament. We are 5 remaining from the in-the-money berths. And we have 2 tables of 6 players fighting it out. We're going to be going along into the night here. As the structure is pretty much caught up, we did have that sort of hectic period after the end of late registration where a lot of the guys were jumping in for 20 big blinds, utilizing the max late registration strategy.
Yeah, I think we had like 9 entrants during the dinner break. That was right before the late registration closed, and yeah, 58 runners.
Absolutely. And Jonas once again electing to open it up here with the ace-10 from the cutoff. The 3s, again, a hand that certainly loses value at this late stage. Jamming 24 big blinds there, running into a potential monster would be a bit of a cataclysmic error, so he just folds it, and it's over to Michael Dwyer in the big blind, hailing from Ireland with the Queen 6, not looking to get involved either, so a nice little bit of momentum there for Jonas. Although he would have wanted a bit more action from the ladies. The ace-10, he doesn't mind just taking down the blinds, bolstering his stack, and improving his chance, of course, of making the top 7, where we're going to be playing for some eye-watering stacks of high society. 90,000 euros up top, wise guy, and 58 players.
It's an okay payday.
It's not bad, is it? Marcos Ladev, very well-known local player, high stakes, playing in buy-ins well north of the 5k region. He's got a decent stack, 4.5 starting. And Mattis, we saw claw his way back from the doldrums, only 8 big blinds before we took the break. He's managed to get himself up to 25 big blinds, and every chance opening it up with the ace-5 off. Michael Dwyer here in the small blind, pocket 8s. Is he going to go all in or peel? 3-bet non all in seems a little bit dicey, inducing the 8s with the ICM considerations. But I think versus late position, short-handed, yeah, justifiable to send the troops into battle with the 2 8s. And of course, we're going to be seeing a fairly quick fold and a routine one from Mattis.
Yeah. Battle of the coaches, maybe. I'm not sure if Mr. Dwyer is coaching himself or just been coached by
I think that's under the Faraz Jaka.
Yeah,
the one of the American guys who's built a coaching business alongside his documented success in live poker across the pond. Looks like Michael is a subscriber to him at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. And commanding chip lead at this table now for Bruschi, the Brazilian.
The feared Brazilian, known for his online exploits under the name of Internet 930, has won multiple Scoop and W-Coop titles in mixed game formats. And no stranger to the 2-card streets either. Certainly a feared opponent in just about any lineup. And it is over to the man himself, Renan Bruschi, our current table chip leader, with the Queen 5-0.
Do we know if it's residing in Europe or has it made the trip all the way from Brazil?
I'm not sure, actually. That's a good one. I'm going to ask maybe if I catch Senkel out and about.
Yeah.
Ladev with the 8-7. Likely just to be checking back here. Happy to see a flop with the connector. Lots of good things can come, but ISOing maybe not quite the hand category he'd be looking for, as we do see the ace-4-3, so there's a board with the 5 here, the gut shot, looking to clear out some of this equity. As you can see, Ladev 21% with the 8-7. Couple of routes to victory for him, the backdoor straight or the backdoor or just even hitting a pair, and clearing that out with the small bet. Business as usual there for Renan. Average stack is now just under 5 starting stacks, so about 242,000. We're playing the blind level of 2K, 5K, 5K big blind ante. About 8 minutes to go.
Yep, a lot of chips in play, so as you said, George, it's going to be a late night.
Yeah, especially with players of this ilk not going to be getting their chips over the line willy-nilly. We're going to see some probably a slower pace of play for the next couple of hours as we reach the in-the-money stage. Players are not looking to overcommit themselves, especially anyone but Renan. Although Jonas here with the ace-queen. Rather interesting spot, quite deep. Over 35 big blinds. Is he going to go for the 3-bet call or just shove it in himself? He's going to go for the 3-bet call. Oh, he's just gone for the shove, I think he said. Did he say all in?
No, I think it's a 3-bet, yeah.
Oh, 40. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
That kind of, I'm not much of a mouth reader, but the 40 and the all-in kind of looked a bit similar,
yeah,
you know?
It did. Absolutely.
And this
especially with the Finnish accent.
Yeah, precisely. So the ace-8 is kind of one of those candidates that Jonas is looking for a bit of fight back from. But Renan is just going to relinquish his ace-8 there. Not going to go for the 4-bet. Not going to get into an ego war pre-flop. Allowing Jonas just to take it down. And it's a strong start for the Finn.
Yeah.
Coming into the feature table. It's the first sighting we've seen of him in this tournament so far. Under the bright lights here at the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition. And of course, the 5K Highroller, one of the highest pedigree tournaments and the most fiercely battled.
Ladev now then surely coming at it with the ace-10 in position. Targeting the blinds. Min raise 10.
Absolutely. You do tend to see the open sizes scale down to the min raise, the 2BB at this point. And Mattis here is in a really unfortunate situation. Ace-9 can certainly be a candidate for a jam here versus Ladev, who's going to be opening the button really wide, covering both of the two players in the blinds here. Let's see what Mattis arrives with. Is going to jam, and this could spell disaster for the Latvian.
Yeah.
Pushing those chips over the line, and I think it's going to be a fairly quick call from Ladev with the ace-10. Going to be dominating some hands. Jack-10 suited, ace-9, ace-8, some suited ace-X.
And as you can see, pretty much exactly half the stack he has left to call.
Yeah, he's not beaten him in the pot, so yeah, just a couple of seconds to mull over his options, and of course the call we assumed would come.
Yeah, and he'll be happy to see the ace-9, of course.
He certainly will. That's one of the best situations he can find himself in. Going to be looking to fade the 9 here to seek that elimination as the 9 rears its ugly head on the flop, and now left with the 10 and the 10 only on the river to stay alive. But it's another
9. All right, so double up for the Latvian then. Mattis coaching.
Absolutely, we saw him battle his way back valiantly from the short stack, and now fortune favors the brave, taking that shove earlier with the queen deuce on the button off of 8 big blinds, and has since skyrocketed himself now into a stack of 230k chips, just under average right now, so a decent spot for the Latvian to maneuver his way into the money positions.
Yeah, and the home player Ladev, unfortunately, among the short stacks, but still 20 bigs, so not any immediate stress for him. But of course, always tough to lose one of those when you get it in ace-10, ace-9, and
it hurts.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a stinger.
In
exactly.
the 5K.
In the 5K, at the top of the buy-in range here for the week in the Kings of Tallinn. Maybe would have hoped that maybe in the 500 he could have taken that one and held clean, but not to be.
Or in that €50 home game with your friends 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. 6 bets going in. So Jonas.
Yep.
With the king blocker. Looks like he's going to utilize it on the button with a little bit of extra juice on top. We're seeing a lot of min raising, but he goes for the 2.4x open sizing into Tami's big blind, who is a bit shorter. So the reason for the slight size up here, looking to disincentivize Tami from being able to take as juicy of a price pre-flop, but the queen 8 is going to find its way in there. So late position on late position, the king deuce versus the queen 8, heading to a flop of jack 8-6. Decent start for Rupi Tami. Does have the backdoor diamonds as alongside that middle pair. And it's a bit of a swing and a miss from Jonas. Really zero board interaction here with the king deuce, but looks like he's going to fire out a customary c-bet just south of a third pot. Looking to maneuver some hands out of the reckoning, maybe hands like king 5, king 7 that currently have him dominated with the small sizing. Interesting spot for Rupe now. Does he elect to go for the all-in? No, just the check call.
Yeah. Almost expecting him to push it in there, but
yeah, just to kind of
call
run his
and
equity.
get punished.
What is going on, wise guy?
Poor Rupe. Adding the flush draw though, so still some outs.
Yeah, he's got a fighting chance with the emergence of the turn diamond, but it is the king. The one card he didn't want to see versus Jonas's exact hand. And Jonas follows up with another small sizing here, just probing his opponent. Yeah. 15.
Still a fourth of Rupe's stack, so it's costly.
Yeah, it certainly is. And no folding here with the diamond. And of course, the pair, we still beat some bluffs. Are going to be some hands like, you know, potentially hands like Queen 9, 10-7, 9-7, 9-5 even. Could have opened there from the button.
Yeah,
so another call from the Finn.
46k behind and needing help. It's a red card, but it's not a diamond, unfortunately, for Rupe.
Yeah, so we do see an interesting river card now. The 10-9 completing. Even a 5-4 suited could have found a cheeky way.
Right.
Into the best hand, but Jonas now putting his fellow countryman to the test. Looking to play for it all on the river with the top pair, targeting the 8x, targeting the 6x, targeting some kind of jack-x hand that Rupe decided not to check raise or check jam the flop with. And by no means an easy decision here for the Finn.
Yeah, just shy of 10 big blinds behind if he folds this one, and yeah, of course he'll still be in, but he must think that not often that he beats that much in this case, right?
And where are the bluffs coming from?
Exactly.
You've got to be quite creative here. You're going to have to be blasting off with a hand like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, pocket 3s, pocket deuces.
Yeah.
Going to be tough to find those. It is a wide button opening range, but the 7 is by no means a brick. As I said, completing some of those straights, even completing some ropey 2 pairs as well. So it's a tough one here for Rupe.
Yeah, taking his time.
I think he's solid and calculated enough to be able to maneuver his way out of this situation. But the issue, of course, remains with him only having 9 big blinds behind. Sometimes it is a bit of a mental conundrum when you consider, you know, there are a couple of bluffs I can think of, but just so much value here. Flushes, straights, sets, even top pair. Even a hand like ace-jack might take this line for value, which obviously when we're holding third pair is quite annoying because there's just so many more combinations of value there.
Really mulling over his decision. Rupe army.
Yeah, very strong thinking, theoretical player. No reason to be rushing in this situation. Such a pivotal point of the tournament. 5 remaining from the money. Just wanting to make sure he makes the right decision here.
I thought he was flipping the chip.
That looked a bit ominous, didn't it? Just the way that chip is kind of, nestling in
the
his
cards
right
go
hand.
in instead, and it's the correct decision.
Yeah, finds an annoying fold there. Does block some value in the form of 2 pairs, sets and flushes, but of course, as we mentioned, so difficult to think of where the bluffs might emerge from. And in those situations, when you do have to stretch to think of potential bluffs with a absolute massacre of value hands available, likely siding with the correct decision on this occasion.
Yep, and with that pot, we see Jonas up to second place on this table. So, at least a top 5 stack overall. And on the outer table, the biggest stack is held by Alexei Naski, and he's the chip leader overall right now with about 450,000. And the other big stack on the outer table, Jungchevicius, maybe, Lithuania. And other notables on the outer table is Stenkel, that we had on this table before, and also Swede Ludwig Sterner is still in.
Double Z will be.
Yes,
I'm hoping.
Rizga.
I'm hoping for some bucket hat energy on the final table.
Yeah, you want Zidane back.
Yeah, I do. Zinedine himself, the maverick of the limping strategy, certainly will be an interest in the final 9 if he can make it. Chances are he will, of course. 75% of the remaining players are going to make the FT, although are we playing an FT of 8 or 9?
I think we'll play, I'll say 7.
I'd say, yeah, it could
must
be
actually.
The
bubble on 2 tables,
yeah,
right?
two tables of 4 and then going down to the 7.
Because it's the 6 max, so they're not going to be 9 on, I guess.
Precisely.
But we'll be hand by hand once we're down to 8. That's our final guess. We'll lock that in, but we'll see once we get there.
Mattis having another rather annoying situation here. All 3 options on the table, really. We could go for a small 3-bet. We could call. We could fold. He does elect to go for the conservative option.
And Rope folding the 8 from the small blind.
Yeah. Just quite aware of the strength of Marcos's range. We can see that Marcos has got probably one of the weaker holdings that he'd be opening in this spot. But for the most part, going to be having a pretty strong min-raising range there off of around 15 big blinds, and does take it down.
Yeah. Yeah, so still 12. We haven't lost anyone from the outer table as well either since the break, so keep fighting all 12 remaining players out of the 58.
Yeah, ready for war at this point. It's going to be tight, it's going to be slow, and it's going to be a grind, as there's really no weak spots on the table at this stages of a 5K, especially with the structure in play. We've got well over a 40 big blind average right now, so plenty of poker to be played.
Yeah, and they're playing quick. There's no shot clock on this tournament or either tournaments here, but in this one it's at least now not needed because they're taking their time with the hard decisions, but otherwise it's a really fast pace at this table at least.
Michael Dwyer with the King 10. Going to be V-pipping in some way, shape or form. I think conventionally likely to be seeing a limp here. He's got other ideas though. I think he's going for some kind of min raise. Yeah, makes it
a little bit extra.
Quite a bold strategy into a very strong big blind here who covers us. Just looking to fold out the real trash in our opponent's range, I guess, is the strategy from Michael here.
Doesn't help to get Renan off his Jack-9 though, of course, and heads up to the flop.
Good board for the pre-flop opener, although he's absolutely turbo-checked it.
Yeah.
Surprising to see that. Can go for like a small value / protection kind of sizing here, I thought, with the King 10, but
another one.
You know, now he's going to have the best hand almost always. Does he want to allow Renan to realize these kind of live 2-card holdings, the Jack-9s, the 8-7s? And looks like he's decided with not. He's going to go for this. Actually quite a healthy sizing, half pot.
Yeah.
And does just take it down.
I was about to say that if you check another street now, Farash is going to come strip that badge off you.
Yeah, let's get some chips in the pot, shall we? Taking it down. So very much the onus currently at this feature table on Ripetami now, getting quite short with the 7 big blinds.
He is, yeah.
An annoying spot versus his fellow countryman there, Jonas. Putting him to the test, although he had it on this occasion. Nine-7 suited. And the nice thing here is that he's got Renan in the small blind, so the one player that can really put a lot of pressure on his second in chip stack at this feature table is going to be in the position where he's going to probably not play back as much. However, Mattis with ace-king suited certainly has intentions of taking this one upstairs. You're going to be seeing a 3-bet here every time.
Of course, yeah.
Interested to see what sizing he goes. They are playing over 35 big blinds deep, so I think a 35k somewhere in that region seems natural.
Seems like he went a bit more.
Yeah, it looks like 37, I think. 47.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Big sizing here with the ace-king suited. And does just take it down, which is, I guess, the primary focus of the larger size. Putting his opponent into a spot of indifference, forcing kind of a 4-bet or fold strategy. Not going to see too much flatting out of position there. And if you do, it's going to be a really condensed and rather face-up range. Lots of pairs, lots of suited Broadway type holdings, potentially even some of those folding to the larger size in the 2 tightest positions on the table.
Now then, Rope, can you find something? King 8, not the hand he wants to go with the 7 blinds he has in front of him. So wait another hand. Has a few more before, at least one more before the blind hits him. And it's Renan who takes advantage of the deal button position. Makes it 12 to go. Jonas seemed interested with the 6 deuce. Comes along. So diamond board would do something, but not to be. But Pruski hitting the 5 at least, and just absolute nothing for Mr. Helin.
Yeah, it's such a strong board for his opening range there with the king queen, the 2 high Broadway cards. Going to favor the opener there and just going to be pretty much range betting, I think. So even with a hand like bottom pair, which doesn't feel as intuitive as a bet, it's going to find a way in and just takes it down. We'll be happy to see that. Ooh. Got an exposed card there for Rupe, which was the 6 of diamonds, I believe. So let's see if he gets an upgrade.
Or did he now receive the 6?
Yeah, or would he have had 6s? That would have been sick, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't look exactly thrilled, but that is his kind of usual table presence.
Absolutely,
so
it is.
Hard to figure out the Finns sometimes. They don't give too much away.
Ladev now 4s on the button.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see an all-in here.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's just 15 big blinds in front of him, so...
Raising, getting shoved on
by
some sort of Broadway, and then having to fold a flip would be troublesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas with the 4s, we can just drive it in, look to take it down, and if we do run into something, then c'est la vie.
Yeah. Vladev is listening to the Geo Sands coaching.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's
rips
listening
it in.
to the He's certainly well accustomed to live MTTs as well as online. Big resume of results as well for Vladev, playing in some of the biggest tournaments in Europe.
Yeah. And now I think it's time for Rupert Army to receive the big blind and big blind ante, right? Or did he have one more hand? If it is time for him, he'll be pretty committed, of course. Yep, he's in the big blind, so 12 out of his 47k are already in play starting this hand, but it will not be Michael Dwyer who will attack him. Will it be Bruschi? No, probably not. Of course, the players are aware that Tommy is pretty much committed, but King Queen is good enough to target him.
We're ecstatic with the King Queen here, and just going to be maneuvering now to, I think, a min raising strategy. Raising and facing a 3-bet from Jonas or the small blind will be somewhat annoying, but we face that bridge when we come to it. Again, a slight size up into the short big blind here. And Jonas, you can see his eyes zoning in on that big blind there that I think can just about reopen the action, right? So if he cold calls... If he cold calls and then
Tommy shoves him.
Yeah.
Oh!
Whoa! Talk about timing.
This is how you win high rollers and come back. It's not done yet, but it's surely almost 86% favorite since we still saw one king folded as well. So
you saw that little eye roll there. He was almost embarrassed to find a hand as strong as the Pocket Rockets. The American Airlines.
Will he fly them all the way? Oops, is this going to be straight out?
Okay.
Oops,
Not too bad. Just
blocking the aces though, so 9s only.
A 9 and a 9 only for Vladev, and it is
Not
the
to be.
5. Absolutely. So I think the Jack 10 came first in that little instantaneous pitch, right? And we're thinking, oh God, here we go.
Yeah.
But the 10 following it was a beautiful card there for Rupe.
Yeah, and boy, did he look happy.
Of course, customary high fives with the rail.
Winning lap around the table. We'll have to wait until the winning celebrations, maybe. At least still in with a chance and just doubling up. No longer the shortest stack on the table, I think. Mr. Rupetami.
No, honest work, but that's, time and time again we've commentated on his runs, and we have seen him get quite short at times, but we've seen him also come back to win, and just one of the best short stack players where he, obviously it's easy to say he gets dealt aces in this situation, but he really respects the stack depth that he's dealt, and he'll battle as hard as he can. You saw with the Queen 8 river decision there, not rushing, thinking it over, allowing him some time to break into the more psychological aspects of the game, looking at the opponent's comfort levels, just lasering in on every little piece of information that he can possibly get to arrive at the most profitable situation for him. And unfortunately, on that occasion it was folding, but getting dealt the ace is a different story, of course. So Michael Dwyer here with the Jack 8 suited, certainly going to be looking to see a flop from the big blind. We are going to be defending a little bit tighter than normal from the big blind, just due to the looming in the money situation. but Jack 8 suited. Plenty of hand. Nine of hearts in the window is a juicer for Dwyer, and it's followed with another heart, but Jonas once again flopping a king. Let's go for the third pot sizing. Dwyer with his flush draw. Does he have any devilish intentions of taking this one upstairs? Or is he just going to check call, try and realize that equity?
Yeah.
And he looks like he's going to take this one upstairs. As I mentioned, looks like a sizing of around about 35k. 34 to go from the Irishman. And Helin here is not going to be exactly thrilled about this. There are, of course, some natural bluffs, the flush draws. We're pretty much dead against the 9x, looking for a king, but happy to take one off in position here and reassess our situation on the turn. What's it to be? Ooh, the 6 of clubs, no help to Dwyer. Could have turned a lot of straight draws there, but not on this card in particular. And now an extremely awkward situation. 101k in the middle, 113 behind. Does he have the gusto to go for the small sizing and the river follow through? He elects not to. Gonna check it over.
Yeah, pretty much showing Helene that it's in the lead of this one, right? Because if Dwyer would have had a 9, surely he would have bet again. And
you'd have thought so. Maybe a hand like 9-6 or one of the stronger 9s, a 9 with the ace of hearts or something, could have potentially maneuvered into a check just to balance that checking range so that it's not always just misdraws or check raise bluffs. However, as we arrive on the river now, the story we're telling is going to be quite difficult unless we went all in, I think. And this hand doesn't have great qualities for a bluff. We really want our opponent to have some of these heart holdings in their range if we're thinking of hands that can snap fold the river. Jonas now with the king 10. Could he be thinking about a small sizing, potentially a Dwyer?
Should go for some value here, right?
I think so. I think a quarter in position here is somewhat reasonable. Dwyer could definitely have some hands like a worse king from time to time that could take this line.
Ace X they'll still call with a double paired board, and
yeah, gets a bit sticky. Does just check it back. Doesn't trust his intuition. I think you could see from his table demeanor there that he felt like he had the best hand, but just didn't want to face the opportunity of Dwyer check jamming the river there.
And seeing the hand of Dwyer, he learns that no chips were lost by that check, since it wouldn't been called by Dwyer, of course, with the jack high only. So
yeah. Showing a lot of respect to the Irishman there, saying that he still feels that from time to time he could have been up against a stronger holding, but as we saw, not on this occasion.
No. So looking at Dwyer's resume on live earnings, he has a lot of cashes, about 50 of them, but he has not won a tournament actually, at least not one that's been reported to the mob. So a lot of second and third places, mainly back home in Ireland, and a couple of tournaments in Vegas as well. Second place in an Aria tournament some 10 years ago almost. So mainly playing in Ireland and mainly also lower buy-ins, but at least that's the one he's cashed in and has cashes back from 2006 and onwards. So
wow,
been around
the block.
And biggest cash so far, 86,000 euros, 2024, a year ago. Okay, that's where the high roller money is coming from.
There we go. That's what's propelling him.
In the EPT second chance
But you can see there he also played the 25k, the main event, and got a 2.5x cash there. So
yeah, in the WSOP Paradise 2024.
Rupatami here with the King Queen off. Asking how much his opponent is playing, and by no means an easy decision here. Just north of 13 big blinds. Facing Ladev, very much a capable player of, you know, this min-raising range off of the short stack often looks pretty strong. And Rupe is going to respect the fact that his opponent is coming from first in. I was just about to
say that Dwyer looks like he has a decision, and nines.
Yeah, I think sevens is going to be quite tricky here, but nines we're just going to fire it in.
Yeah.
And, there's going to be enough folds here from Ladev. He's going to have some hands like a king 8 suited or a king 10 off, a king jack off, the ace 5 suited as well, that just simply have to hit the muck. So a nice pickup there for the Irishman after a pretty squeaky one with the jack 8 of hearts.
Yep, getting some chips back. Ellie now with the ace 6 under the gun.
I'm being told my pronunciation of Jonas is incorrect, so could you help me?
Well, if you pronounce it the Finnish way, I think it would be Jonas.
Jonas. Okay.
I'm not.
When does the O end?
Never. That's why it's so many O's.
Yeah,
Jonas. So
like 2 O's in Finland is like 5 for a UK person,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Jonas Helin.
Jonas Helin.
Yeah, spot on.
Okay,
man.
perfect.
At least for a British. But I'm
backhanded compliment right there.
Maybe you can help me with Mr. Renan Bruski. I don't think there's a hard
Brushi,
but it's not. Doesn't sound that.
It sounds French,
Portuguese,
doesn't
Brazil,
it? Yeah. It doesn't.
Or Swiss.
Doesn't sound like South American.
No.
Maybe he's got some kind of. I would say it sounds more like a Swiss or French.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. At least I can see he got some cheers in the chat, so maybe you can help us with the pronunciation. Send this like a sound message for us with all the pronunciations.
Andy will know.
Matis then not happy with the 5-4. Ropetarmi. You have the double O's again. Ropetarmi.
Rope. Just got to sound it like I'm sort of coming into song, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Estonia and Finland.
Use your
I think. Yeah, the gusto.
like it's an opera.
Puff
going
the
on.
chest out a little bit.
Yeah.
So Renan opening it up with the ace blocker on the button. Doesn't have to deal with any concerns from the small blind rejam, so it's over to Jonas. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Jack 7 off. I think it's going to find a way into the muck at this point, out of position. He's going to defend. That's surprising to see that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Didn't think he wanted to tangle out of position with the one player that can
the big
really
stack
hurt
as
him.
well.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be facing a lot of aggression down the streets as well. Jack 7, just one of those hands that's just going to make a lot of very uncomfortable.
And just as we learned that Bruski is actually half Italian, so it is Bruski.
Oh, there we go.
The experts have spoken. That's good. Then we keep calling him Renan Bruski. And this is Jonas.
Yes.
Checking, and surely continuation bet is coming now then. No? Because now he maybe he's getting paid now with the jack from Helene.
So 7 in the money. So we are 5 remaining, which is why I was surprised to see the continue here in the form of the call. And yeah, Renan navigating his way to a river and finds the worst value bet there from Jonas.
Yeah, paid off to just check behind a couple of streets for Bruski. Letting Jonas think that he was actually going for value with the jack, but he wasn't.
Kind of chuckling to himself. I've played a couple of PLO live tournaments with this guy. It was in a slightly different state of mind, if we put it that way, but he was great value at the table.
Okay, yeah.
There was one hand where I had to take a walk around the park because he called me down with a set on a 3 flush in like a 3-bet pot, and I was just absolutely fuming. I think he said he had a live read on me. Sure, pal.
We all do. Dwyer now with the old ace-king off. And he can hear the voice of Faraz Jaka screaming, "Get it in, pal!" As much as possible. Not all at once, though, but...
yeah, on the rail.
Yeah.
Let's go for a little bit of extra juice on top of the conventional min raise.
Oh. Is Bruski smelling some weakness? Want to do something? No. Let's it go. Ladder will likely not stay in this for much longer.
Yeah, the compilation of the bottom 10% between those two. Jonas with the 10-7 suited here in the small blind. Doesn't fancy getting involved versus the pretty strong looking open here from Dwyer in the hijack. Surrounded by stacks that cover him at this stage, but we will see, of course, Mattis come along for the ride from the big blind with the 10-8 suited.
Open-ender for Mattis.
Yeah, and I think a flop that we probably want to check back here with the ace-king. No spade in hand, no diamond even. Going to face a lot of aggression on this particular board, I think, from the big blind, who I think is going to continue with the check raise at quite a lot of the time here. With the 10-8, I'm not sure if he wants to kind of, you know, thinks about whether this opponent might just rip it in on him. It's likely just to see the call here. Seven, so the double board pair now, and definitely some arguments for leading here with the 10-8. If we feel like our opponent is slightly towards over-c betting, 7, the 9x that we can still have as well is going to really favor our range. Going to struggle to find Dwyer with too much 7x here from the hijack, considering the stack distribution. Stack to pot ratio of just under 2. Could see something around sort of 25 to 35k here. Looks like he's going a bit smaller. This for 17.
Yeah, still tough spot for Dwyer, of course, just 112k, and he knows. Of course, 9s and 7s are in the range of Mattis, but might be.
Yeah, I just thought personally that the slightly larger lead sizing would leverage some of these ace-x holdings a little bit more effectively, but Mattis has other ideas. If he feels like his opponent is going to be c-betting all of the Broadway type holdings, and he's going to be left with a lot of king and queen high here, and those hands are certainly up against it versus any kind of lead. Did you catch what he said there?
No, I didn't actually. My guess would have been, do you have ace queen? But seems like
it seems unlikely
to say.
We could have been all in pre. The issue is you do kind of break face a little bit once you start chatting in this form. It is quite likely to remove some of the stronger hands out of your range, let's say. And
interesting now then,
come along.
Matisse will do on a blank.
Exactly.
No spade filling up either, so...
Yeah, 8-6 gets there.
Yeah.
Back to pot ratio of just over 1. And as far as bluffs go...
He knows, of course, he could put so much pressure on Dwyer here now if he just put into the real test.
Yeah, I think we've got just 2 options here. Give up or all in. I think he's going to,
takes the latter. This is the problem, because this is a decision that Dwyer pretty much should have done already on the turn. I mean, he knows this is coming on any river, so if he thinks the ace high is good on the turn, it's going to be good now.
It's
but
one of those situations, isn't it, where you see the small lead and you're not just thinking about the turn decision, you're thinking about the fact that on a board such as this, just going to see a fire through so often.
Yeah.
And Mattis with the masterclass there, getting the job done. Nice board management, nice maneuver from the Latvian.
Absolutely.
Just the type of world-class poker you expect to see at this late stage of the 5K.
Yep, so still 12 in this one, the Highroller 5K at the Kings of Tallinn 10-year anniversary. And we're right on the halfway stage, right, of the series. A lot of more action to come in the weekend. And of course, still other tournaments going on today as well, on the outer tables.
But the true main event tomorrow, the PLO 4-5.
Yeah. Are you going to sit out commentary and be in that one instead?
No, in my dreams. A rather underwhelming 8-deuce off for Rupe. Is going to look to need to find something once again. Did get quite fortunate to find the aces off of 6 bigs versus Ladev, and now once again is in the danger zone, needing to find some momentum, and just a decent pre-flop starting hand would be a good way for him to potentially forge a way back into this 5K. Rushi getting out the way with the burgers under the gun, 7-3 off. Over to Jonas. I think he's going to have other ideas here with the ace-8. Certainly a decent candidate for an open.
Yeah.
It's at 20K. Again, a slight size up into the shorter blinds. Looking to dissuade, continues. Dwyer's going to be in the bottom 2 or 3 stacks here, and no choice but to defend the King 9.
Just 67 behind now, so any swing and a miss for him, and not going to be risking more chips probably in this one, but getting short now, less than 10 big blinds as we're up to the 4 and 8K level.
Wow, Jonas just sending it in with the ace-8 here.
Yeah.
Looking to apply max pressure to a hand like, I don't know, 6-5 suited or...
Does it say fish in my forehead? Or
How do you know? How do you know I missed the flop? That's what he's saying there.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting decision, right? Because he... You know, bet folding, bet calling ace-8 on that particular board where you've got the overcard, the backdoor straight draws, even versus getting called off by a 7. Going to have 2 overs and the backdoor straight capability. So just sending it in. Ladev. Now forced to battle with the short stack, and bad news for him is going to be going through the bind and the big blind ante next hand. So he's going to be somewhat crippled here as we see 3 real short stacks with 12 left and 7 in the money. Rupe, Michael Dwyer, and Marcos Ladev.
9-7 suited, nicest hand ever in the cash game, but in a small blind with 8 big blinds.
All in.
No.
Wow.
Disappointed, Dwyer. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, me too.
It's my favorite hand, the 9-7.
I just think we've got no choice here. Short-handed format, big blind ante, 9-7 suited. We're going to get a lot of folds, and even if we do get called, we're going to retain some decent equity in the all-in, and we're just so short. I don't think we have the option to pass up a hand like that or a spot like that. Even it's going to be quite difficult for him. Surrounded with Mattis, Renan, Jonas, you know, these guys are going to be pelting us like no tomorrow, and
definitely.
you just got to take these blind versus blind champs deep in these tournaments. I know it's annoying. You want to look down at an ace and send it in, but 9-7 suited there is, a little bit timid. Brushi with the 7-5. He's not going to miss the chance to fire one in.
Oh, another one.
Pocket 9s for Ladev. What a time to find.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, exactly.
For the Estonian.
83-17. Did get unlucky running the king-queen into Rupetami's short stack with the aces, and now
look at this one.
Fade a dicey open-ender here. The 8 or 3.
8 or 3 still.
8 or 3 for Renan.
No, the Ducks pair up, and it's an elimination. No, sorry, it's a double up.
Just a double up for the Estonian.
Bruski has a lot of chips.
Absolutely.
Ladev has 119,000.
He'll take that one in good spirits. It was very much necessary shove there, just hoping to lean on a weaker holding, but not the 2 9s for the Estonian. Marcos Ladev with just a plethora of huge scores in 2024. Having a little look at his resume now. Coming fresh off of a win in a high roller event in Tallinn. Simply a couple of weeks ago for 128,000 in a 10K.
Mr. Bruski.
Mr. Ladev.
Mr. Ladev.
Yeah, and was battling some of the higher stakes tournaments at EPT Barcelona last year. Second in the 25K for 249K and 5th in the 10K for 216,000 euros. So coming in with some form and to find the 9s there.
Yeah.
Got a fighting chance at continuing that razor hot form.
Rupert Army needing some more chips soon, but not to be with the King 4. Dwyer in the cutoff, lets it go with the Jack 7.
Brushi. 8-7 off. Mucks it. Over to Ladev now. With the 4-3 suited. Certainly not a jam, of course. Is he going to risk a limp here? Completing 4 into 24, so he's getting a pretty decent price, but he's going to face a lot of aggression from the big blind a lot of the time. He does limp. And Yunas with the Queen Deuce here. Certainly a candidate for a small ISO in position here. Could see something like 26, 27k. Goes for 25. And Ladev, when you're constructing this limping range, you are going to just try and take your price with some of the weaker holdings that are just simply forced to fold to what is a fairly likely ISO from our opponent. And does just muck it and live to fight another day. So we do remain 5 off the money, but you do feel like the looming pressure on the 3 short stacks at our feature table. Something has to give over the next couple of orbits for the likes of Tami, Dwyer, and Ladev. The structure simply will not allow them to wait too much longer as Brushi finds kings in the cutoff. What a beautiful sight to look down at with this table chip lead, and of course all of the onus in opening wide and putting pressure on the shorter stacks here, hoping to find a bit of fight back. No luck so far, and I think Mattis here with the Jack 8 is likely to fold himself. Jack 10, Jack 9, of course, different conundrums, but I think the Jack 8 at this stage, with all of these short stacks kind of hanging around, treading water, maybe we do fold in. No, he's got other ideas. He's going to call. Doesn't get himself into any trouble as of yet, although an emergence of a backdoor flush draw for the Latvian. There's Brushi. Flops quite favorably with his kings. He's going to nudge his opponent here with the small size. And Mattis is forced to relinquish a little bit of equity there. But business as usual for the Brazilian. Done a good job of solidifying that table chip lead so far. Getting a little bit unfortunate to run into the 9s, blind versus Ladev, just a few hands prior. Dwyer out the way. Are we going to see an open from Bruschi. We're not with the Jack Deuce. Maybe suited would be where he draws the line, although again, just having to contend with these short stacks behind is rather uncomfortable.
And this one's right on the margin, right? Like 12 bigs and Jack 10 off.
You do shove chip EV here, and he is shoving into, I believe, Rupitami in the big blind, who's particularly short. I think suited is just going to be a customary go, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold here. Jonas eyeing up the blinds, looking at the stack depths. Looks like he's going to open again to the slightly larger open sizing of 20k, just to put pressure on that big blind of Rupitami.
Poor Rupe.
Yeah, but he's so short with the 9-6 versus a button opening range. I do think he might have to call here, and he does find a call with 32k behind, so 4 big blinds remaining. And we're going to a stack to pot ratio.
8-6 queen is my prediction.
Nope.
Nope. One out of 3.
Finds himself a gutter. Is he going to go for the donk jam here?
Yeah. Probably does, right?
Yeah.
But
it's
Jonas
basically any equity at this point, and the ace-8 just has to call. Maybe a hand like king 5 he could get to fold, but not ace-high, and not for this amount of chips. And we're going to need to see a 9, a 6, or an 8 for Rupe to stay alive. Can the Finn do it? No. 4 of hearts on the river.
It's not going to be another high roller win.
No, unfortunately not.
Not in this one.
Battled well. Again, did everything he could to regain some traction deep into this 5k, but he's going to hit the rail in 12th, and we do remain with 11 players here in the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition High Roller.
Yep, so some more chips for Jonas Helin of Finland, and down to 11 players now then. 7 paid, so a few more to go before we hit that money bubble when we're down to 8. And they will then be playing that one on 2 tables. Hopefully we'll be able to see some outer table coverage as well once we get there. But right now we're still with the 11 remaining, and we're focusing on this feature table, which has Renan Bruski as the biggest stack, almost 400k. We know that on the outer table Alexei Naski was the chip leader overall with almost 500k in the last break. Dwyer, short stack, another one in the big blind, almost committed but just finding a 5 high. Suited though, but big raise from Bruski as well, so it's going to cost him 16 more. Not much behind if he wants to see this flop. Trying to find something, or do we wait another hand? Looks like he wants to fold it, yeah. Does, and shows as well, so live to fight another hand, Michael Dwyer. Matisse standing up, doing some stretching perhaps. All part of the coaching. Not get too worn out or passive in your seat. Ladev now under the gun, finding a nice hand, 5-handed of course, and will be putting chips in. It's a question now whether he's just going to be racing or if he's shoving his 10, 11 or 12 bigs even. Just deciding. And he rips it. All in for 111. Oh, look at this. Right behind to his left, Jonas Helin with the 7s. And a third of his stack is what Ladev just chipped in. And he calls.
Wow.
So hoping that
none
of the other big stacks. No. And Dwyer might come along as well then.
For the spin with the king 3.
No, folding. And heads up, and Ladev is the one who's all in, risking his seat in this one. The home player against the Finn. Can Ladev find another double up though? You can see he's slightly behind in equity, but just by a few percent. Needs to hit, but no spade in his hand, and now it's down to the outs of aces and jacks. Not to be.
Ouch.
And we lose another player then, this time flying the Estonian flag, Markus Ladev.
Yeah.
As you said, George, winner of a few high rollers just recently. And
just carving up the high roller scene on the European Poker Tour, as well as some of the local events as well, where we started to see a high stakes scene emerging in recent times. Not able to add a hand and mob entry for this tournament, but battled well and played valiantly, I'm sure.
Here we have the payouts as well. As we said, just above 90k to the first, and 7 paid, 12.6 first payout once we get there. And now down to 9, so we actually lost a player on the outer table as well then.
Yeah, they're absolutely flying out, but it's going to get quite slow, I think, now, considering that we are 2 away from the money. Quite annoying for the short stacks when you've got this 9 left in a 6-max tournament, because you've got the 4-handed table and the 5-handed table, so short stacks at the 4-handed table are just completely punished by the slightly quicker round of the blinds and the antes, and it's going to be Dwyer that's really going to be the victim of that. However, did miss that 9-7 suited earlier that could have got him a couple of extra chips, which would have been really handy right now. So yeah, Jack 9.
So Alexei Naski as well, eyeing over the shoulder of the dealer, checking out his opponents. As we said, he was the overall chip leader like an hour ago when we had the break, and maybe he still is, but no updated chip count right now from the outer table. But down to 9 players, and Jonas Helin and Mattis Chelmins.
You see Cabral in the background there.
Oh.
Keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, I think he had some sweat. He was talking to some of the players before, so maybe.
Who do you reckon he's rooting for then? Who do you reckon his sweat is? Is it
not
Mattis?
Sure, but he was sort of coaching one of the players that was still in this one like 2 hours ago, but I can't remember who he was.
Double Z probably, the Czech Republic guy.
Oh yeah, most likely, yeah. Zidane.
Zinedine
Czech
himself.
Zidane.
Absolutely. The limp extraordinaire.
Yeah.
And now it's really time for Michael Dwyer with 43k, I believe, to his name. He's going to have to pay probably half his stack in penalties if he can't find a hand to go with here. 4-handed with the outer table of 5.
Here he is, our short stack. Ouch.
Yeah, not what we're looking for. So brutal in these late stages when, you know, you've just been somewhat the captain of the sinking ship. Couldn't get much going.
No, and he chose not to go down with the Doyle. 10-2. Helin, though, will become raising. Nice king-queen suited and almost 500k in front of him.
Yeah, what a stack at this point. Took a bit of a risk there with the 7s. Not sure whether it's a call or not. It is quite fringy. 5-handed, I guess, with the big blind ante, but...
Yeah, and 2 other big stacks to your left.
2 big stacks behind, yeah. I think I would have folded the 7s there and gone with something like 8s, but it's... yeah, very close. Because I don't think Ladev is going to be firing in hands like deuces, threes, and fours for, I think it was just over 14 big blinds. And in some ways it's nicer to call a hand like ace-jack suited, even though you of course just got a high card. It's going to be dominating a bit more of the shoving range and also blocking some of the stronger hands behind. Jack 8 suited for Bruschi. Likely to open. Not going to be concerned about Dwyer in the big blind, who's got less than 4 big blinds at this point. It's mostly Jonas whose attention is going to be centered in on here, but 7-5 off on the button. Not likely to be finding a way to continue, and Mattis out the way as well. The beauty of folding here for Mattis is you could actually fold quite tight here because you really want to incentivize the collision between Bruschi and Dwyer with the 5-3-0. It's just painful at this point.
Yeah.
What do we do here with 5-3 off? God, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but still, you know, he's invested 16.
Yeah.
Has to go with it. He knows he has about 30% anytime with sex.
You just peel the 8 and try and flop something and go from there, I guess. But maybe we fold and then we can potentially win the big blind and the ante back if we shove.
But also patience pays off, as we saw.
I'm trying to. Is he getting coaching now?
Trying to talk him into appeal. I mean, anything that Michael does that continues in the hand is good for Mattis. So
I'm not sure though. You're supposed to ask someone who's not in the hand to tell him that patience might pay off. You saw what happened. He got aces when he's not even involved in the hand.
He does.
I'm not sure.
Does flick it in, and yeah, Bruschi here with the Jack 8 versus the 5-3 of Dwyer.
Yeah.
He really wasn't sure. I've got no idea, to be honest. These spots, they could be like any two. They could be a little bit tighter because of the ICM.
This is bad news though for Dwyer. Almost drawing dead, needing runner help, and it's not to be.
10 for a chop.
For a chop, but it's not to be either. So we lose our 9th place finisher, Michael Dwyer, Ireland. Unfortunately, no payouts for him today, which means that we are now down to this final 8 players, and we are on the official money bubble.
Yep, so no break is planned now, but we are going to even up the tables into 2 tables of 4. So just an unfortunate situation for Dwyer there.
Yeah.
Maybe if he was on the 5-handed table, someone would have busted there. He could have got a couple of extra hands to find something, but that's just the way it goes in tournament poker. You miss a couple of opportunities to get your chips over the line, and then for some reason it's sod's law, isn't it? You just get the worst possible hands time and time again, folding, and then has to put it in rather sadly with the 5-3 off. So.
Or you listen to the coaching of what is that? The one who waits gets rewarded.
Exactly. Really trying to pin him down into dust, wasn't he? That was a sneaky little move.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we're going to even up the tables. We're going to have the Swede, Ludwig Sterner, coming over to the feature table, I think, which means that they will playing 4 on each table and hand by hand, which means, George, if you break it down for those who is not aware what hand by hand means.
Yeah, so hand for hand means that we're not going to play different times for different tables. So basically, once the action is finished on one table, the dealer was going to sit there rather stoically with the cards in their hand, waiting for the finish of play on the other table.
Yeah, and of course, in this case, since it's just 2 tables and these guys are playing fairly fast, we're not going to see any stalling or a long time between the hands anyhow, but come WSOP main event, money bubble, might take a few hands or a few hours to break the bubble when it's 500 tables or something.
I think we could be in for a good half an hour to 45 minutes or so. The only thing is I'm not sure if there are any other short stacks. We literally saw the 3 shorties at our table
I think we did.
bust time after, just one after the other. So we saw Ladev there get it in, lost the flip. And then Dwyer, of course, closing it out, as well as Ripetami, who couldn't find a way to survive either. So those 3 bust in quite quick succession.
Yeah.
And now
Now we have the players from the outer table then coming to.
A couple of railbirds as well.
I think we have Alexei Naski, who was the chip leader some hour ago. He was still in the tournament, but on the outer table. But of course, he wants to see how much these guys have on the table as well.
Yeah, that's a very important thing, actually. If you're on the outer table here, you do have to kind of come up the stand to the showcase of the final table, which is on the big stage, just to check the stack distribution, just to see what's ahead of you.
Yeah.
That certainly changes the strategy for especially the short and medium stacks. Someone like Jonas or Renan, they're not going to care too much. They're just going to keep going about business, looking to accumulate even a bigger stack.
Yeah, of course,
the money bubble.
In a good position now with big stacks, and on the bubble you can put pressure, and people tend to fold a little bit more than usual. But of course, these are high rollers, so in this case, maybe not. 12k cash normally in a 500 euro tournament is a big one, but for these guys it's just 2 buy-ins plus, so
spare change.
Yeah, exactly. The tip for the latest drink, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And we can hear the floor manager going through how they're going to play the hand by hand as well. And I think we're ready to go soon. And even though the graphics in the top right corner says 9 players, we just lost our 9th place finisher, so we're down to 8. And 7 paid. 12.6 thousand euros is the 7th place, and 90k 300 something euros, 90,300 up top.
And of course, we've heard it mentioned so many times this week, they've really pulled out the stops with the trophy acquisition. Bit of a step up in the trophy game this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that, as well as the bragging rights of being the winner of the biggest buy-in event at the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition. So much to play for over the next couple of hours. So do stay tuned, everyone.
Yep, record-breaking 58 entrants in the 5K. So huge field and a large prize pool, of course, to battle for.
Yes, absolutely. So as we've seen from our coverage on the feature table, the likes of Renan Bruchy, we saw Jonas as well as Mattis, very well known for poker coaching and high-level play himself.
Yeah, you can see him doing some stretching by the table now. Is that going to work for us as well?
No, maybe a little bit of shadow boxing, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, surely some known names at these tables. And now I think we're off with the bubble play. And here we have him, Ludwig Sterner of Sweden.
Yeah, Bruchy with the Jack-10 suited here.
And four-handed, of course. Nice starting hand.
Absolutely.
You can see him starting with 430-something K. And this is the other big stack on the table. Jonas Helin. Not sure, though, how much Ludwig is bringing, but Mattis.
We'll soon find out.
Behind.
Mattis certainly has an easy fold here. 213k, so 25 big, still plenty of play, but he is the table short stack right now. He's going to defend with the big blind ante in play.
Yeah.
Could get himself into some murky waters here with the 7-6, but flopping top pair is going to be a decent start for the Swede.
Yeah, absolutely. $25K comes with the call, as expected, and Bruski needing help with the Jack-10. Board pairing, of course, good for Ludwig. Makes him maybe more confident that the 7 is good. Let's see if Bruski tries to attack once more, if he gives this one up, hoping for Jack or 10. He does. Will he get there? Nope. Queen, though, a little bit of a scare card, of course, for Ludwig, but Not too much. Maybe taking the safe route though, going for the check and the eventual call.
Yeah, it's either that or a very small sizing, I guess. Let's go for the check.
And Pruski, does he give it up completely or does he try to win this pot? Knowing, of course, that the only way to win, most likely, is by another bet. And it's 90k in the middle, so decent pot. Ludwig, of course, can do the call on the flop with some straight and flush draw that I missed. But yeah, he gives it up and...
Yeah, it's just going to get shown a winner here.
Yeah. Double checking?
Yeah, just in case.
Could I beat that? It wasn't a queen, right? It was a jack.
Let him sweat a little bit.
Yeah, the slow roll.
Yeah.
Oh, taking it back. Oh, I had a queen. Sorry, guys. And we're ready for the
Straight
next
into
hand.
the next hand. It looks like we were the slower of the two tables in that instance.
Yeah, here we have them. The outer table.
Double Z.
Your guy is still in.
With the bucket hat. That's my guy. Tommy Lankinen as well, the Finn.
Yeah, and Alexei Naski right to our right.
Yes, I'm not sure of the fourth
fleece
player.
Hoodie. No, I'm not sure either. We can double check that. We have as the 8th player.
There could be some action here. Cutoff versus button on the outer table. Going to go back to our feature table for now. Jonas Tallinn opening it up with the 950.
Yeah, we also have one Lithuanian player still in. Ketutis Jungchevicius.
Ooh.
Pardon my pronunciation, but... Small pot for Helene. Picks up the blinds and ante.
And as you can see, really started to open up the opening range now.
Yeah,
As he's got a clear table chip lead. You just saw Brushi lose a small one to the short stack Swede. So even better stack distribution for the Finn to take advantage.
As for Ludwig Sterner that just joined, the Swede, so I played a lot with him, or at least a few hands, or like some 10, 12 years ago, he came up like, you know, one of these young guns.
Yeah,
who was barely legal to get into the casino. And not that young anymore, but he plays a lot. I think mostly he's a cash game player though.
Yep.
Put in a lot of hours. And has some bigger scores though. When you look at it as his hand on mob, he's good for some live earnings of 250,000 euros.
Yeah, not a bad haul.
No?
What's his biggest score there? So he got a always
16th place in a 10k Highroller at the EPT Barcelona is the biggest one money-wise. He has a second place from a 1,500 euro in Sweden. Good for some 16,000 euros as well. That was 10 years ago though. The Barcelona score was last year.
Yeah, looks like Double Z is opening it up on the outer table here, facing some resistance.
Is a player you know of, or just fond of the hat?
Just a big fan of the whole shebang. You know,
the orange and the hat.
Yeah, the pizzazz, the playing style. It's all looking good to me.
We see Ludwig and the other guys on the feature table standing up for a while, having a moment to check their phones, which they are not allowed to bring to the feature table.
Yeah, just probably to get some information about the whole cards on the feature table and
or texting Mama.
Yeah, maybe. Mama made it.
I'm on TV.
Like we've got a small c-bet here from Double Z.
Yeah,
and
Naski is out.
Fold from Naski, so...
seems like a big stack for Double Z, right?
Yeah, the Czech Republic man has got himself well over 450k, I think. Which is above average, you can see to the right of the screen now. Average stack of just over 350k here at the 5k, 10k level, so 36 big blind average. And I believe on our feature table it's just Sterner who is south of that, so going to be slightly more weighted to a few more chips on this table than the outer table. Bruschi opening it up here with the king-queen suited on the button. Jonas looks interested.
Yeah, he does. Wow. For no reason.
Yeah, not sure why. The old Phil Ivey 5 deuce off. He folds over to Mattis in the big blind. And he's not exactly... I thought he was a bit more healthily stacked than that, but he's not played too much over the last few orbits, just kind of whittled down a little bit to 20 big blinds. And interesting spot here versus Bruschi. Does just elect to call. I think if he was a bit shorter, he might have jammed there, but really not wanting to bubble when he's got a short stack on the outer table, I believe. And does flop to goods, but look at this. This could be fireworks.
Trouble.
Wow. Top pair, top kicker, and 37% equity.
Ouch. Yeah, ouch.
Got the best hand right now, but the equity advantage with the Brazilian in position here. 2 overs, a gut shot, and a flush draw. What dreams are made of when you open the button with the king-queen of spades. Does Mattis elect to check raise the flop?
Yeah, this could be trouble for him.
Yeah.
Let's see what the Mattis coaching school says about this.
Yeah, very interested to see how he's going to continue here. Call, raise. I mean, even shoving isn't out of the question, but it seems a little lazy. He's going to go for the non-all-in raise, I think.
Yeah.
Very interesting board. So many hands from your opponent that can continue versus the raise. He's just going to call.
Yeah. Call from MC. Might save him.
Ooh, the deuce is a great card for Mattis now. Absolutely. With the equity advantage shifting in his favor, 60-40. Bruschi now with this somewhat awkward, although the deuce is never going to really hit your opponent too much. Even the suited deuces are likely to be folding at this stage. Ace deuce of hearts potentially. So looks like he's going to fire in another bet here. Looking to put pressure on hands like a 9. So it goes for north of half pot. And again, options on the table for the ace-10 here. Our opponent is obviously representing hands like over pairs, a strong 10x. We do still beat a lot at the value range. King 10, queen 10, jack 10.
Yeah,
exactly.
Look over.
That's the
Might someone be
focus.
all in on the other table? No. All right, I have to take the decision myself. Yeah, tough spot, of course, because he knows that he's good in so many spots here, the ace-10, but...
Yeah, and then you've got all of these hands like jack 8, 7-6, 7-8, queen jack, queen 8.
And it's like we had Dwyer earlier taking the decision on turn, and same thing here, that if he calls this one, you know, facing an all-in on any river.
Check call and really praying to fade the overcards, and of course the jack and the spades, as we can see for Bruschi here. Big river card, and it's the 4 of diamonds.
Yeah. Check mark for Mattis. And checks it. Do you think he's hoping for a shove now or not?
I don't think he's hoping for a shove, but I don't think he's going to fold.
No, never. No, exactly.
It's one of those situations where you're almost happy just to see your opponent check it back here and just take down the pot. Does Bruschi use these missed spades here, where his opponent is going to have some snap folds in his range, like the King X, the Queen X of spades could arrive in this fashion. He is going to shove, putting his opponent to the test.
It's not a snap call.
No, I think he will call, but
he will.
Just, it's just like, oh my god.
But surely he will. I mean, he knew this was going to happen on any blank rivers, right? Already on the turn.
I mean, does our opponent go for 3 streets here with King 10? I think so. So we beat some value, I think. So.
Well, of course, it is the bubble in the 5K, so it's easy for me to sit here and say, yeah, of course he's going to call this one.
Exactly. That's the predicament that he's facing right now.
Is that a cop in the background? Someone called the police?
Yeah, and just with ace-10 as well, just unblocking all of these missed straight draws.
Yeah,
no spade in hand as well. As far as what our range looks like, we're really right at the top. Don't really have much deuce X. Would have folded pocket 4s at some stage. 9 goes in pre-flop. We just don't really have a better hand than ace-10 here. And when you're playing at this level, it's going to be uncomfortable. We are on the pure bubble. We are going to get shown jacks plus from time to time.
And Bruschi, of course, now knowing that it's a 10 or a 9 that he's up against.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I think he's trying to get a hand like 10-8, 10-7 suited.
Yeah.
These like weaker 10s to fold. I don't think he thinks he can get ace-10 to fold.
Now we see MC looking over at the other table. They're not playing right now, but he's eyeing the stack sizes. If he's to fold this one, will he be the shortest stack by far or not? And yeah, some things to take into consideration.
You can see the stress just photographed all over the face of the Latvian.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
It's not by no means easy. Trying to get some kind of hope to sway him towards calling, which I think is likely where his head is going to be at. Just plucking up the courage, just finding.
Time called, right?
It's an interesting strategy there to call the time when we're hand for hand.
Trying to put another extra pressure.
Yeah.
Was it 30 seconds or a minute used here?
30 seconds.
Yeah. He will call, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he would be left just 10 bigs. Yeah, there's the call, and he'll be happy to see. Oh, he didn't believe it.
You see that look from Bruschi there, as if to say, what on earth?
Oh, yeah. But what on earth are you waiting for, or what on earth are you calling with? Rather the first, right?
I think the first, yeah. I think as if to say, well, if you're not calling this 10, it's just a range fold.
Yeah. But also, as we said, if this wouldn't have been the bubble, he would have insta-called almost, making the decision already on the turn. But then once the pressure gets there on the river, of course, it's not an easy call on the bubble.
Yeah, exactly.
In a 5K.
So emblazoned all over his face, just how uncomfortable that situation was for him.
How are we here now in stack size on the outer table? Naski, that's some.
Could be Lankinen actually with one of the shorter stacks. Looks like he's got around about 200, no, less. Not seeing any greys in the stack of Tommy Lankinen.
We don't, right?
Maybe 2 at the front?
Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. Just next to his hand there on the right-hand side. But now it's going to be Bruschi with one of the shorter stacks remaining. Got 164k, so 16 big blinds.
And just a new blind level as well, 510k. So 16 bigs for Bruschi right now.
Yeah, and Jonas is going to be taking his opportunity to lean on these slightly shorter stacks.
MC busy stacking. Oh, look, finally the 8s.
Pocket 8s. Just going to be calling, I think.
Yeah, out of position.
Yeah, not wanting to face a 4-bet. Certainly jamming is out of the question.
There's the call, and Ludwig getting a good price, but Jack-6.
I'm surprised to see the continue here from the Jack-6 when we're nowhere near the bottom of the pecking order.
Yeah, save those chips.
I don't see what we're hoping for.
For that, maybe.
Yeah, but now, of course, you know, we're on an ace-high board.
Yeah, sure.
Position.
Yeah, because now it's going to cost you probably.
And
Jonas surely coming with the bet.
Jonas is going to go for the bet here. Does have some slight concerns because I think even a hand as strong as ace-queen for Mattis is going to be flatting the small blind. Obviously less concerned about Sterner's range. It's only deuces really we lose to, ace-deuce suited potentially.
And this is also, I mean, so exposing if he calls here because, you know, he surely putting Jonas on many aces and then calling with a queen wouldn't be that much of an option when you're fairly short. So, I mean, it's some kind of a draw combination.
We've made our bed and now we have to lie in it with the turn pair as well. A little bit of additional equity versus some of the stronger hands in Jonas's range.
I'm surprised to see Jonas check again.
Check back. But it's deuce on the river. No luck for the Swede.
Yeah, check from Ludwig, and now at least we can expect try to expect some value from Jonas.
Yeah, I can't think of a hand that beats us. We do chop with some hands like ace-8, but yeah, definitely a good chance to try to really put a queen into a tough spot now.
Yeah, goes for the 80k into 106.
Yeah.
And will be fairly quick fold from Ludwig, I think.
Maybe. I mean, he might be thinking about some heroics here.
Yeah, but it's almost half his stack, so I'll be surprised. But
I would too, but not.
But you know, he's a cash game player. He's used to wide ranges, and
that's for sure.
Of course, yeah, sure. I mean, Jonas will be betting a lot of hands with the big stack in position, so might be good with a 6 in more cases than we think, but still tough call. Lose that many chips if we're wrong. But of course, if we're right, we're up to a big healthy stack if he was to win this one, but unfortunately it won't be the case.
No.
Ludwig also looking at the outer table. Maybe some action going on. Oh, he does come for the call. Surprised to see that.
Hooks him up.
Bad news when he sees the ace for Jonas. And building up to almost 700k now. Ludwig is left with 14 bigs.
I hate to say I told you so, but this loose overcall pre-flop on a very sticky scenario on the pure bubble there with the Jack-6 suited. Not entirely sure what we were hoping for with that one there. Just easy chance to get out the way and allow some of the shorter stacks to go to battle in the next hands, and now all of a sudden finds himself into a rather annoying situation where he clearly gave his opponent lots of bet check bet sort of random bluffs.
Yeah, felt like he was taking some time and luring himself into a hero call, but was not to be.
And what a spot here for Jonas.
Yeah, absolutely crushing the table right now. And of course, as we said, opening wild with the even bigger stack, but tough. For example, even four-handed now for Matisse. 2 players behind, and yeah, he has a healthy stack though, so I mean he can still play the hand, but not. King 8. See another 8 folded, so. For the peel, so heads up then Bruski and Jonas Helin. As you can see, only 13 bigs behind for Bruski, and now he misses completely.
Yeah.
Jonas checking behind with the gut shot.
Yeah, surprised to see that with a hand like 8-6. I thought that would be one of the prime candidates to go for a bet here. You just get so many better hands to fold. Yeah, it's annoying if you get check shoved on or check raised, but you know it's.
Yeah, but so often you just take it down versus a small.
Versus hands like 10-9 and Jack-9 and King-9. Wow, and checking back again with the double gutter. Belushi, is he going to find a way to maneuver his way to winning this pot? That would be absolutely insane.
Yeah. Of course, so the ace might favor Helene once he
really
gets
does.
betting with this one. It's in his range.
Just
and
has to bet the river now.
Yeah. Bruski with the nut blocker king, though. Would be tough to go with the check shove now, but Jonas doesn't allow him to, since he's putting him all in, and of course that's the right move, and tough for Bruski to call that one. Bird view of the table as we get a dealer change.
Yeah.
Then we'll have the next hand coming shortly.
It's all coming up Helene right now, as we've got now 2 clear short stacks. Brushi with the King Queen of Spades couldn't find a way to get there with the combo draw, the overcards, the gut shot, the flush draw. Versus Matisse puts him to the test over 3 streets. Gets the full-time bank call.
Yeah.
Was a bit shocked to see ace 10. Mattis here with the 3s. I think we're going to see him fold 2 stacks to his left that could potentially tangle with the chip leader. Yeah, and it's Sterner on the button with the 9-8. He's going to get out the way. Belushi here, Queen 4 off. Not ideal, is it? Does just muck it.
Yeah. So one of the rare walks, but of course with the big stack.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot of respect there from the 2 shorties, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't seem to be too much of action on the outer table either, so we have a camera out there as well in case something's happening. But as long as there's no all-in and calls, we will not have too much from that table, but we'll see. Few short stacks on this table, and it looked like we had at least 1 short stack on the outer table. Here we go over to the outer table. Do we have some action? We have a flop at least, but doesn't seem to be too much in the pot just yet. But George's favorite, Double Z, is
he's
going through the action.
Clearing out the chances.
Yeah, winning a small pot versus Naski by the looks of it.
Next hand, please.
A lot of chips for Double Z, but not too many gray ones, so not maybe the biggest of stacks total. Ludwig Sterner, another fold most likely under the gun with the 10-8 off.
Yeah.
Bruski 10-7 off. And big stack. Putting it to use again, maybe. Yeah, here we go. 30.
They're just going to keep applying pressure to these shorter stacks, and Mattis doesn't necessarily have a tiny stack here with the 400k in play, 40 big blinds. Could go for a 3-bet here with the ace-5.
Yeah, normally you would, but just this, again, bubble, short stacks.
The thing is,
reasonable 40 big blind stack already. So yeah,
it's just a question of if you think your opponent is going to be overdoing it. And I think Jonas has certainly showed the tempo so far that he's going to be really wide and attacking this big blind.
Yeah, he'll be closing in on a 100% VPIP now, Helene, for the last orbit or so.
Yeah.
Orbits, so
every opportunity he's been presented with, he's taken. And Matthews going through the calculations.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the...
He's deep in there in the web.
The chart.
Does arrive on just a call with the ace-5. And does come out on top on ace-king-queen, but of course still danger awaits on this type of board. Is it a board where Jonas is going to start firing? Does give it up. No spade in hand, no immediate equity, and Matt is happy to check this one back, as we do see a pair on the turn for Jonas, so some opportunity potentially.
Yeah.
River 4 or River 8.
Let's check again though, as does MC. And the 5 for Matisse. Good news, as he pairs again.
Has a whistle.
So now he's beating every ace. It's not double paired for Helene as well, so
it's got
quick check. Seems like Helene has given this one up.
Yeah, we've got pretty much the nuts here. It's just a question of what we think we're going to be targeting here. Maybe a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, Queen 9, Queen 6, Queen 5. Well, Queen 5 likely we would have heard from, but let's go for 55 into 80 and gets a quick fold from Jonas there. Very much aware of the fact that his opponent is disincentivized to continue pre-flop, so it's going to be tough for him to find bluffs in that line.
Now then, Bruski down to just 12 bigs. Needs something to happen, but maybe not ready to push with King 7 just yet. Helene now with a nice starting hand, surely getting in there again, 9-8 suited. This time quick fold from MC. What about Ludwig? Other short stack. 11 bigs left once he gets folding the Queen 4 off.
Absolute mop-up job for the Finn right now.
Yeah, this is tough for Sterner and Bruski, of course. It's just a matter of who will take a stab at it first and stand up against...
Yeah, against this relentless aggression from the Finnish chip leader here.
Dream position, of course. Be able to pick down.
Absolutely.
Some 35k almost every pot uncontested. A very concerned look for a man at his stage right now. It looks almost like he's the short stack.
Yeah, it's just
really concerned and
maybe just struggling to believe how well this is going for him. I mean, it's
well, yeah, it's tough to bet every hand. You know,
it's just absolute walk in the park. And look at this for Belushi here with the pocket fives versus the super wide opening range.
Yeah, but
and we are the
still knowing that you're going to be up most likely against 2 overcards, of course.
Yeah, I think he's going to jam.
Yeah.
versus almost any two open pocket fives here. Really, really the one that needs to clear out all of these hands like the 10-9. Don't want to see a flop. Allow your opponent to realize some equity. There's hands like Jack Deuce off in there, right? Queen Deuce off, King Deuce, King 3. The combinations of raise folds are essentially endless.
Outer table.
Yeah, so we see an open.
Pre-flop action.
An appeal from Double Z.
So is it just him or Naski, or yeah?
Yeah, him versus Alexei Naski. Do you see a flop? Looks like there's one Broadway card on there. And Naski is already creeping up on entering the short stack territory himself. Looks like he's got around about 250k.
Yeah, something like that. 10 gray.
You see an imposition stat here from Double Z. That's the full
the entire
table.
Someone bust, please. Go wild, guys. Oh, and Naski comes along for the turn. Can't quite see the cards, but it seems like it's a lot of high ones. Jacks, queens, kings on that board. Looked like Naski checked this one right over to Double Z. Comes with another bet of about 82k, I think. 3 gray, 1 red 5, and 2 yellow 1 case.
Putting his opponent to the test.
Pretty much pot size bet, I think. And you see in the background as well all the previous champions on the wall that played yesterday in the Royal Showdown.
Yeah, it didn't see Marta Porter, but we certainly saw Sarah Benjamin there. Who, got a good start in the Royal Showdown Invitational event, but couldn't quite manage to pick up on some of the added juice.
Well, Naski comes along.
Check call here.
And it was 82, 3 gray ones. So building a large pot now, as you can see, not much left behind for Naski.
No, and it looks like a bit of a brick on the river from what I can tell.
Yeah. And less than 200 behind now. Will he be put to the test by Double Z?
Double Z eyeing the stack of his opponent.
Naski's been check calling 2 streets now.
Just saw a flicker of nervous energy from Double Z on the turn there as he kind of had that rather subconscious kind of scratch of the side of his face. But certainly the table demeanor has changed somewhat. Looks like he's going to be eyeing up an all-in here from the table demeanor. Is he going to pull the trigger?
Feel the tension. Even the cameraman is shaking, right?
Cut it with a knife right now. Ooh,
my guess is that if he checks, he's definitely losing this one.
Yeah.
It feels like I have to bet to win the hand. That's the
vibe I'm getting.
It does check, so let's see them. Yeah, there's some
that looks
cards
like it
that connects. Yeah, I think so. There we go. Some celebrations from Alexei Naski, as it's almost a double up, I think. Big pot for him.
Huge one. As Lankinen gets back to his seat, he's got some work to do by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Not an awful lot of chips over there for the young Finn.
Couple of grey ones and then just some 20 red ones. So he should be...
He's going to have about 15 to 20 big blinds, I think. Mattis is in a nice situation.
Absolutely. Nice for all the fans. We saw a lot of MC fans in the chat earlier, so hope you're still up.
Certainly did over to the small blind.
1:45 to midnight here local time, and
Rushi here with the jack-8 suited.
Long
By
way
no
to go.
means easy when you've got the... He's going to shove. Fearless. What an absolute boss.
Oh, King 4. Lets it go.
And Jonas said, really? When he went all in as if to say, you trying to mess with me, son? You talking to me?
Yep, so Ludwig Sterner now, the shortest on the table.
Yeah, Brushi happy with the 2 big blind pickup there. Did not want to get called.
Just one more hand before the blinds will reach the Swede as well, so somewhat in a...
Yeah, he's in the danger zone for sure. He's going to have to put in a quarter of his stack in the next 2 hands as we do maybe get some outer table coverage of Lankinen.
Yeah, something happening. Still seem to be playing on the outer table. See, Ludwig stands up, going over there, maybe to rail again. Hoping someone will bust before him. Other guy sits back. They're not as worried as the short stack Ludwig. See the logos of Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn on the table, and Kings of Tallinn is happening 2 times a year here in Tallinn, and then in November, at least it's been the last few years, is the Queens of Tallinn full festival for ladies only. I think they'll have 1 open event, but all the other events during that weekend, long weekend, is for female players only. Ready to play another hand, so we did not lose any player on the outer table.
Nope.
Ludwig will have to do it on his own, maybe. Under the gun now with the Queen 9 off. Normally decent starting hand, 4-handed, but of course he's not committing your entire stack.
Yeah, can't take his chances there. Maybe raise folding the suited variety, but...
Yeah. Bruski is out.
Jonas with the rockets.
Trying to look weak.
Yeah, goes for the what is become
Doesn't
the
help him though.
3.5 and gets the quick fold from Mattis. So just to pick up there for the Finn. Back up to around about 700k, which should be the chip lead at present. We saw some of these stacks on the outer table. I don't think anyone had.
Here we are.
500.
It's like Naski has limped and double C racing from the big blind.
Yep.
Naski wanting to take another pot from the check, comes along, checks quickly on the flop.
How many chips do we think seat 2 has? That doesn't look like much either, does it? I mean, they could be greys behind that left hand of his.
Could be. Yeah, I think it is. Now then.
We've got about a 3rd pot continuation bet. Oh, maybe a little bit more, actually.
Yeah, 33, right?
Yeah, 33. I think he made it 33, so...
You can see they have a nice rail again in the background. The 4 musketeers.
Yeah.
And they're not rooting. Yeah, they're rooting for someone, for both of them to just get in and someone win. And Naski comes along again. Double C just can't get rid of him.
No, again, Double Z. You saw him. Little twitch there, rechecking the cards. Slight facial movement as well.
And now he's either thinking, nice, or he's thinking, I can't get this guy to fold the hand.
Yeah.
Oh, there you have a lot of grace for seat number 2, actually. So he's got about 300. Another bet, was it 40? No, more, 60. But now this time, Naski will be folding, so some chips 1 back for Double Z. And that means we're ready to play another hand, and we'll have Lankinen now in the big blind, and as we said, he doesn't have too much chips. So Not fully committed, but still investing big parts of his stack.
Yeah, a fairly big portion, and
as has Ludwig now in this hand in the big blind. Jonas, king high, will be happy to put some chips in.
Going to be opening it up here for sure.
Big blind is 10 and he made it 22. Will Ludwig find something now then? Oh, no, worst hand possible.
Yeah.
Down to 8 big blinds, only 8.5 big blinds will be have to put in 5, so he will be 80k behind now. And they're out of their shares again, so some more action on the outer table perhaps.
The stream is actually pretty close. Now it's the hand with ace 10 king with suited.
Yeah. Having a pot being played again on the outer table. Heads up.
Guys, put the screenshot and send me.
Seems like we had an opening from the Lithuanian under the gun and call from double C in the small blind.
Yep.
And now continuation from E2 on the flop.
What do you think of Double Z's table demeanor this time?
This time he seems more...
Yeah, it looks like a raise could be
Yeah,
coming.
exactly. More confident. And
Yeah,
here we
there it
go.
is.
Big race.
Yeah, from the man from the Czech Republic. Putting his opponent to the test here, 102k.
We had a good read, both of us, on Mr.
Yeah.
Double Z. Oh.
And a quick call.
Wow. This is building.
This pot is getting out of line.
From 0 to big one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will it be 0 to hero for
Looks
someone
like a
of those
10 or a
guys?
9 on the turn. We've got... it's so hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like Queen Jack 7-10, something like that.
Something in that range, yes. So it might have been an interesting turn actually, because
yeah, it could
it's either filling up a straight or it's pairing the board.
Yeah, very tough to tell. We're going to have to do our best, and unfortunately for you guys watching at home, you've just got two idiots guessing.
Maybe if we go even closer, let's...
Yeah.
10 queen.
Oh, but double
9-8 or 10-8. Was it a paired
so
board?
It could be like a four-liner.
Now we're just guessing again. So.
Yeah. But all we can see is that Double Z's gone for a size down on the turn now.
He did,
so
yeah.
Kind of a large check raise.
But still not much behind for the Lithuanian.
That could be a four-liner, which would make sense with this slight size down there.
Oh, comes with another call, and now it's not much behind. This is a sizable pot now. I still think Double C looks comfortable. And another medium card, right? Or a bit lower this time?
A bit lower. It looks like a 4 or a 5 or something like that.
Imagine if we did all commentary like this.
Yeah. I think the board is Queen 9, 10, 8, 3.
Yeah, something like that. You're close at least. So...
Here's Double Z.
How many grays does he have in front of him? Not many, right?
He's got about 200 behind here, and it looks like this pot is at least 450k.
Yeah.
And we do going to see the all-in here.
I still think C looks really comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, me too.
I would be surprised if he's bluffing now. A couple of hands ago, I was sure he was bluffing or feeling weak, but this time he feels
There's a lot more nervousness in the mannerisms and a less kind of more tension in the body. This time looks to be a little more loose. From the hand movements as well there, just riffling the chips. Doesn't seem to be any resistance. Yeah, and what we thought might occur here looks to be loading up for the river all-in after quite a considerable tank.
I know a couple of guys in the background who's rooting for an all-in and a call here.
Absolutely.
Right on the money bubble. If you just joined us, this is the 5K. We're 8 players left and 7 spots paid.
Yeah, so after a 2-minute tank, he's asking how much his opponent has behind. That is also rather interesting. What's it going to be from Double Z?
Yeah, taking his time now. I thought we were going to see a fairly quick goal in from the beginning, but now he comes at least with a bet.
Yeah, and no snap call.
He's not putting his opponent quite all in, is he? Or?
No, I think...
And he quickly folds.
Fold.
So we will never know, but we still think Double C is strong here.
Yeah, I think we had him. Just trying to... get a cracking call out of his opponent, not putting him fully all in, making him, giving the opportunity to spin up the rest of the dust, potentially.
I don't know why we need hold cards and stuff. I mean, we could do the rest of it like this.
The live tell masterclass coming to Instagram soon. 999.
Matisse coaching has nothing. Our live read on our live read coaching
certainly doesn't. As Jonas with the 9-4 popping it up here with that kind of rather trademark, slightly bored, slightly anxious look that he's got going on.
Ludwig now.
Yeah,
this is a shove from the small blind, surely.
It could be, yes. Yeah, he
Here
does
we
go. For it. He's very much well aware of the fact that
no, nothing, but
his opponent is going to be opening silly wide.
And it's another 63, 6 big blinds. Getting just the price as well, 30%. I mean, opening with 9-4 here, he knows that Ludwig will shove a lot of hands as well, so I would have assumed he's prepared to take this call, but we'll see. Yeah, folds.
Allows Ludwig to get one through there with the Queen Jack. By no means an easy decision, but a brave one nonetheless, and fair play to him for firing it through at this key stage of proceedings here, as we've gone on such a long and excruciating bubble.
Absolutely.
And, of course, we do have the prominence of the short stacks, which is the natural flow of progression on these kind of long bubbles. You do tend to see the chip leader start to maneuver through the gears, as we've seen with Jonas. Mattis did get the double up early on. Well, earlier on, I should say. It feels like hours ago now with the ace-10 when we was just in the tank forever on the river. The last second call versus Renan Brushi, who had the table chip lead for quite some time, but is now also quite short.
Yeah, Jonas looking at the outer table, but they're also done with their hand, so we're ready for a new one. And this is the feature table chip count. 70 big blinds for Helene and Ludwig 12 now. Bruski 14 bigs. And these are the payouts. They're all fighting to get in the money. The top 7. Needing to lose one more player. Will it be Ludwig? Well, Surely he'll not be folding this one.
No, I think we just want to jam in this situation.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh!
Wow, tough spot for Brewski now.
This is brutal.
You can't really fold in this position, right? You have 14 bigs. The bubble is the bubble, but still, I mean...
Four-handed. I don't think there's a super short stack on the other table as well.
Yeah, no.
There's going to be ahead of hands like 5, 6, 7s, Ace 5 suited, Ace 4 suited.
Yeah, because these are our 2 short stacks, I think. Shortest stacks. Maybe the Lithuanian on the other table has around the same, but a bit more. Yeah, it's not a dream spot. It's not an insta-call, of course.
Well,
but
of course, these pairs, obviously 10s we're going to be going with. 9s you feel pretty confident about, but then the line starts to be drawn at 8s because I don't think Ludwig is going to be jamming deuces, 3s, 4s, probably 5s plus.
So this is more about if you're a believer of the ICM is for poor people or not.
Well, exactly. Easy for us to say in the booth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very interested to see what Bruschi arrives at here. A very decorated online player.
So Al rooting for, I think he will call, and you're from the other side, right? You have the
No, I think it's close. I think calling is certainly an option.
Yeah, that's shove, so not likely to be a double elimination, at least not from Helene. And
there's an 8
oh,
as well.
There's an 8 folded as well, so trouble for Bruschi. Just covering Sterner, so he'll not be going out if he loses this one, but just be left with a blind or 2.
I guess the one thing I can say is that Ludwig may min-raise hands like aces, kings, queens, potentially jacks. So
yeah,
you're not going to see the super top end of the range in Ludwig's range as an open shove for 12.5 bigs. So here we have it.
Here we go.
We've
Sweden versus Brazil.
A long and
sounds like a football game, but this time it's poker and it's the bubble.
Who's going to come out on top here? Can Renan find
running spades? Maybe.
Ooh,
oh, there's a chance.
Oh my
this
word.
would be nasty. Oh, look at this one. Poor Sweden.
What a sickener for Sterner.
Tough one. Just grabs the bag and the jacket and runs away.
That is absolutely
Doesn't want to puke in front of cameras, right?
No.
Oh, that's a bad one for Ludwig Sterner. Sweden, unfortunately, out in 8th place then, which means that we are down to our final table.
I wouldn't like to be his hotel security deposit right now. That's going.
Let's go.
150 euros down the drain as he misses out on the 12.5k payday.
Yeah.
Ooh la la. That is a sickener.
Tough one. Yeah, that's a beat, right?
Yeah.
Well,
beatable beats.
It's just about midnight here in Tallinn local time, and we just have our final tables. So expect this one to be quite late in the night, and so go brew your coffee, get ready. I think we'll be going on a 30-minute break now, actually, because these guys will have a short snack and be ready back to take the final table in about 30 minutes. But will be a fun one.
Yeah, certainly after that long and excruciating bubble, something had to give, and it certainly gave all right in the sickest of circumstances there. The backdoor spades to eliminate Sterner, who've put up a valiant fight, but not to be on this occasion for the youngster. We sure will be seeing him in the future. But today, we're going to be down to the final table of 7 after the break in 30 minutes.
See you soon.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you
have
have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you
that,
have that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah, and
so that would be a nice...
And an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in, you know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatz here, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has 1 round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be There you go. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in Söker, in the traditional Söker, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final Söker. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be yeah. So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Söker was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Söker back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Söker back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good. Yeah, so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand.
Mm-hmm.
The backhand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker.
Mm-hmm.
So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw 1 away.
Okay.
Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
Probably I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2.
Okay.
You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually gonna have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just gonna burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on, yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is
strong.
what I need.
So all you're
like
gonna
in the
need,
middle?
you're just gonna need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay!
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would
It's
be
like-
lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still
nice.
need to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my fantasy land.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just
I made it to
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland.
Fantasy land is. That was so amazing.
So this is the
3,
Fantasy Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or how-
does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support
anyone,
you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be Franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush draw,
I have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm going to change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No, I...
Come and play, and I will show you. Not that easy.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love. And we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me, Matias Silander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Rano. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Silander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah, he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Silander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
Have you adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
It's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but As you can see, it's a flip, so
yeah, it does say
help me find the
47%,
double up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
When that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helpy. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
You will help me. One of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing like, it's close to 20 years ago. Like, You Will Help Me was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you. Yeah. Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on OlyBetEvents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Well, that's what we needed to boost our spirits, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of dancing again.
Absolutely.
Back in the booth, back at Hilton, the OlyBet and the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn.
Absolutely, and we are down to a final table of 7 in the biggest buy-in event of the week with a record field of 58 entrants. The 5K down to the in-the-money stage. We saw a laborious and excruciating bubble there over the last couple of hours, but it was Renan Bruschi, the online well-esteemed Brazilian, that found a way out of jail with the 8s versus the 9s, the backdoor flush, sending Ludwig to the rail.
Almost used his one time there on the bubble.
I think that one time's been used many years ago, but hey-ho, he found a way. Sometimes the backdoor spades come to emerge themselves. Absolutely. As we're going to continue with the live action here when Teresa is going to call us in.
This is the 5,000 euro no-limit hold'em Highroller. Final 7 players remaining, and let me introduce you to our final table. From Finland with 347,000 in chips, let's welcome Aleksi Naski. C2, also from Finland with 185,000 in chips, Tommi Lankinen. Taking seat number 3 from Lithuania with 132,000 in chips, let's welcome Kestutis Jungavicius. From Brazil with 300,000 in chips, welcome Carlos Bruschi. And back to Finland with 699,000 in chips, welcome Jonas Helin. The chip leader of the table with 844,000 in chips, he's from the Czech Republic, welcome Zizka Terek. And taking seat number 7 from Latvia with 394,000 in chips, Matis Selmins. We got level 17, 6 minutes to go, 5,000, 10,000. And we're gonna make a draw for the button.
So thank you very much, Teresa, for calling in the final table lists here of the landmark event in terms of the buy-in. The 5,000 euro high roller, 58 entries down to the last 7. As you can see on the bird's eye view, a couple of short stacks there, a couple of guys that were weathering the storm of that long bubble. But Double Z and Jonas are
and the
very
button
much
has
in the
been
driving
drawn
seat.
on seat number 1, so Alexei Naski starting on the button. The blinds are 5,000, 10,000, and we're ready to go. Shuffle up and deal.
And the chat, YouTube, OlyBet Poker going wild for MC. That's Matisse. He has a lot of fans and maybe pupils.
Yeah, a couple
rooting.
of horses, pupils in the chat rooting him along as we do see the chip counts. And Matisse, the Latvian popular guy in the chat with 394k, so 39 big blinds. We see Double Z with the 84 big blinds taking a big stack through to the final table, doing some great work on the outer table, and a 90.4k up top with the 12.6 guaranteed for these guys. So I guess the pressure's off in some way, but it's very much back on in terms of these paid jumps, navigating the field from here, looking to etch their way towards a potential victory in the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition.
Yeah, really star-studded and big field, 58 runners. These final 7, and as you said, George, the Czech chip lead.
Yeah. From the bucket hat man there in seat number 6.
If he wins, will you do the rest of the commentary tomorrow in the bucket hat?
I do have a bucket hat,
You
but
do
it's got a
already?
poker brand on it. I
Oh.
don't think is going to go down too well with OlyBet. So I guess no. Maybe I could turn it inside out.
Yeah, or put a patch on it.
Take the label off, put the Faraz Jaka poker coaching on there. That's a nice neutral one.
Commentator is sponsored by.
Yeah. Raise your edge. So Brucey picking things off here under the gun 7 with the King Queen offsuit.
And fan favorite Matisse Chelmins folding.
Yeah. Thought he might be interested in setting the tone there with the ace-5 suited, the old solver bait, but not to be on this occasion.
And we can see that Bruski actually has a new first name. I think it was the middle name than earlier, and Carlos should be the right one then, I guess. And Tommy Lankinen wakes up with the ace-jack suited in the small blind with just 180k behind, so...
Interesting spot here, 18 big blinds effective, of course, multiple ways to go. The shove seems a little bit, not sure the word is scary, but maybe overcommitting versus under the gun 7. Belushi is, of course, a high-level player. He's going to have some raised folds here. Are we going to look to call? Don't think he's going to go for a 3-bet fold or 3-bet call. That seems a bit thin with ace-jack, and also 3-bet folding seems like a waste of the equity. So I think we might see him arrive at a call here, with jamming, of course, the other natural option.
Taking a bit of time, think it over.
Yeah, certainly. So got the short stack and the big blind as well.
Yeah, and he's really staring him down, so maybe, I don't know if he's looked at his card or not, but he looks interested. If we're gonna go that live read school again.
Absolutely.
Let's see now.
He does go for the shove.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Look, I had the read. I knew it. I
There
said
we
he looked
go.
interested. Here we go.
Kęstutis.
I want a piece of this.
Bad news.
He says, and well, of course, Mr. Bruski will get out of the way and let these guys tangle for the 279k pot.
Battle it out. We saw an ace-5 suited folded, and many big hands here. Ace-jack suited, ace-5 suited, queens, king-queen.
And
a couple
Queens
of ways
hold
out.
up, some backdoor flush outs, not
just the
to
ace.
be, so just the ace.
Not to be, so a nice early double up for the Lithuanian as Tommy Lankinen has a disaster over start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did pick his spot well versus the opener, was going to get that one through, but wasn't to know unless he was a man as well versed in the live game such as yourself that Kęstutis was lurking behind with the goods.
Yeah, he should have went to the coaching of Geo and Weiss. Live read coach. Sign up. There will be in the bottom of your screens. You can sign up. Patreon, right?
Yeah, with our referral code and a one-time offer of 999 euros. And don't worry, we'll take cash for that. Just meet us at the venue tomorrow.
Yeah, you can cancel your subscription whenever there's a full moon and. Taking some orders now to celebrate the double up. Yeah, bring me that bottle of Perignon you have hidden in the back.
How much? Just take it. In the money in the 5K, it's a nice place to be.
Deducted from the prize pool. Jonas Helin now under the gun, folding. He's buried his head in his palm for hours now.
Almost a customary look. And that is here in the hijack with the queen jack off.
Yeah.
We're going to see an open
I can
here.
do a double GT and then a race.
Yeah, it's letting everyone wait. Goes to 22K. Is going to be raise calling versus Lankinen short stack if he picks something up. But Nexi with the king jack off. Really into the 3-bet or fold territory. A couple of shorter stacks there. And Lankinen, wow, another big hand. King queen suited off of 6 big blinds, likely to be seeing its way into the middle here.
Yeah, and he will be in good shape.
Very good shape. We saw a king jack folded as well, so just 2 immediate outs for Mattis.
Lankinen is just thinking, am I just going to be able to play 2 hands on this final table?
Yeah, it's a little bit of fear, but also a little bit of excitement when you look at a hand like this. You think, wow, this is going to be a short ride potentially, but got to keep things positive and think of the best. Goes for this kind of small 3-bet committal.
Yeah.
But also does have the opportunity of if it goes jam from the blinds and then a call from Mattis, he can get out the way and potentially make a ladder.
Lines up to next hand.
Brushi with the ace-6 is going to get out the way.
That's all. I don't have more. Yeah. MC confirming that it's not much behind, so he raised it up to push Lankinen all in.
Yeah, the cards are going to be on their backs here. It's a very decent spot here for Lankinen, having run the ace-jack suited into the queens lurking behind, coming in cold in the previous all-in confrontation. And a decent start for the Finn.
Absolutely. Still holding up the 80-20.
Or the deuce, chop it up. And a nice clean run out there for Lankinen, back in the thick of things, 15 big blinds. Getting the full double plus the blinds and ante.
Yep. I think we're just raising the blinds to the next level as well, so we should be on a 612K then, just for the next hand. Lankinen looking slightly happier than when he lost.
Doesn't give too much away.
No,
Tommy. He's very focused, very stoic. Don't see too much emotion from him usually at the table, and does have a plethora of strong online and I imagine live results as well. Although I'm not particularly aware of his Endermob resume. We can have a little look now whilst we're in between hands.
Why don't we?
So Tommy Lankinen with 636,000 in live earnings, best live cash of 222K, which came in the Masters Classic of Poker. So he won in 2023, followed by Rupetami. In
they made a clean house.
Yeah,
just went down and robbed the casino of Amsterdam.
Yeah, that's been the Finns' hunting ground, apart from here in Tallinn, of course, where you can't really find many final tables without at least 1 or 2 Finns. We've got 3, I believe, on this final.
This is one of them. Naski folding. Lankinen is out. Decent hand for Kestutis.
Yeah, likely to see a min raise here, despite the fact that he is out-chipped by both opponents. Just going to be strong enough to open things up on the button with the King-9. Obviously, the primary target is just to take down the blinds, but doesn't play too badly versus a big blind defend. Going to be dominating a lot of the continues here.
Oh. Speaking of domination, we have Carlos Bruski with the ace-9.
Yeah, interesting spot. I think you're going to see mostly a 3-bet non-all-in here. Although 20 big blinds effective, could just see a shove. Yeah, I think he's going to go with shove, actually, versus a button open. I thought we were still on the 5k, 10k, but yeah, 20 blinds, button open, ace-9. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems like he agrees, but stopped collecting the chips for a little bit. But
yeah, he does go for the 3-bet.
Yeah, 75. Big fold from Jonas in the big blind.
And Kestutis, really no option but to muck these.
Yeah.
This King-9 off. Went for the steal, faced some resistance, and it would be a rather suicide jam here with the King-9. We've got some better combos to pile in. Wow, he's going to call.
Wow.
That was the lowest, that was the least likely option in my opinion.
Yeah, agree.
Wasn't expecting him to come along here at all.
Interesting. And he gets no help except from the gut shot.
The gut shot, but Brushi here is going to be... It's an interesting flop, because when you think of what a continuing range is going to look like, you're going to be thinking about suited Broadway type holdings, right? Hands like King, Queen, King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack are going to be a big part of this peeling range. Also some traps like aces could potentially be in there. We do block the ace, and yeah, with no suit interaction and no particular equity on this board versus a pretty narrow looking continuing range. Looks like he's just going to start with the check, and Kestutis happy to see a free card. And this is interesting now, because I think Brushi is going to not be able to help himself but to fire this one off here. My guess is that he's going to go something like 35 to 40k on the turn and shove the river. Let's see.
And talked about live reads earlier, and that nice focused poker face from Kestutis. Did not react at all when the gut shot hit. So here's the bet from Bruski, 45.
Yeah, what a spot here for Kestutis. In the sense that he may feel that Ace-King is going to bet and stack off on the flop a decent amount of the time, certainly non-zero. So, you know, when we do arrive here with the straight, no, don't shove. This is, yeah, I think it's two bad options here from the Lithuanian so far. Like the pre-flop a bit too loose, and then on the turn you just want to allow the ace-5, the ace-4, the ace-8, the ace-9 to blast off into you with essentially no equity. That's what this 3-bet non-all-in is going to look like a lot of the time. Yeah, he could have some hands like queens and jacks that went for the trap on the flop, maybe even aces with the diamond, but a little haphazard there, and yeah, just won the stone minimum.
MC folding under the gun. Alexei Naski is out. Tomi Lankinen folding. What about Kestutis? Ace-4 suited in the cutoff. Grabbing some chips.
Certainly going to be opening here.
Oh, look at this.
Double Z, Zinedine Zidane.
With the double J's.
Yeah, absolutely. Big spot here for the man from the Czech Republic.
He has a fisherman hat, right? So he can go fishing with the hooks.
Chucking those hooks out into the river. Looking to catch some fish.
In terms of Kestutis.
Going for the call here.
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting, yeah, exactly. With the jacks, thought we'd be happy to 3-bet and call a shove.
There's one diamond and an ace. Wow, bad news for Zdenek Zizga. And Kestutis comes betting as well. Of course, a lot of aces in his range, but
yeah,
Double Z has the jacks.
When we're so under-repped on the flop, we do just have to continue at least one street here with the jacks. So likely to see a check call.
You are correct. We go to the turn. There's one jack remaining in the deck, though. That's not one of them, or the one.
Improves Kestutis' hand, although already on the turn with the ace-4, we might be looking to employ some pot control here. We do now chop with hands like ace-8, ace-9, ace-5, ace-6, but are we really going to get 3 streets here? No, and we do have the diamonds as backup, so it's quite a nice one to balance in there. Just check it back. Protect our range in some ways, where we're going to have a lot of hands like king-8 and king-5 suited that have opened from the cutoff that have to give up at this stage.
No. This guy comes with the lead.
Yeah. I imagine he's not going to be going too big here. Yeah, super small. So 10% pot. Designed as a blocker bet here. And yeah, so it kind of achieves what he was hoping. If his opponent does have an ace, unlikely to raise, but saves himself some chips. And occasionally you'll see a hand like king 10, jack 10, queen 10 there call as a worse holding. So a nicely maneuvered hand there from Zinedine Zidane, as you have come to expect with the bucket hat energy.
Yeah.
Interesting pre-flop decision, but by no means out of the realms of possibility. We've seen his style be a little bit more... he likes to keep the pot small pre-flop. We've seen all of this limping shenanigans going on from him. Seems to be the type of player that likes to keep the stack to pot ratio nice and high and maneuver in his own fashion. Yeah, and someone in the chat saying, why does the massive chip leader flat from the big blind there? Exactly, what is his big blind 3-betting range going to look like if he's flatting a hand like jacks, right? It's just gonna be so many bluffs. Maybe he thinks that exploitatively that's a good way of doing it, but I think we want to be 3-bet calling the jacks there, or at least looking to seek some value from some of the continues that we've got in pretty rough shape. So Kestutis, just having a look at his resume, a winner of 2 ring events in Rozvadov.
Oh.
A 660 deep stack and a 770 lucky sevens.
For the same series or different years?
Different series, to be fair.
9-7 suited for MC. Best hand there is, if you ask me. Let's see what MC coaching says about defending.
Yeah, versus this slight size up from Jonas. Not sure what all the tanking's going on here. It feels like we've got a fairly routine defend here with the 9-7 suited. I think there's arguments for folding the offsuit. But we did see Mattis deep in the tank with the ace-10 in a spot where we were sort of sat in the booth thinking, you know, if you've played this line, you just have to call it off. The board was 10-9, deuce-4, deuce with the missed flush draw versus Carlos Bruschi.
Actually comes along, so heads up then, and
does have a piece as well versus Jonas as well, just continuing to hit these flops, and we've been impressed with Jonas's game. I think he had a lot of tempo on the outer table when we were sort of maneuvering through the bubble, but he's definitely had his fair share of, you know, flopping a lot of top pairs, making a lot of strong hands. Seven with the back door versus the button, just not going to be going anywhere here. Raising seems suicidal on an ace-king high texture, where we're just really stripped of hands that...
Oh, another hard as well.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a check-check here. Mattis is one of the medium stacks. He's still going to have hands like king-queen very often here. He's still going to have hands like king-9, queen-9. And yeah, I think this is nice to just employ a little bit of pot control in position, let a river roll off, and reassess our options versus our opponent's maneuver. And I think Mattis is going to look to take this one to showdown. He's still going to beat some hands like 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s, all of these lower pairs that certainly would have range bet the flop. And now the question is, does Jonas, can he find hands that he wants to seek some value from? Hands like king 8, king 7, maybe queen 10. What do you think's coming? I think he might just check this one back.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Here we go. Check and small pot for Helene up to crossing the 800 mark then. Or is 35 after that? Yeah. Sorry. Yep, so still 7 players remaining. It's 1 o'clock local time here in Tallinn. So I guess we can go directly to breakfast after this one, right?
Potentially, yeah. I think we're going to be looking at... Do you want to take a time bet?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
let's
just for a little bit of fun on the side, keep us awake. Well,
while we see Lankinen with the jacks now.
You got an idea of where you'd set it?
I'll give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a little think myself. So over to Tommy, going to be min-raising here. Certainly, you know, shoving isn't bad, but it's just a real waste of the hand when we're raising into 6 uncapped ranges. And I know that sounds defensive, but you know there are outcomes in which we can quite comfortably fold the jacks here. So 3-bet, 4-bet, all in. Could leave the option open to getting away, but also just min raising, facing a small 3-bet, being able to shove, pick up a lot more chips than simply shoving and just hoping you get called by tens or some kind of flip. You're not checking poker lens, are you? Oh, God. Any edge.
No, I'm checking the...
Oh, the structure.
The structure.
Okay, that's the smart way of doing it.
So, yeah, I know exactly when this tournament will end.
You do?
Yeah. Of course I don't, but I have a guess.
But
I have a guess.
Idea.
I have an idea. And...
Okay, go on then. I'll be generous. I'll set the line and you can say later or earlier.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And I'm going to go... So we do have the all-in first, so let's get back to proceedings here.
Yeah.
Classic flip.
See if we're down to 6 or not.
Well, this is going to slightly change the line, I think. But so Ace-King versus Jacks, and it is Lankinen at risk, although Blushi has... I know it's
almost even stacks, as you can see. So
yeah,
there's the king. Bad news for Lankinen.
Continued run good here for Blushi. Found his way out of trouble on the pure bubble with 8s versus 9s.
2
finding
outs
back
for the
spades.
trouble. Lankinen, that's not the one.
No, and we can see on our chip counts that actually it's the Ace-King from Blushi, which is the at-risk stack.
Yeah, the star seems to be had with the wrong hand. So if the graphics are correct, he'll be left with about 16k, Mr. Lankinen.
Yeah, so just
we'll see about that. Whether it was the dealer or our
minuscule
production.
dealer error, I don't think you can blame her.
No.
But not something that she's going to lose her job over. It's just, it's a very close stack.
Just a fair warning, right? If you ever do that again.
That's the first strike. Yeah.
3 strikes, you're out.
You're going to be dealing the heads up at this rate.
Yeah.
Okay,
so the over-under is...
Over-under, yeah. I'm going to go with... So 7 left. Very tough field. Lots of really ICM-aware players here. Average stack looks to be around about just over 30 big blinds. 445.
So what level are we on now? The blinds are...
The blinds are 612.
Wow, all right. Wow, so this is behind by far. You said 445. I'm gonna put it later.
You think later?
Yeah, definitely. Because this can't be...
What breaks do we have coming? Is it 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20-minute breaks.
Jonas looking to seek the elimination of his fellow countryman. Opening the Jack-9 from the hijack. Ooh, and Mattis here with Ace-King and offsuit. Big blind is forced all in. I think just usually one way to go here, and that's just going to be to send all of the troops into battle.
Yeah, okay. I'll set an exact time. 5:05.
5:05?
Yeah, that's my line.
So let's do it like this. 4:55. Or anywhere in between is a push, and then I have earlier, you have later.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
we'll
fair.
do that.
And the usual 10 euros worth of hot dogs. All right, now then, Lankinen with his 1.5 big blind. Now the star is at the right hand at least.
Yes, we're back on track.
The 5-8 risking. Oh,
ooh,
there's some outs.
Nice little gutter ball for Lankinen. Looks absolutely
Does he even want to win this one?
Needs a 7 now. Is it always coming?
No,
unfortunately not. And would have liked to have had the 5 of clubs there for the flush, but hey ho, it's been a quick final table performance there from Lankinen. Didn't really put a foot wrong. Went for it with the ace-jack suited versus Brushi's under the gun open. And got the bad news from Queens lurking behind in the big blind.
So down to 6 players then, and Tommy Lankinen will pick up 12.6k for his efforts. There you have it confirmed as well.
Yeah.
7th place finisher. And Bruski, the shortest, although Matisse and Naski just about the same stack. Junkevicius, a bit more, 41 bigs. Helene, 59, and Ziska is up front still, just edging past Helene with a couple of big blinds, 63 bigs. Still a lot of MC rooting in the chat, and Hikibis is also awake. I think he's been to all of our broadcasts since.
Blast from the past.
Yeah. Welcome all. And I saw some question about whether we will follow this until the end, and yes, we are, as long as we can keep ourselves awake.
Yeah, at least we've got some Ollie boost to keep us company. And at least Walt Delivery goes through the night as well.
Yeah.
With my tooth problem, I don't think I can hack a hot dog right now, so I'm going to have to get them to...
Oh, we need some soup in the booth.
Baby food. Whoa, what's going on here?
Well, now this guy's putting his big stacks into play.
So he's peeling the jacks versus the open, and
now it's 3-betting with the 6-5
and earlier positions. It's all a little bit all over the place, but
and also interesting now for Helene. I mean, he has a really nice hand, but he's up against the only guy covering him in the tournament.
Yeah, it takes some balls to find the 4-bet here.
Yeah.
Although I think Ace Queen versus the small size. I don't just mind peeling here, to be honest. Keep some of the bluffs in. Keep the hands that we dominate in. We are going to have to face a rather precarious situation out of position, but let's see what he arrives at. Is he going to find the gusto and go for the 4-bet? Does peel, and I think with the size that he's presented with, it makes a lot of sense. Had Ziska gone for the slightly larger sizing, maybe we do, well, we are, I should say, forced to take it upstairs.
Not the worst of flops for Ziska, of course, finding the bottom pair and the gut shot. And Helene in a bit of trouble. Backdoor flushes and overcards.
Yeah, absolutely. As Woozum is saying, that there's a real scene emerging here in kind of the portal to Northern Europe, I would say, Tallinn right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge turnout in all the events so far, and we're just, normally in this kind of series that goes on for 9-10 days, you normally build and have the big weekend coming up, and of course it's going to be a big one, but there's been huge fields already.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of people arriving today as well, so I think there will be a hectic weekend coming up.
For sure.
Might need to build some more tables. How's your carpenter skills,
Might
Mr.
need a few
Sam?
better commentators. We're getting polaxed. I'd have actually quite liked to have seen a bet here from Helene. I think we're going to be able to maneuver quite nicely, and I think we're going to have a lot of the stronger hands here. I'm not expecting to see 3-bets from hands like 9s, 8s. I'm not expecting those hands to check back the flop. Our opponent,
and Helene is not expecting to see the 6-5
no,
in Showdown.
that's for sure. Yeah. Just in the sense I think that our range is looking pretty good on this board. I think we're going to have a lot of 9s, 8s, 10s, Queen, Jack, and facing the check back on the flop definitely can eradicate some of those out of our opponent's range. And we do see the delay from Ziska here. Now sizing up somewhat.
Yeah.
This guy's got a bit of pep in his step, hasn't he? I mean, we did see a couple of situations on the outer table where we were kind of guessing as to what he was up to, and he did seem to be the type of player that was quite happy to put chips over the line, and that's very much the trajectory of what we've seen early from this final table. Wow. Tallinn just mucks it with the 2 overs in the gutter there.
Yeah. And also, of course, always interesting with that dynamics on the TV table. We are on a 30-minute delay, but maybe in 30-40 minutes from now, these guys will be told that when they're on a break that this guy was actually 3-betting you with 6 high. So...
Yeah, so Hikmi's actually good point. My friend, David Doherty, went on a big podcast recently, and he was asking in our group chat which places would be good for a potential EPT stop, and I was shouting from the rooftops about Tallinn.
Yeah,
it's got the capacity. It's like, you see some of the other spots. They just added Malta there, like Bratislava, for example, which has got a thriving scene but a bit lower stakes. And I think Tallinn now definitely has the ingredients for potentially that kind of event to be run. However, might be a bit of a clash with OlyBet.
Might be, yeah, but it's easy reachable city from Europe. And now then, let's see. Staying active, double Z.
$10-9 suited for Kestutis. We've seen him peel a 3-bet in position with King-9 off, button versus small blind versus Carlos Bruschi. I think 10-9 suited can find its way into a peel here.
It's like he's listening to you, grabbing some chips to call this one. What about the big blind? Is the Brazilian coming along? Surely is. To set mine with the 4s, most likely.
So, it does seem to be Renan is going as his first name.
Really?
Yeah, on the Hendon mob as well, so maybe we could change that back. 18th on the all-time Brazil money list. Highest live cash of 312k. That was... I'll find that now. That was in the EPT London Highroller in 2022, coming second to Adam Miller.
No help for the 4s, no set, but still the only one with the flush draw. Small one though, open-ended for Kestutis. And swing and a miss for the man in the fisherman hat. Although, power of the big stack, maybe going for the continuation. He was the aggressor pre-flop.
Yeah, not a fan of this with the 8-7 here. 3 ways on a monotone texture versus 2 suited heavy ranges. This is just getting a little bit out of line, I think, from Zinedine Zidane.
And one taker so far. Kestutis comes along with a 1 big blind bet. Is it worth another 12k? No, Bruschi is out. As the 9 hits, and that's a nice card for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, a pair now for the Lithuanian alongside his open-ender. Some semblance of equity finally for Ziska. Betting into 2 players with just 8 high, no spade on the flop. Are we going to see him taking off here? And actually, considering we're going on a little bit of a Hendon mob round of the table, this is a good guy to have a look at because he's got an extremely interesting playing style. Live earnings of $272,000 and a largest cash winning the CAPT Seefeld main event, which was...
while you're at it, setting lines, what's the line of the age of this guy?
Yeah, it's got to be sub 28 and over 23, I would say. I'd meet in the middle at 25, 26.
Yeah, I'll agree with that one.
Kind of an up-and-comer. Was playing tournaments as small as €120 one-day tournaments last year, and seems to be on a bit of a meteoric rise.
When did he have his first cash then? If we judge by that, how old he might be.
Yeah, good question actually. It's probably going to be something like 2018, I guess.
Yeah, that's my guess as well. Let's say 2020.
2023, wow.
Oh.
So he could be even 23, 24.
Yeah.
But he was playing the dailies in Rozvadov just a couple of years ago. Wins CAPT Seefeld there, the 2K in the Austrian ski resort. I was there playing a couple of events myself. Fantastically run event.
Yeah.
And now if we do arrive on the river with this kind of hand, which seems like somewhat of a reach on the flop, we just have to bluff.
That's 70, 67 maybe? 59.
Yeah, snap fold from the better hand, and Double Z gets it done again.
Yeah. Edging closer to the million mark.
Yeah. Could be the first player to hit the 7-figure stack.
Yeah. Maybe that's our hope if we want to get to bed earlier than 5, that he just runs away with
the
it.
whitewash.
Because there's 2.6 million in play, I think, right? And he now has over 1/3 of that. Matisse not liking the 8 deuce, of course. Cards are in the mark already. What about Naski? 6 high. Not happening. Ace 4 though in position for Kestutis. Seems better and more reasonable to come with a bet as he opens for 30 or 35. 30, yeah. Ruski just taking a bit of TV time before folding the 8-4. Down to Helene, Jack 4, offsuit. Dominated at all. If he could see the cards, at least he would not be calling, but now seems like he might invest another 15.
Yeah, I think the only way he's going to be continuing here is by 3-betting.
Oh, yeah, he heard you. Geo-coaching is back. I heard about geo-catching.
It's kind of a concept that is getting, completely overdone. This kind of high-low, big blind 3-bet. If you've got Jack 4, you've got Queen 5, you've got Queen 6, you've got King 4, you've got, just all of these hands. But then which hands are you actually 3-bet calling it off? That range becomes quite small in comparison. So Jonas beating to the sound of his own drum there. Would have quite liked something more like Queen 8 or Jack 7. But flying through the open with the Jack 4-0.
Yeah, and Matisse not getting any cards right now, and early positions folding for a while. This time Kestutis stays out of it. Probably Bruski too. Or is he tired of folding? Want to use the position. Trying to steal the blinds. Big stacks to his left though. Not the best position for Bruski. Helene and Zidane to his left. Zdenek Zizga with the 9s. Oh. Helene just limping from the small blind, but surely the aggressive Mr. Zdenek Zizga will be coming back at him.
Taking this one upstairs. Going to be thinking about a size something around 50k, I think. Seems like the usual way to go. Sort of 3.2x in position. Go smaller. And yeah, limp calling King 6 gets a bit dicey here. You do get a good price, but three options on the table. A tight fold, appeal, getting the price, or even a cheeky limp raise. Yeah, he does go for it.
Look,
these guys are really
wow.
setting the tone against each other. We saw the 6-5 off 3-bet earlier, and now we're going to see the limp raise from the King 6. And powerful in the sense that even a hand like nines is now slightly concerned already, facing the limp 3-bet here.
Absolutely, and a big one, 140k from Helene.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a call in position. Just giving his opponent a little bit of an interrogation, trying to assess the levels of comfort, trying to get an indicator as to what he's up to. This opponent's got these kind of weird 10 stacks. So he's got, as we can see, around about 700k in total. Ziska is just south of $1 million. So this could be a huge... Yeah, it does call in position with the nines, taking a flop.
Interesting.
A little side eye glance over at his opponent there. Oh, okay. So the King of Hearts is a pretty nice card to have in this spot. And as far as flops go, apart from flopping the king, this is somewhat decent for us. Goes for 75 into 295. Starting to see a little bit of animation in the table presence of a Jonas. And a call from Ziska, keeping his opponent honest.
Yeah.
And again, another head tilt there. Just interesting to zone in on these small...
Oh, adding the flush draw now.
Yeah, this is going to go.
And another overcard, of course, to the nines. This is not going to be easy for this guy.
Yeah. Are we going to see something like 120k and a shove on the river, 110, 115, this kind of region, looking to apply pressure to the hands like 7s, 9s, 10s. Again, a lot of movement going on from Jonas as he's studying the board. A little check of the cards as well, which is interesting because if you've got a suited combination pre-flop, you're going to be quite likely to know the suit and exactly what you've got. But if you're going to be limp raising with these offsuit combos, then you do feel a bit more likely to be wanting to check these cards. It's quite a meaty bet here.
180.
180 with 294 behind. So if he does see a call, it's going to be about 35% pot behind. 37.5. What is Double Z going to do here with this really annoying situation developing? As he is playing in the more passive of the two roles with the option of kind of calling or folding, it seems a lot more confident and kind of composed at the table.
Yeah, tough spot. No hearts in his hand either, so not blocking any flushes. And
yeah, I think this bet is quite meaty here from Jonas. And it's designed to try and get a little bit more immediate fold equity is what he's hoping for. Staring at the board, slight frown on the brow. And Ziska going through all of the live tricks here, playing with his chips, just trying to assess the comfort levels of his opponent by no means an easy continue here on the turn with these nines, not even having a flush draw to boot. Counting out the chips once again and finds the continue. And look at that, Jonas almost jumped out of his seat there.
Yeah, you can almost
Would you do that with the nuts if you've got...
oh, yeah, now he can do it with the nuts.
Wow.
Wow, runner, absolute nuts for Helene. Wow. There's 800k in the middle.
I mean... the issue is here, can we even shove for value on the river? You know, when our opponent calls such a large bet, it's going to have a lot of ace-x hands, and a lot of those are
like this check now.
Yeah,
using like just, you know, targeting exactly the hand that Siska has here when he thinks that maybe his only option is to represent that flush.
Yeah.
When there's 3 overcards, not likely that the nines will be good. He's losing even to a deuce of hearts here now, so
yeah, and
he
I
has
think,
to do something,
I
right?
think Ziska is thinking, do I turn my hand into a bluff versus a hand like ace-king or ace-queen now? That's exactly what's going through his mind, because he's got one of his kind of bottom turn continues. It's a really tough spot with the nines on the turn. And now not seeing the shove from his opponent.
I think Helene did that beautifully, like only like the I've given up check. It really seemed honest, but maybe, oh yeah, he must bet here now, right?
I think he's going to jam. Oh, he checks.
Oh, he doesn't. Wow. And Ziska will be disgusted to see the runner, but at least if he's able to see it that way, he saved some chips.
Figured it out.
Yeah.
Figured it out. Wow. I have to say the composure from the young man hailing from the Czech Republic has been absolutely exceptional so far on the final table there. No signs of emotion whatsoever when he's been absolutely scammed out of that pot. I mean, that's a tough one to take. Such a brave turn continue there in position with the nines, no heart. And yeah, the 4 flush arriving on the river. He manages to avoid disaster by refraining from the all-in. As Naski here opening it up with the queen 9 suited. Standard open here. Ingavicius out the way, over to Barushi. Got himself a jack 3 suited, so it's going to be sliding that one into the muck. And Jonas now with the big chip lead, 1.1 million, ace 8. One of those kind of combinations that you could think about a small 3-bet here. Putting your opponent to a tough spot with some of the slightly better ace-x hands. Ace-jack, ace-10, ace-9 are going to be struggling versus this 3-bet, but it does just let it go. And Mattis here with the 10-8 offsuit, not interested in finding a call. Versus strong looking under the gun range, although we can see he had one of the weaker holdings he'd have been popping it up with. How much for first? Says Sounds Therapy. It's going to be 90,000 euros plus a bit of change.
Yeah, the payouts started at 7th place with 12.6 thousand. I think the next one is about 16 something, and up top is 90k.
Yeah.
So, decent payday for a one-day event, but they will have to work for it because they started at 1 o'clock local time, which means that they've been playing for 12 hours and still 6 players remaining. So a long day in the books for the winner. This guy seems to be liking the 6-5. I think he has a favorite hand, actually.
Yeah, trying to employ some pressure on some of these shorter stacks in the blinds.
Yeah. Matisse, maybe. Just looking him up. He is 9, I think so, right? Yep, comes with the shove. Naski quickly out, and surely Siska will be too.
The game's up, isn't
nice
it?
timing for MC. And Siska then using a bit more chips, now down to just over 500. Ruski this time, first out. Probably not playing the 8-4 suited. No, he's not. Mystery hand so far from Jonas Helin in the hijack position.
Just got those cards slightly outside of the reader. Are we going to see some more fireworks between Jonas and Double Z here?
The grudge. Yeah, call from Double Z. Seems like our graphics frozen a bit, but now we're back. Oh, look, it's
Deuces.
the ducks.
Oh. A very stubborn peel here on the final table with a couple of 20 big blind or so stacks behind, and Alexi's got himself a nice situation here to go for the squeeze jam, I think, with the Jack 10. Just goes for the call. And that's going to allow Kęstutis in as well with the 10-9 suited, so it's going to be a multi-way chaos post-flop here. Jonas doesn't even know what he's got started here. Every man and his dog fancies a piece of the flop.
Mm-hmm. Is he gonna come with the squeeze instead? Doubt it.
Would be a fearless move, and it would work in this occasion, but
would, yeah.
Not sure whether 10-9 is the one that wants to get in here. Oh! Oh, okay.
He fooled you.
He certainly did.
There's the call, so 4 ways to the flop. Will there be an action board or not? Well, open-ended for Naski, middle pair for Kęstutis, just nothing for Jonas, and no set for Ziska. So the 2 latter ones will probably not be that very active in this hand anymore, or will Ziska try something now with the ducks? Actually, looks like he is. Interesting choice.
Yeah, does have the diamond, but again, continuing to feel like he's just a little bit overdoing it here. The 6-5 off 3-bet, the deuces peel, the 9s was played, of course. Very strong, and you know, it's so many parts of his game where you look and think, wow, this guy's fearless, he's a real candidate, and then there's just these kind of weird little plays that just seem completely unnecessary.
Naski, of course, calling with the open-ended. What about Kęstutis with the middle pair? He steps out of the way. Helin will as well, so heads up then.
Yeah, and in terms of like interesting turn card now, it's going to be a decent one for Ziska, and that's maybe some of the reason why he did stab the flop. He's just going to have a lot of hands like King Queen and Queen Jack here, but 4 ways. Are we going to see him find another bet? It's going to work if he does find it. Does have to be quite concerned as to the strength.
Oh, there we go.
The continuing range of Naski.
Straight filling up for Naski. So the losing streak of Ziska continues, now down to 454 at least.
Yeah, the one slight concern is that hands like King 10 and King Jack of Hearts are likely to be quite natural checkbacks. There's only 2 combinations. He could also have some suited ace-x in there as well that doesn't want to face a raise on the turn from some of the Queen X in Oleski's range. So it does go for the check here, and I think it's quite a shrewd decision. Opens the door for hands like King Jack, King 10, maybe even some of these types of spookier holdings to reopen the action, and just going to one-chip call.
Let's check it and see another bad news turn or river, sorry. So Naski 465 now, building back 30 bigs plus. We go then, another hand, King 9 off for Helene.
6-handed, looks like he's going to be driving the action here. We didn't see him shy away from some of the fringier opens earlier on, especially when he had the dominating stack on the final table bubble. It's going to continue in that form.
Pair of 5s, Kestutis from the small blind.
And a couple of people in the chat saying that the 4-bet jam with the 9s may have been the route, and I'm not a fan. I think that the efficiency of shoving 9s there is just so low. Whoa.
Oh,
see the shove. A brave take here from the Lithuanian.
Yeah.
Versus under the gun 6, but well aware of the how wide the range is from Jonas. Yeah, when you think of the range that it's going to be limp raising you there, covered, out of position, first versus second, it's going to be a lot of strong pairs. It's also going to be a lot of kind of high-low type holdings like he had, like an ace-3, like a king-6. So 9s plays really nicely as a peel in position here, just to allow some of those 1-over-card hands to potentially blast off post-flop, but also, you know, avoiding the huge risk of running into the nutted part of the range for so many big blinds. So I think, yeah, I think he played the hand really well pre-flop personally.
Finally, a decent hand for MC. Rather quiet so far on this final table, but now it's time to step into the action. At least that will be my guess.
Mattis with the king-queen. Nice spot for him to open it up and start to...
Yep, there we go. Making it 35.
Blush getting a little bit short, but by no means in any kind of immediate danger. King 8 here versus the hijack. Just going to be finding its way into the mark, and it's over to the table chip leader, Jonas, with the 8-7. Facing a little bit of extra juice on that open size. He's going to still continue with the 8-7. And does flop a piece here with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Are we going to see a check raise here? You do expect Mattis to be betting this board quite aggressively, having been the opener. Versus the wide button defending, big blind defending range. Looks like he is going to follow it up with a small-ish sizing. 32 into 105. Gonna call.
There's the 6 he was looking for. Look at that
smokes,
for
and
gut
6
shot.
of hearts as well. We could see something happen on a funky river heart. I think that Mattis only really has the option of checking back now. Lots of 2 pairs and potential straights in our opponent's range that we simply don't have. And now the heart arrives on the river. And you feel that Jonas is going to be finding a big bet here. Is Mattis going to pile this one in here, representing hands like King 9 of hearts, King Jack, King 10, King Queen of hearts that didn't want to face a check raise on the turn, didn't want to bet fold a really high amount of equity, and still retained a modicum of showdown versus some of the flush draws in his opponent's range. So yeah, 110k from Jonas and Mattis here. Is he going to find the hero jam? What do you reckon, wise guy? It's a big size. Ooh,
I was just about to say I think he will give it up, but okay.
I'd be so tempted here. I really think a hand like 2 pair is going to struggle to find a bet call, but of course the 8-7 is not going anywhere regardless. Yeah, exactly. So going back to the 9s, you kind of turned it into a bluff because you're just not really getting called by worse. Hands like 8s and 7s aren't going to limp raise pre anyway. They're just going to limp call with the stack configurations. So you might occasionally achieve something by folding out 2 overs, which is kind of a nice win, but it's the risk premium of running into the top of the range, which is going to be quite a big part of the limp raising range there. Second versus first. Going to be pretty snug, I think, for the most part. Of course, fair few bluffs, but wow, he does go for it.
Wow. I don't think Helene was expecting that.
No, he wasn't. And look at the disdain on the face, and he's got a straight here, you know.
Yeah,
like he's gonna.
but this is tough. I mean, he's got such a big stack, and it's only 159 more.
He folds!
Oh, wow.
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 Maybe letting the emotions getting the better of him there. Although, you know, when you break down the range, so your opponent's going to be opening potentially even King 10 off pre. It's going to have maybe Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack, all with 1 heart potentially.
Yeah, I really thought Matisse had too little extra.
I think what he was thinking is that if I bet big here and I get jammed on, there's just no bluffs, and we can see that Mattis, the chat's going to go wild here. I mean, what a play,
Fans of MC.
Finding the minerals to follow through. You see the board running out in that fashion, and you do have a lot of natural heart combos in that line, as I said, not wanting to get check jammed on the turn by 2 pairs or straights, looking to realize the equity. But if you've got the minerals to fly it through with the King Queen, we're talking of an elite poker player right there. That's some serious high level poker.
Yeah. Did you have that sign-up code for his?
I don't. I think after that glowing recommendation, I'm going to ask him for a freebie maybe on the way out, you know, like give me an hour. Work with me.
I just need an hour. Yeah, now then. Kęstutis with the queens in early position. Not luring Bruschi into anything with the 6 high.
Big balls move indeed. Yeah, Bruschi's not got the 6-5 off memo.
He did not. And he now, can he bounce back? Not that he's needed chip-wise, he's still in good position, of course, with 800k, so, but yeah. Will not be happy to learn from the stream later on that actually was a real bluff from MC.
Yeah. He's going to need his own postcode for those 2 cojones.
Yes, sir. And now then, good flop, of course, for the queens. Paired board. Up against Ziska, and I think these guys have played a lot today, so you might know that this guy is not afraid of going a bit unorthodox.
Yeah, no risk, no reward, making a very valid point there. Definitely an option to lead the turn with the 8-7. Going to have a decent advantage of stronger hands there on the low completing straight board, so a big blind versus EP. However, Ziska again being in there a bit wide from the big blind with the 9-5. Conventionally in ICM final tables anyway, we are looking to usually just kind of relinquish these holdings pre-flop and gets himself into a bit of a sticky one now. But a big bet from Kęstutis should be alarm bells here for the man from the Czech Republic. He's not going to check raise, is he?
Oops.
Oh, wow. He is going to check raise. Looking to fold out hands like Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 9.
Wow.
That could use this bigger sizing, leveraging the 10x, the strong 10x and the overpair advantage. He's just not going to have that much deuce-x here, so...
No. I mean, Kęstutis is not going to fall for this one. Just a matter of how he chooses now to...
Yeah, this final table is wild, man.
Yeah,
like, Jesus, wow. Late into the night here, these guys have been playing for over 12 hours, and we're just seeing some insane poker being played here.
Surely getting value for our money.
Yeah, I like this call here, especially with the diamond as well. Let our opponent hang themselves with these kind of hands with the backdoor equity that could find their way into the check raising range.
And 8 of clubs seals the deals for Kęstutis. No chance for Ziska to win this one other than getting Kęstutis off his queens, but that will be a hard thing to do.
Yeah, and going back to the 8-7, it's just combinatorically, right? When you think of the amount of flushes that your opponent has there versus the amount of one-heart bluffs. Of course, you've got to give your opponent credit for finding those, but there are more combinations of one-heart hands than flushes in that spot, and you're getting such a good price. So it does. It was a rather peculiar snap fold and kind of an emotional one, right? You get shoved on after a big bet on the river. You're like, this guy's never bluffing, fold, but you know, like. We're playing at a 5k level here where people are capable of finding these moves.
And Ziska, he was up above the 1 million mark, now down to 307.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a fall from grace. There has been a couple of well-played hands, the 9s where he got unlucky. But yeah, the deuces, the 6-5, the 9-5 off defend, it's all looking a little bit all over the place for the man from the Czech Republic. Naski's been relatively quiet, just going about business. But queens under the gun will certainly be a favorable proposition for him. Opening it up. We are now on the 10K, 20K big blind level. Skulix are saying, I think Ziska is a nit. I mean, we definitely can't call him a nit. That's pretty outrageous from the last couple of orbits. This guy's quite the opposite. He's ready to tango. And you can see why he's had some great results recently. The fearless style. It's tough to play against, but he has, of course, run into a few holdings. The queen's there, of course, the rivered flush from Jonas. And Alexei getting exactly what he's looking for here. The 3-bet with the queens, just going to be sending this one in. Quite a large 3-bet as well at this stage, over 3x. Potentially designed to force his opponent into a 4-bet or fold kind of scenario, and we can see that Alexei's just woken up with it here. Does go for the shove. And a quick call from Kęstutis, who has 2 outs in order to save his run here. He does have 3.5 big blinds behind, but you do feel like the writing's almost on the wall with just a couple of hands to get through the blinds, but it's a jack of diamonds on the flop for Kęstutis. A king on the turn, so a king is now an out. But the 4 of clubs rears its ugly head, and Alexei Naski from Finland, done absolutely nothing wrong there, gets the chips in a dream scenario on the FT, queens versus jacks, and you can see he's just trying to compose himself, thinking, what on earth is going on here? A super tough beat. And he falls short with 6 left here in the 5K high roller. Going to be going out for a payout of just north than 16K, but that one's going to sting for a few days. Going to be tough to get out of bed tomorrow after taking such a huge beat in a massive spot on a final table such as this, the biggest buy-in event of the week. And outflopped by the Lithuanian Kęstutis, who now does take the chip lead into the remaining 5 players. We can see Ziska and Brushi. Brushi's certainly been on the quieter side, not had the best of the card distribution. Ziska, quite the opposite. He's been splashing around all over the place. Has found himself now with 14 big blinds after a couple of pots slid away from him. And it's Mattis and Jonas making up the numbers in 3rd and 2nd. So a payday of 16.4K for Alexei Naski. Yeah, it's a brutal beat. It doesn't really get sicker than that.
How much do you play now, sir? Million? Over a million?
Yeah, I think it's 1.1 million for the Lithuanian, as Mattis asking and inquiring, I should say, in the small blind, but 4-3 off. Just got to show some respect. Ace-6 suited for Jonas. Has lost his chip lead, but very much strong momentum in his sails. Getting out of jail with the King-6 offsuit, going for the limp 3-bet versus Ziska and finding a way in the form of the backdoor flush. Mattis on the button with King-Queen. Quite a decent candidate for a 3-bet. As a player as active as Jonas. Some awareness here of the stack distribution, understands that Jonas is opening into the shorter stack at the table. So it did look as though he was kind of considering a fold there, but we'll see what he arrives at. Very much studious, well thought out player. He's going to go for the peel, does have position at the very least. Astutus with the King 7-0, and now it's over to Bruschi, our table short stack now, with just south of 10 big blinds behind. Going to come along for the call with the King-9. Closing the action and no help, but a decent flop for Mattis in position here versus two opponents. Complete swing and a miss for Jonas with the Ace-6. Just going to check this one over. Looks like we're going to see a small bet in position from Mattis, around about just north of a quarter. And King-9 for Bruschi. It's a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, but just the 9 high finds his way into the muck, and that's going to be followed by the Ace-6 of hearts here. No reason to continue. Mattis's peeling range is going to hit this board really hard. Lots of Broadway holdings. He's going to have a lot of hands like 2 pairs, top pairs, maybe the occasional 10-9 suited for the straight. Bruschi surrendering the small blind there with the 6-5, just allowing Jonas to pick up another pot, uncontested. So 2 clear short stacks at the table. Renan Bruschi, the Brazilian, the Revid Online player, as well as Ziska, the new hotshot from the Czech Republic, who's got a lot of gusto in his game, a lot of moves. Most of them, unfortunately, not working out for him so far on this final table, but still a seat at the table and every chance to turn things around over the next coming couple of levels. Mattis folding the King-9. Astutus does have the chip lead, but Queen-5 off and the cutoff opening into 2 short stacks is not going to cut the mustard. And King-8 for Bruschi. 7 big blinds here on the button. a juiced up big blind ante in play, effectively a 20% ante. King 9 feels fairly clear. King 8. Do we even have a raise folding range here off of 7? It's very tricky. Feels like we kind of want to VPip this. He does shove. And Zdenek is going to let this one go.
Got it. Nice. One time. I used it before. Yeah, you used it on double. Come on. One time is one time.
Yeah, I think you got Paliga there saying no one here plays the 5Ks online. I think Brucey is playing these kind of stakes online, especially in some of the mixed games where he's known as one of the better players in the world.
Lead now with the King 10 off. Almost 800k in front of him.
Treading water for a couple of orbits. The big pot with the King 6 was really the defining moment for him on the feature table so far. Ooh, look at this. Mattis with the queens here in the big blind. And 30 big blinds effective. My guess is that we're going to see a 3-bet to something around 130.
Yeah, one would assume, right?
Wow,
calls.
The two shorties in there playing an extremely interesting.
Doesn't get
just
punished
defend.
though.
No, absolutely not. Jack 3-3 is pretty much gin as far as it goes without flopping a queen. Does allow a small c-bet that he wouldn't have got any more pre-flop value out of his opponent, but taking this line takes his chances, risks one of those two overcards rearing their ugly head, and instead now playing this extremely defensive check call line. 4 of hearts on the turn doesn't change anything, and Mattis even holding a heart, so less concerned of the emergence of any flush draws in his opponent's range. Jonas now is just going to have to decide whether he's going to fire this off with no equity or wave the white flag. The Jack of Hearts on the river. Interesting card as far as things go.
Yeah.
I think Mattis is expecting his opponent to continue with a lot of Jack X on the turn, so I think he's going to have a decent advantage in Jack X arriving at this river.
Yeah, must be going for some value target in X, Ace X, right?
Ace X, maybe hands like 7s, 6s, 5s, 8s, 9s. There's just so many of these middling pairs between the Jack and the 4. Sizing wise, you're never incentivized to go too big in these spots on final tables. The smaller bet is going to have a little bit more efficiency than when we're playing for chips. Thinking of a size around half pot. Goes for a bit north. 110.
Yeah, actually.
Whoa, a call!
Yeah, he does call it off with the king high. Gets
Holy
the bad
moly.
news. King high, no hearts. Well, good news for you in the chat, MC fans. Your guy has almost crossed the 800k mark.
Yeah, getting it done.
And Roland's in the chat, going wild. The only thing we can understand, though, is slay. We know what that means. But we sure know that you're rooting for Mattis as well. And yeah, looking good for him now. Started like a short stack when we started the final table. And
finds a call out of thin air there. I wasn't expecting King 10 to defend, but what do I know? Wow. Jonas there with the first misstep, really. He's been playing really solid.
Yeah. Now he's back to burying his head in the palm again.
Back in the depression mode.
Bruski now getting shorter.
Yeah, I think
10 big blinds.
Someone of Bruski's ilk. He's never going to jam here. I think he's going to think about going for either a min raise or a fold. He's having a little look at the stack distribution. Just go for the fold. Still 4 ranges behind to contend with, the possibility that there could be a collision between someone like Ziska, who's also on the short stack, with another one of these players. Ziska goes for the min raise, makes it 40 to go on the button.
Matisse already out with the Doyle. What about the big blind?
Yeah.
That's
reaching for chips.
Yeah. Seems like he's coming for the race, right?
Wow.
King 8 dominated Kestutis. Still though, hard spot for Ziska because he needs to play for his entire stack if he's to continue with this one.
Put in half his stack here with King 8. Fascinating choice of hand selection here, really. Trying to put pressure on some of these bottom opens from the button.
And Ziska really dwindling down the chip counts and now down to below 10 big blinds if he folds this one. Really decision time whether to try to go with this and maybe hope for a lower pair or something like that for Kestutis.
I was a bit surprised to see the min raise with the King Queen here. He's playing 12 bigs. We've got this large ante in place, 20%. And yeah, surely with hands like maybe King 8 off, King 7 off, could go for the raise fold. But King Queen just feels like a lovely hand to push.
Yeah, just to avoid these kind of things as well, being put to the test. Well, I think they called time on him as well, right? Stressing the poor guy. And eventually comes up with the fold, so left with just 10 bigs. And Kestutis surely happy with that. Keeps himself above the million. So him and Matisse right now are skyrocketing in the chip counts and has the most chips on the table. It's time for Jonas Helin to be under the gun, quickly folding. And now just calling Ziska with the ace-8 suited. Yes, I definitely would assume that he will be pushing this one. It's going all in, but he chose to just call. Let's do this with the Jack 5. Lets it go. Oh, look at this. Maybe he saved some chips, Ziska, after all. Because it would have been a snap call on that eventual all-in. Now maybe he can bet fold another hand. Or limp fold. Because Bruski surely is going to raise it up. Ace-king in the big blind. Yep, ships his stack in. And what does this guy do now then? Almost the same stack size.
How did he find a way out of this?
Yeah, he just limped pre.
Yeah,
so
most players are just jamming this in.
Yeah.
Five-handed.
Exactly.
With 3 players behind off of the 10 big blind stack. He does find an interesting way of maneuvering on these short stack depths.
If folding is left with just 9 bigs, so I mean, yeah.
Yeah, fascinating how he's managing to limp fold a hand as strong as ace-8, not jam pre, the king-queen raise fold, just beating to the sound of his own drum. Does find the fold.
Yeah, he does.
This guy's got a sixth sense.
Lord of the Rings, a lot of them.
And Brucey, nice pick up there for the Brazilian. Back up to over 10 big blinds.
Yeah. 10,000, B blind 25,000, B blind anti 25,000. By the end of this level, you will be in 20 minutes break, and we will manage the chip race of the 1,000 value chips.
There you have it, all the information needed. U blinds, 30-minute level, and after this one there will be a 20-minute break in the chip race. So right now, big blind 25,000, which means that we have at least 2 players on the table with less than 10 big blinds. This guy's one of them, but now folding. Matisse, on the other hand, has almost 800k to his name. And a nice hand. Makes it 50 to go. What about our chip leader? 7-5 in the same suit, but yeah, he really wants to see this flop as well. Interesting choice.
Yeah, sticky.
Yeah.
Let's have the benefit of position versus the slightly out-chipped opponent. It's going to be able to get a lot of maneuverability. It's in some ways quite a high-level strategy here when you just peel the button nice and wide.
And with Helene stepping away for 25k more, you know there's a king coming, right? Oh, he wasn't.
Oh.
2 aces, though. So all of a sudden, Helene and Zdenka decided that we're going to run away from the table. Is the bar closing? Final order?
Maybe the phones get a bit of info.
Yeah, might
chat
be.
with some of the rail, see what they think of the proceedings so far.
Yeah. That
And
could
looks
be
like
it.
Kęstutis is lasering in on another pot here, turning the 7 versus Mattis's Queen 9, which looks like he's just going to be taking the showdown.
Queen 9, it's yours.
It's yours, he said, and he's correct with that one.
Yeah. I don't think he was expecting 7-5 though.
No, absolutely not. Kęstutis has got a couple of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, Hikimis, I agree. I think they will be playing longer than 5 a.m. actually. Unless there's some kind of a deal made and they finish it a bit quickly to get up and play maybe the main event tomorrow. Now, people running back to their chairs. Did they make it on time or not? That's the most excitement we got right now. Is Jonas' hand live or not? But MC seems to be getting in the mix with the ace-9 under the gun. Started off. And Helene is walking off, so I don't think he made it on time. Snooze you lose, and we'll have to wait for the next hand as Ruski 8-6 off. Giving Mattis the stare for no reason. Fisherman's hat, 7 high in the big blind. Costing him 30 more to call. I don't know what I think about that call. 30 more with just 100 behind. 7 high.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to take a flop and flop some equity and go with it, but it's looking a bit ropey, isn't it, for the man from the Czech Republic?
Yeah.
Double Z kind of. What's he thinking about here with the 7-6? Trying to buy a check back, but it's just going to be a one big blind or an all-in basically from Mattis. I think he's just going to put him in here. And that's what he does.
Yep. Oh, everyone's running around.
It's like musical chairs here. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
One's trying to get as much information as they can from the rail. Their buddy's watching on the stream back home. Certainly within the rules, it's a little bit of a grey area. You feel like there's a bit of etiquette in just not doing it in between every hand and kind of disrupting the flow of the streamed final table. But hey, these guys are playing for a lot of money and they've put the money up themselves, so. Kęstutis getting a little bit out of line here, but it's a good spot to open wide because you've got Ziska in the small blind, where if he can get that one through, he's just going to put a lot of pressure. This is kind of interesting as well for Ziska with the 8-7 suited. I was thinking about Peel there, but it's not an easy spot. By folding, he gets at least a couple more hands to find a shove. So in some ways, his kind of non-all-in strategy that he's been employing off of these shorter stacks has worked in his favor where, you know, results-orientated wise, he would have run into Renan's ace-king with his ace-8, but the king-queen, he ended up raise-folding versus the worst king, so kind of found himself in a bit of a pickle now on the short stack.
Helene just folding the sixes.
And then we do see the shove from Ziska. Finds his way into ace-queen, I should say. After this really slippery, limpy min-raise kind of style. And Jungavicius, I should say, is quite incentivized to keep the short stack in. So by folding, he allows himself the opportunity to put a lot more pressure on the other players that are looking to make that pay jump. I don't think you do want to be calling any two in that spot, despite the favorable price. Happy to keep the short stack alive and to be able to apply pressure to the two medium stacks of Jonas and Mattis.
Ace-4 also folded by the good Jonas Helene. This guy has already folded, so it's over to Mattis with a so far mystery hand. The ace-4 was Helene's hand. What about guy from Brazil? Now we can see that it was ace-10 that Mattis has raised with, and Carlos Bruski has the queen-3 off.
Don't think it's too much of a decision at this stage. Ooh. Would be very surprised to see him continue here with Ziska just about to go through the blinds in two hands.
Hard to find the fold. Impossible. This time with this thing.
Right then, now should be time for Ziska to.
Surely he goes for the all-in here.
Must, right?
I know he's got some creative ideas about the short stack form of the game. Yeah, it puts, okay, so he puts in half the stack, which is the effective all-in.
These chairs looks comfy, but I think it's terrible.
Puts in 85 of his 150. And Belushi here with the sixes.
Short stack.
Facing effectively
Angle.
6 big blinds from under the gun. Do we tango here with the sixes versus the 6 BB? Right? And yeah, but it's also the fact that you've got the big blind and the ante as well in play. So 6 to win, 14. Still going to have some chips behind. He does cover his opponent.
Yeah.
His opponent should be shoving pretty much any ace at this stage. Lots of worse pairs. But yeah, by no means easy. I guess the issue is for him if he folds and Ziska's move gets through, he's now going to be the short stack. So Ziska will just go straight through the blinds once again and likely give back the chips that he accrued. We saw him take the 8s versus the Swede on the pure bubble. in a slightly deeper spot. But of course, now much more, actually much less severe ICM because the pay jump is smaller than it was for between 0 and the min cash. But
Yeah.
of course, future game scenarios to consider as well.
Really taking his time.
Yeah, it's not an easy spot. Again, it's one of those where if you've got 8s here, you're loving it. If you've got 5s, it's going to be a clear fold, and then 6s is just kind of like, ugh. Does muck it. Now Jonas Helin with the Queen 10-0. It's in a bit of a rough spot. He does it.
All right. Cards on their back. And all we know is that there's going to be a 6 on the flop, right?
You feel like it after a tight, not tight, but close fold, I should say, such as that.
Yeah, but as you can see, almost a race. This got a slight favorite with the ace-8, but that 10 changes it.
So
It hits the 8, but needs more help.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds covered as well, so it's going to be an ace or an 8 to keep the young gun from the Czech Republic alive here. The 9 will not do anything. And it's the 3 of clubs, so Zdeněk Ziska gave a spirited effort towards the early stages of the final table. A couple of super aggressive lines that unfortunately didn't work out for him, and certainly some interesting approach to the short stack play as well. Didn't quite work out for him on this occasion. Loses the crucial all-in ace-8 versus queen 10 and will hit the rail in 5th place.
Discipline.
Here we go. Confirmed as well. Payout is 21,050.
Yeah.
To Mr. Zizka.
And
Bruski now, by far the shortest stack. About 10 bigs. Or less than that, actually. A lot less. And these are the remaining payouts. So a bump up to 27.4 now for the next one.
Yeah, and then this 2-buy-in pay jump lurking for the next one. So starting to see some slightly bigger jumps in play. Vestutas is going to limp here with the queen 5 suited. I don't know what Brushi thinks of this with the king 8. I think he's going to be jamming hands like king 10 for sure. King 9 suited, but king 8 off versus an unknown limp. Just going to hit the muck.
Yeah, not loving having a limp to consider when you have
it's
7 big blinds.
It's a bit dicey, isn't it?
I have a 3 card.
Oh.
That's a spanner in the works, isn't it?
And how many actions have we had already? 2? This is... I'm not sure about this decision. I mean, obviously his hand is dead, but I think the hand plays on otherwise, right? Because we've had action. So yeah, his hand is killed, but the hand goes on.
I'm gonna check.
No, Wusham, no new deal when we already had action on the table. And
yeah, look at this. And
Chelmins flopping
Kestutis,
the
if he'd have just
bottom 2.
Gone for the min raise there. I guess he was going for the limp because he doesn't want to commit his stack versus the short stack, but allows Mattis to flop 2 pair here. So the ruling was because 2 actions have been made.
Yeah, then of course the guy with the 3 cards, that hand is killed because it's up to him to make sure before any action that to let the dealer know that it has 3 cards, and that would have been a misdeal. But now his hand is killed, but the other guys keep playing.
And they're going to bring a new deck. Seems a bit...
Yeah, probably the dealer says that it was due to the
the
cards
slippy.
clipping together, you know?
Of course.
Could never been anything else.
Nothing to do with it being 3:30 in the morning, I guess.
Yeah, the poor dealer probably worked for 12 hours already, so not blaming her. Now everyone has 2 cards. Let's go on with Bruski, 5 high. Bye-bye.
Not exactly what he was hoping for here.
No,
got this
not
kind
exactly.
of mini pivotal point where he's about to put almost half his stack in through the blinds. Quite frustrating in the big blind ante format sometimes. And Jonas is just folding ace-3 suited here.
Do you think he would take second place just to go to sleep right now? Second place money?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I think, yeah, sure. I see the argument that, you know, we do have the short stack. We're just kind of trying to wait him out. But I think ace-3 suited on the button. Surely we're going to have to do something. We can't just kind of surrender the next couple of orbits and wait for Renan to bust.
Oh, I mean, sure, he has the 2 big stacks to his left, but still, small raise with the ace-3 and you get all the information you need.
Yeah.
MC now flops the open-ended, and Kestutis left with just backdoor outs. And a 6, of course. So, MC building towards that million. Just do this on 1.1. And then, you know, we have Bruski with just 5-6 big blinds. And now it's time for him to invest 2 of them. So we will not see him fold even 5 high this hand, I assure you. This is where it will go in as soon as someone is racing. Oh, not even Helene can fold now, right?
Yeah, he's definitely gone into his shell a little bit, but surely ace-king is not going to find its way into the muck.
Yeah. He's awake enough to see the ace and the king, and the race is there. And what will the poor Bruski have to go up with him? We saw 1 king folded at least.
7.
4 big blinds behind for Bruski. I mean, 9-7, not the worst hand to do it with.
Yeah,
starts with just a call.
Just going to call because you can still fold on boards like ace deuce deuce and stuff like that. But
absolutely,
any kind of equity is going to be donk jammed, and if he flops really big, he might even go for the check as a trap.
Not the other one, the flop he wanted.
Yeah, not ideal. 2 overs in the back door.
Yeah.
7 high.
2.5 bigs and a dream for Bruski.
Yeah, can he find a way to muscle his way back into the tournament? I mean, we've seen him work some magic in a couple of situations. He won that pivotal all-in versus Lankinen, one of the first hands of the final table coverage, ace-king versus jacks. Also the 8s versus the 9s on the pure bubble to avoid being completely crippled. Found the backdoor spades, so a pivotal couple of hands for the Brazilian now, if he is to have any chance of being crowned the high roller champion here in Tallinn.
Kestutis limping on the button, inviting the push from Bruski, but it's more inviting him to just call.
Yeah, exactly. No need to commit when you can still retain the chips behind and live to fight another day if the board is completely not in your favor. Wow!
Here we go. Unfortunately for... Oh, sorry, it was Brewski with the jack 8. Sorry, I thought he had the
Brewski's
9.
flopped a flush.
Yeah, absolutely. The nuts.
Stutas is going to put the shorty all in, I think, by the looks of things. Yeah, just goes for the one big blind. And Brewski knows that he's always going to get called if he puts the rest in, and it looks a bit suspicious if he just calls the 25, so no other option than to commit the rest.
Not sure what Helene is thinking about with just the 3 of diamonds. Surely one of these guys will have a higher diamond.
Or a pair, or just anything really.
Yeah.
And a rather fortuitous flop just when he needed it the most for the Brazilian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flopping a flush.
There's the check mark as well. Up to 8 big blinds now then. Almost.
Yeah, 39 behind. That's the antes, of course, so another 100k or so. It's this 3-way limp pot plus the 25. So all of a sudden, I think we've got 5 minutes until the next break. There's going to be a 20-minute break. The clock is ticking on the 4:45 bet, but still we've got one super short stack, and we've got a couple of action players in the mix. You never know.
I think depends against who. Yeah.
Higimis is asking if we have any other stream for any other formats, and George will be happy to tell him that we'll be doing PLO tomorrow, right?
Yes, can't wait. Gonna have the PLO 4-5 card 1K, and expecting a big field in that one, considering the trajectory that the Kings of Tallinn has been on in the 10th anniversary edition. Just seeing bumper fields just about everywhere, especially in all the pure mixed games. I guess you could call PLO somewhat of a mixed game, 5 card potentially, but I think we're going to see 200 runners or so in that one.
Yep. So that'll be on tomorrow. Not sure exactly the time, but it will be daytime. And
I mean, we're going to have a quick turnaround, are we?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe sleep here in the booth for a couple of hours and just go straight into the mix. But yeah, tomorrow is the PLO, and then the next planned stream is Sunday for the final table or final 2 tables of the main event. And might be also Friday or Saturday some kind of cash game coming up, but it's not decided yet. So the ones we know of, if tomorrow the PLO, and then Sunday the final day of the main event, the big one, €1 million guarantee. And if there are any changes, or if you want to see the times, etc., it's OlyBetEvents.com. You can see the schedule and more for all the events and all the streams, and yeah.
Absolutely, and this is a nice situation emerging for Renan, potentially hoping that these two guys find some kind of cooler. I think Astuta's just going to take it down with the C-bet with the top pair. And retains his rather slender chip lead at this stage. Mattis in second.
And will we have the blinds round for the Brazilian before the break? Maybe. Under the gun for the next hand.
King 5 for what is looking like
7 bigs.
Yeah, 7 bigs. I think he would jam suited. Interested to see what he does with the King 5-0 here. Does just muck it. Jonas has not been too active with this short stack configuration, just looking to get the pay jump locked up. And I think Mattis is just going to fold here with the queen 4. Oh, looks like he's going to complete. It's not the best price because it's 10.25 instead of sort of 15.25 or something like that. So does pay the small blind and is outkicked by Kęstutis.
Not anymore.
Hello. Could see a 25k bet here, could see a check. Both options seem pretty reasonable.
30k is the choice.
Yeah, I think with queen 8 here, an overcard and a backdoor straight draw, I'd be continuing, but looks like he's just going to muck it.
So
nice
we
pickup.
will have time for one more hand then before the break, and it will be
Renan in the big blind.
Yes. Let's see whether it will be a double up or maybe an elimination or just nothing of those two. Helene now all of a sudden waking up. I was just about to say he was waking up, but
continuing.
Matisse surely will be betting.
Yeah, he's going to be happy to raise call the small stack and the big blind here. Just going to be a standard open.
Makes it 50 to go. What about our chip leader? Kęstutis, nah, not likely. Now then, down to, not the worst of hands at all. Ruski with the queen 8, surely peeling this one. Hoping to hit or at least get some clubs on the board.
4 big blinds behind, so by no means out of the reckoning, but looking to flop something. He does flop a gut shot, but look at this from Mattis.
Yeah, just
wow.
Got it all, right?
Couldn't hit the board any harder, really.
So even killing the queen, and yeah, this is just trouble for Ruski.
He goes for the donk jam.
Yeah, and
gonna need a king or a 9.
Needing help to stay alive, or we'll just be down to final 3 players.
Gonna be thin for Renan here. Can he find it? A king or a 9
Still
on the
alive
river?
with the kings or 9s that aren't hearts.
Oh, there
wow.
it is. The Brazilian finds a way out of jail once again. Renan Bruschi. Wow, up to 341k. He's been fighting off of that short stack for a hell of a lot of time now. It feels like the last 2 hours he's just been battling around between 3 and 10 big blinds, and finally a breakthrough for the Brazilian. Been patient in his nurturing of that short stack and finds the beautiful river 9 of diamonds to stay alive. So we're going to be coming back from the break in around about 20 minutes with 4 players remaining playing for the top prize of just over 90,000 euros. You're joined by me, George Sanford, and my co-host, Andreas Hoigland. How's my pronunciation?
That sounded Dutch, but I'll take it. It's 3 o'clock or whatever, so.
Sure.
All right, guys, back after this, and see you to close this 5K high roller.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love, and we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year, and all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me, Matias Silander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Rano. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Silander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Johan and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Silander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
You adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
That's pretty good. If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say
help you find the double
47%,
up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helpy. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
You help me. One of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing it's close to 20 years ago. Like, you help me was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on OlyBetEvents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have
four,
a full
5...
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you had that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen. It's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So
and
that would be a nice.
and an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and OlyBet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at OlyBetEvents.com, along with our media partner, Poker.pro.
So hello and welcome back to the commentary booth, where we are deep into the night here, railing the action in the 5K Highroller. We're left with 4 players, as just before the break, Renan Bruschi from Brazil managed to find a miracle 9 of diamonds on the river to stay alive, donk jamming his double gut shot versus the pair flush draw of Mattis Kelmans. How's that?
I would go with Chelmins.
Chelmins? Yeah. I'm going Dutch, aren't I? yeah. Kelmans. Yeah.
This guy there, I'm just going to do the first name, Kestutis.
Yeah, that's tough looking.
Current chip leader, just 1 million in chips. Just about exactly 1 million. Not just 1 million, but Bruschi. Jack 5.
Yeah,
calling
once
from
again,
the small.
over-limping with the diamonds, hoping to flop another flush.
Yeah, why not?
I doubt it's going to be that easy every time, as we do see the 7-7-6. So Kęstutis here.
Seems like it's Kęstutis to bet and win this one. No,
I
doesn't.
thought he might have had a stab with a hand like 5
Now
deuces
he
spades.
will, at least with the flush draw.
Yeah, you do feel like that is coming. Jonas. And now it's somewhat unlikely that either of our opponents has a 7. They could go for the trappy check raise, but decent spot there for Kęstutis to fire one through and pick up another pot up to 1.1 million. Again, he's been kind of floating around north of $1 million for a while now, looking for that breakthrough, looking to move on and kind of build that stack for a potential heads-up bout versus one of the other 3. Would be the favorite to make the heads-up at this point with this current stack distribution. I feel like Jonas is getting a bit tired. We've seen some signs of fatigue.
See whether he's been able to find some momentum in the break, perhaps.
Yeah, get out
doing
there.
some push-ups, get some fresh air.
Head under the cold tap. All of these things are...
or inhale an Oli boost.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the use of inhale. It's just one sip and down.
But Kęstutis on 1.1 million now. And folding though. What about Bruski? 7 high. Oh, grabbing the chips. Thinking about it. Is he really? No.
Yeah, just mucking it. Jonas, Helene. On a bit of a downward trend. We did see him flirt with the 1 million chip mark at one point, but chips have been coming and going. We saw Double Z, the man from the Czech Republic, was the chip leader coming into the final 7, but couldn't get it done. Lots of support for Brazil in the chat.
Yeah, and also some Latvian flags. Now then, Kęstutis in the big blind for the next hand. Carlos Bruski, 10-5 off, will be getting out of the way. Or is he doing this again?
Know.
I think Helene looks a bit interested. Has he looked at his hand, or well, wasn't interested at all?
Yeah, Jack 5 off hitting the muck, whereas the 9-8 suited for Mattis here. Certainly going to be playing, likely just to limp here, keep the pot small out of position, but is he having other ideas? No. He fooled me, which could be part of the shtick, trying to get his opponent to think that he was going to be doing something funky. Kęstutis here, 8-7, is a very natural check back. He was also reaching for chips, but yeah, late into the night, a couple of signs that these guys are weathering the storm somewhat, and we do see an ace-8 deuce. So this could get very interesting on a lot of turn cards. The 7, the heart, the 9. Between these two middle pairs, a bet and a call. Queen on the turn, not ideal for either player, but a lot of outs for the chop for Kęstutis, as you can see, emblazoned across the top of the screen. And versus the check, he's going to go for a small block in position with his 8, looking to seek some value from some straight draws, some king highs. He's kind of holding. 3 on the river, and it's actually the 9-8 that's going to hold up here. Is Kęstutis able to find a river value bet and does wisely check back, and that's going to be the winner for the Latvian.
Yep.
Little bit of momentum heading in his favor.
Almost catching him. 900 versus $1 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
9-4 off for Helene. Not playable, of course. What about Matisse? Will he go with the queen 3? No. Down between the chip leader and the short stack then. If Kestutis puts some pressure on the big blind, or if he just lets it go. Eyeing the stack of the Brazilian.
Yeah, just going to limp in here. I think we're going to see a shove from Brusti with the king 6.
Question for you in the chat, George. Did you find the baby food?
No, I did get some soft sushi. So I've just been kind of working that through with the side of the mouth. And that's going down nicely. Nice little sushi 24-hour place on tap here in Tallinn. They've got it all here, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
You know, it's 5 minutes from the airport. When you get here to the casino, the standard of the hotels is largely decent. And the food, and of course the beauty of the old town as well. Carving your way through some of the medieval. Oh, we've dealt to the button. Yeah, let's sort that out. Mr. Wilson, hello. On the rail for Renan, who's like a cat with 9 lives. You just can't shake the guy out of this tournament. He's got it in bad a couple of times and found a way to survive, but the cream rises to the top.
Now also the Lithuanian flag is flying in the chat. As your guy, Kestutis, gets limping again. And Bruski, look at this one.
Yeah, ace king. 3 big blinds out there. I think we're just going to be sending it in here. Interested to see if he goes for like a small ISO, but jam is the usual way to go.
So 11 bigs, 10 more for Kestutis. What do you reckon?
No. It's a very defensive style from the chip leader so far, just playing a lot of limps. You know, when we did have Renan on the sort of 3 to 5 big blind stack, it made a little bit more sense. You can kind of sandwich Jonas out of the pod and you know, glean a lot of information on the ranges behind, but at this point I think we just want to be opening here. No, we never go hungry or thirsty. We're looked after quite well, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoying ourselves. Except all the things you mentioned, you also have the almost 24-hour OlyBet bars here as well with food and stuff. So yeah, we don't have to go hungry or thirsty. And unlimited Oly boosts in the booth as well.
Yeah, certainly coming into play over the next couple of days. We're going to have a late night here in the 5K, followed by a quick turnaround for coverage of the PLO 4-5 card tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll be live at 12:30ish then.
Ooh. That is quite the challenge.
Or was the restart 1 o'clock maybe? So 1:30.
Yeah, I think 1:30 for us. Yeah,
exactly. So the PLO is restarting at 1 o'clock tomorrow with about 55 runners still in, and then 30 minutes delay means that 1:30 is the preliminary live action for the stream tomorrow. And then we'll be following that PLO tournament all the way through the end, from that around 55 players to a winner. You have a chance to watch PLO action all day long tomorrow and evening. And of course this is local time, so if you're more central in Europe, you have to deduct an hour or even 2, depending on where you are. But now we're playing the pot between Jonas and Matisse. And look at the trips for Jonas. And someone mentioned that Matisse cannot miss a flop. He didn't this time either, but he's heavily counterfeited by the 8 of Helene.
Yeah. This will certainly wake Jonas up here.
Yeah.
He's had a little bit of a lull and was really fighting hard, making some tight folds to try and secure the elimination of Renan, and now very much in the thick of the battle here. What's Mattis cooking up here, having raised the flop? With the 4, he's going to go for a little block on the turn. Essentially playing Indian poker. It's kind of, I've got a 4 and I'm looking for a, for a check back. So I think for Jonas here, forced to announce the strength of our hand in the form of a check raise.
Yeah, 10 of spades, of course, a little bit scary.
So kind of interested
possibilities.
Whether oh, he does just check call.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's got any intentions of leading the river here after check calling here, because otherwise it's going to just allow his opponent to manipulate his way into a rather small pot. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen someone take this imposition block on the turn and then follow it up with a river bet there, to be honest. So I think Jonas may be missing out on a bit of value.
Yeah, I think so.
A couple of ways to go, but regardless, takes it down. Yeah, whap indeed.
Now then, still the short stack, but at least 13 bigs for Brewski.
Ace deuce, I think this one is just going to get mucked, although that would be with the standard antes, you know, like much less than what we're currently playing. It's effectively a 25% ante. Still, though, the ace deuce not quite going to make it in there, I guess. Kęstutis taking things upstairs here. Had enough of the limping game. Looking to charge. And looking to put some pressure on this wide limp from Mattis and gets the job done. The Lithuanian. Lowest, I think, in Hendon Mob cashes out of the 4 remaining players, but certainly has a few moves and tricks up his sleeve. It's not going to be any coincidence that he's made his way into the final 4 with the chip lead of a pretty tough 5K field by all accounts. Do you see the shove from Kęstutis?
Yeah.
What has Renan got cooking up here in the big blind?
Seems like they have the peel.
Yeah, looks like you might have a piece.
Ah, here we go, right?
Ace Queen.
Yeah, sure.
Hello there.
Wow. And it's a 800k pot, so
yeah, all of a sudden this could be
swing around quickly.
Having seen Renan fighting it out on the short stack for the majority of at least the 5 or 6 remaining, now finding himself in a rather lovely situation here with over 60% equity versus the King 9. A huge spot.
Yeah.
For him and of course his team, the Senkul's Angels.
Yeah, seems
looking
like
for the
they're
team
offline. Trying to get the attention of his rail, but let's see if he can fade the King and the 9. Oh, there's
nasty
the King.
Business. Now just the ace. And it's not going to come on the turn, so
3 out.
are we going to see Barry Greenstein arrive on the river to save Renan? No.
Now the king.
It's overkill with the king of clubs on the river, and Kęstutis, the Lithuanian, can do no wrong. As Renan Bruschi fighting hard there on the short stack, got his way back into the reckoning there and loses out on a 60-40 for the chip lead. Can't be too displeased with his run. Got himself out of jail a couple of times when the cards were on their backs, and does cash in 4th place for 27,400 euros.
Yep. And here's the updated chip count now. Final 3. And these are what they are competing for, these prizes. 38, 58, and 90K. And some change. Carlos Bruschi, Renan taking 27.4 for 4th place. So still nice payday, of course. But it just stings a little bit when you get it in that good, of course, in a big pot. So, yeah. Renaninho, good game, says Tim in the chat.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Friend of mine from Slovenia.
As Kęstutis now on a roll. Ace-Jack. Jonas looking interested. Is he coming with a 3-bet or just checking his chips? Ace-7. Well... big blind only in this hand, so being targeted by.
Just gonna defend.
Yeah.
Not looking to engage in any funky business. Seen Jonas kind of, I wouldn't say wilt away, but it's certainly, you know, doesn't quite have the pizzazz and the gusto of the game that we saw towards the beginning of the final table, and certainly when he was carving through the bubble.
Yeah.
It's just kind of run out of steam a little bit. I'm not sure whether that's fatigue or whether the pay jumps and the stage itself has kind of overwhelmed him somewhat. Just check call the turn, of course, with the ace high. Not going to be going anywhere. And the river 10 gives Kęstutis the check mark, and it's another pot for the Lithuanian. Giving the old side eye. It's a bit kind of a diva kind of table presence there, as if to say, what are you up to there, pal?
Yeah.
Yeah, there certainly is a small chance. So we're at 3:20 local time. And we do have 3 remaining, with now Kęstutis, the Lithuanian, carving out a pretty significant chip lead. Average stack of just under $1 million, and he's got 1.6, so over half the chips in play.
This could take 15 minutes and can take 3 hours.
It's one of those, isn't it? Yeah.
Not likely 3, but could take at least 2 hours. Because they are pretty deep, and yeah, don't think they will just make a deal and flip for the trophy. These guys want to play it out.
Yeah, and here we go. This
pair
could be
versus pair, so now we could be heads up.
This is a disastrous spot for Jonas, as it's going to get absolutely turbo snapped by the 9s.
And yeah, we might be coming to a heads up quicker than we thought a minute ago.
It's a rough one.
Kęstutis is clear favorite, of course, with the 9s. Jonas Helin of Finland needing help. A 5 or in any other way.
Thanks for the love, Tim. Let's see. Are we going to see a clean hold for Kęstutis here? Got his opponent crushed, but
now split outs only, or backdoor clubs.
You never know.
Well,
the jack.
Down to the jack for the split. Not to be.
Not to be on this occasion. Jonas there running out of steam a little bit, but an unfortunate spot to bust there versus the chip leader. Opening on the button, finding the pocket pair with 20 big blinds effective, and of course this rather large big blind ante. Can't fault the man for sending in the troops, but bad news, as we are going to be going to the heads up very shortly, and now I think it's going to be about a 2-1 chip lead, right?
Yeah, or even a bit more than that, actually. Almost 3-1, right? But yeah.
How much has he got? Over 2 million now, right? So 2.3.
And I would like to remind you that in this case, if you want to make a deal, let me stop.
Yeah, some deal discussions. So we're gonna just take a minute break, come back into the studio, and these guys are gonna have a little talk. We haven't heard any official results of that talk. I know they are soon about to resume play, but we don't know if they made a deal or not. But they were explained the rules by the officials that if you make a deal, you have to leave certain percent to play for, and yeah, then of course if they want to make an ICM deal or not, it's up to the players.
Yeah, and Mattis being so short, you may feel like he'll just take his chances, you know, might spin it up, and the ICM deal's not going to be much over second anyway, so why not give it a shot?
Yep.
You've come this far.
They are ready, so no deal is the call.
The official confirmation in our ear.
Yes, exactly. So now we'll get to see the exact chip count of these guys. Double check before we start the heads up, and Mattis has 600, 595.
20 big blinds effective, still plenty of play. It'll be interesting to see how this heads up differs from the heads up of the Royal Showdown that we commentated on yesterday. God, that feels like a week ago already.
It does, right?
Where we saw a pretty
2.2.
So Juha playing lots of limps in that one. Juha Helpi versus a rather drunk Swede. And then we saw the
frisky Swede.
Yeah, exactly. And then we saw Sweden versus Denmark in the 5-5-5 heads up, where chips were absolutely flying in. And wow, already for Mattis, a flopped flush, although no interaction for his opponent.
Yeah,
so
hard to get something more maybe.
Just can't believe it. Sit down, heads up. Got a couple of ladders in the previous hands. Very animated look about the facial expressions for the Latvian. He's trying to gather himself. Going for a large bet here, 60 into 90 on the monotone texture.
Yep, so we've got some roots in the chat. It's an all Latvian-Lithuania heads up.
Yeah, battled the Baltics.
Yes. And Estonia can't even take part.
No, unfortunately not. Didn't see any Estonian guys make the money. We did have Marcos Ladev, who is well known on the European scene, had a couple of nice results at EPT Barcelona at the late end of last year. Also won a high roller in Tallinn just a couple of weeks ago for over 100k. So I'm sure that he's not going to lose any sleep, but an unfortunate run for him.
Yep, and you saw the payouts, 90k plus for first and 58 and change for second, and no deal was made, so they are playing for the full.
Yeah, 32k effective heads-up match, and very much the advantage with Kęstutis for now.
Yep, unfortunately for Mattis, he wasn't able to get anything more out of Kęstutis on the previous hand with the flopped flush, and not this time either, just getting the limped blind of him. Slowly climbing.
Yeah, trickling his way up the ladder. Trying to grapple his way back to an even keel, I guess, is his first priority. And then go from there and see what happens. Give himself the chance of taking down a prestigious 5K here at the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition. And a record-breaking field in the 5K of 58 players. So Mattis is limping in with the pocket fours here. Potentially some designs on a limp jam. Let's see if Kęstutis is going to go for a somewhat of an unorthodox ISO here with the 7-3 suited. In a limp call with the 4s. Maybe feels like he's a bit too deep to send in the chips, but my cards would have been, my chips would have been over the line. Pair on pair. Bottom pair for Kęstutis, just kind of firing out 50k into the abyss. Certainly going to be seeing a continue here from Mattis with his pocket 4s. Decent showdown and backdoor draws galore. Queen of Diamonds improving the hand of the Latvian as we see Kęstutis go for another
quick bet.
Yeah, quick 50k. Not exactly screaming of strength at this point. Does look a bit worryingly like a sort of 5x holding. So Mattis really no choice but to take his price in position. And the 10 on the river. Kęstutis reaching for chips. Goes for 75. I'm really not sure what he's trying to achieve here. Maybe turning his hand into somewhat of a bluff. Is it going to work? It's going to be quite difficult for Mattis to consider what he could be bluffing with here. 6-7, 9-7. Does find the call.
Nice one. And now then, instead of almost 4-1, we're just 2-1.
Yeah, wow. Times are a changing.
One double up from turning it around completely. And as you can see in the background, just shy of 2 minutes left on this level, the 1530k, and then we'll be on the 2040. So no drastical race increase of the blinds either coming.
So Kęstutis mixing it up a little bit, going for the raise now with the 5-4 suited. Going to see a continue from Mattis, one would imagine, with the Jack-8.
Yeah, interesting to see that when he had a really big stack, Kęstutis was just limping, and now he's fallen a bit lower, and now he starts racing more than 2x instead.
Yeah. Bit of a mix and match.
Yeah. Quick fold from Mattis. Right, and for dealer change. And if you by any chance just woke up and tuned in here at 3:30 local time, this is the heads up in the 5K Highroller.
Firstly, sort your sleeping pattern out, and secondly, unless you're like somewhere tropical or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
What time is it an actual normal human time of the day? Somewhere like Cambodia, maybe?
Yeah, but Australia has just woken up and has breakfast and stuff.
That's true. 8:30 a.m. in Cambodia. Let's have a look at Sydney.
Like 11:30 or something?
12:30, yeah.
Yeah.
Spot on.
So, lunchtime in Sydney and ace queen for Mattis.
And enjoying some Northern European poker with your shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah. All right, mate. Let's make it 80. Oh, now it's coming quick call with the 9 deuce here. They were suited.
Yeah, suited hands. Certainly good enough to
and
PV pipping.
Gets rewarded with a 9.
And the backdoor flush draw. It's
yeah, he got the works.
About as gin as it gets here in the grand scheme of things for the 9 deuce. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Our opponent got a bit of equity as well. Mattis with the overcard, the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Going to start out with the bet. Whoa.
Oh, now then.
What's this?
It's a quick 200.
Yeah. Okay. So
Interesting.
What are we doing now with the ace queen?
This wasn't supposed to be happening.
Yeah, this wasn't in the script, was it? It's a really annoying situation here. I mean,
yeah.
We do.
And it was almost an arrogance, like.
Yeah. What are you up to there? Raise.
Here's 200 or something.
Yeah. So bluffs.
Couple of grays.
7-5.
Bunch of grays.
10-7, 8-7 maybe. Some hands that wrap around the 9 potentially. Backdoor flush draws.
Matisse just loved his hand until 16 seconds ago.
It's just going to muck it versus the size up there. A rather annoying situation to have to face, and the blinds are indeed up. So 20k, 40k now. Do we think they share a language? It didn't seem like English that they were they talking?
Yeah, I think they understand each other pretty good. It's like similar languages, right? What do you say, chat? We have you both. How much in percentage do you understand each other? Latvia and Lithuania. I would go 60 to 70%. That's a total guess.
Yeah, okay.
Anyone awake? There's no answers. Everyone's sleeping. So I was speaking to no one.
It's like in a slightly different part of Europe. The Czechs and the Slovaks have almost got the same language. But
yeah, but they were the same country.
Yeah, exactly. But then the Polish can understand a lot of Slovakian.
Okay, I was. Now we're being told 5%.
Wow. Okay.
So that means they're just talking without understanding each other. Then.
Yeah, they're just saying words.
All right. Yeah.
It's that time in the night. Everybody thinks the same.
Okay, maximum 10%. Thank you for
Thanks
clarifying.
very much.
And after 10 drinks, maybe 15%.
Yeah, surely.
But these guys are not having any drinks. These are serious sportsmen.
Mind sport in practice.
So now then, all in, and Stut is asking for a count, but surely he will not be calling with the 8-6. Yeah, does lay it down. Still with a healthy chip lead, of course.
If I'm drunk, I can speak 100% Estonian. Yeah, it was a bit of a peculiar tank there with the 8-6, but you got to give these guys a little bit of leeway. They're really deep into the night here.
Yeah,
they don't want to make any mistakes. I know, obviously.
Better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, just double check and kind of.
Looking back at the stream tomorrow and finding out you folded to a 1.2 big blind raise.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
So Kestutis here with about a 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah.
Gonna knuckle back to Jack 4. Gonna see a lot of these kind of hands in heads up. Fortunately, with the big blind ante, it does lend itself to a lot of limping and a lot of checks and kind of stabs.
Open-ended versus the gut shot.
Yeah, 8-6 does look like 8s at this point. You got to double check. It's like getting queen 6 off. You're like, have I got queens or no? Okay. Why am I in a 4-bet pot?
Little 4 for Kestutis.
Wow, a cheeky little 4 there. That's a fun way of getting there. Quick check there from Mattis, checking back his equity. And the deuce on the river.
Yeah, queen high won't be good enough.
Going to find anything here, does relinquish another pot. That's a tilter to see, isn't it? It's like, where's the jack?
Absolutely.
Jack could have been some sizable wagers, but instead the 4 rears its ugly head, and it's a little bit of downward momentum now for Mattis. Needs to gather himself. He's got less than 20 bigs, so the chips could be heading over the line at any moment, but we could also see this kind of limping war, as is custom when you've got 2 guys playing wide ranges, forced to VPIP because of the big blind ante. Just a lot of treading water and kind of tiptoeing around, a couple of stabs. Is very much what we tend to see.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, the fish hooks for Kęstutis. Is he going to go for the raise? He is. Oh, he's going to go for the limp. It looked like he wanted to raise, but forces Mattis to play a wide range, looking to cooler his opponent. And there's a 4 with a heart. So decent piece for both players here. Kęstutis has the jack-high flush draw alongside his now 3rd pair. Oh, hello. And this would be really ugly if a 4 arrived on the river. Check again.
Oh, almost a 4.
Almost.
But this doesn't fall for the trap.
Yeah. Kęstutis with his set and flush draw going for the mega trap on the river, and now going to blast a huge bet in there. And Mattis will have to think, what on earth is this guy representing? Why wouldn't he have bet the flop all the turn? Now he's over betting. He's saying he's got, what, like jack 5, 4 5, queen 5? Usually when someone takes this line, they're representing that the river has improved them somewhat. We did see the world-class play earlier on where Mattis was able to get the King of Hearts blocker through. Bluff, nod of the head, and picks up the chips. Business as usual for Kęstutis. Can we get 1 DU? I guess you mean double up. Well,
yeah.
He's going to need one if he's going to win the 5K high roller.
Look at this coming into the picture. Johanni, our Finnish friend and reporter.
Haven't seen much of him this week. Where's he
I
been?
think he arrived yesterday.
Okay.
And we'll be covering the rest of the main event for the Finnish market.
Righty-ho.
Or if you're fluent in Finnish, you're welcome to tune in, of course, to his blog. But that's
good luck
language
with that.
we don't understand. That's 5% is a lot.
I think 5% is a way overstretched.
Yeah.
Maybe I know. No, nothing.
Now, push from Kęstutis.
Yeah, having none of the limping game from Mattis there with the queen 10, just rifling it home.
Yeah. Dominating as well, but no call, of course, for Matisse. And now then, investing 80k, big blind and ante out of his 500 plus, so almost getting close to committed now.
Yeah, getting whittled down a little bit, but hasn't had the best of the distribution.
You were the guy who said to commentators, you said the commentators that I'm the coach.
It's, the cat's out the bag. He's heard about us inquiring about his coaching rates.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was one hand when we all wanted to sign up, right?
Yeah, the king-queen.
Exactly.
Beautiful hand. If you are joining us on YouTube, you could potentially go back and find that one versus Jonas from Finland, who bet folded us straight on a backdoor flush run out. And Mattis had a gangster bluff with the King of Hearts queen.
No hearts for either player in their hands, so check mark is with Matisse and the jack.
But certainly is. I'm just going to take that one down, and the slow tempo of the heads up continues.
Now then, surely race is coming from Matisse. King, Queen on the button. Just a sneaky little limp. It'll be now then a push. This might be actually building for action. If he decides to go big, I think Matisse won't have it. Yeah, he does. And decision time for Matisse Chelmins, sorry.
Could be seeing the chips over the line here.
Yeah, there we go. All in and a call.
Just a bit of a cooler at these stack depths. Heads up with the big blind ante as well. Fives versus King Queen. What do we fancy, chat? Do we think that we're going to see a Latvian resurgence here late in the day in the 5K?
Yeah, there's been a double up predicted, but let's see. Need help to make it. Matisse.
Ooh,
gut
a
shot
lot of
and
outs.
overcards. Yeah, 10
and the
outs
backdoor clubs
currently. Can he make it already on the turn?
Oh,
now down to the jacks only.
Brutal 5 on the turn. Almost locking it up for Kęstutis. Is it going to be the jack? No, the
it's
king.
a paint card, but not a jack. And that seals it for Kęstutis.
Yeah, unlucky Mattis. He came into the heads up with a lot of work to do. He didn't quite get the run of the deck in his favor. Kęstutis, it felt like from 4 left also it was his to lose. Running good, getting a lot of the eliminations on the final table and doing a hearty job of getting the job done. Came into the final table, I believe, quite short actually, because he lost that big pot versus Double Z on the outer table.
He did, yeah.
And kind of came in and was patient at the start. Had some interesting ideas, lots of limping, lots of playing small pots.
There we have it, the victory hand, and his excuse for maybe not doing the victory lap at the late hour, but
he can be
surely
excused for that.
Pleased to be pocketing 90,000 euros and change for this win in the big 5K Highroller back in the studio. And yeah, we're still awake.
We're still awake.
And we predicted a 5 a.m.-ish ending, and it's only 3:45.
Oh, it's early days really, isn't it?
So maybe we should do a couple of laps before going to bed.
I'm going 1 lap, and that's straight to bed.
It is. Yeah, but thank you all for being with us. I hope you enjoyed this stream. And as we said, tomorrow, PLO action, the 1100 championship. Is it 4 or 5 cards?
4 or 5 cards.
Yeah?
So I believe it's a round of each.
Yeah.
And we're going to be back with that tomorrow. 55 players remaining, playing in a rather large field, as is customary this week at the 10th anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn. Thanks for joining us here from the Olympic Casino. It's good night.
Good night for now.